Richard, if you call the meeting order, please.
Okay, we'd like to call the meeting to order. Now, whenever we do this, we don't, just in this form of meeting, do we still have to do this? We ain't got to do the flag and all that stuff there. All right.
No, unless you particularly want to.
We're good.
Okay. Welcome, Commissioners, to your orientation. Today, staff will be making brief presentations on each department within the BOCC, and then also the TDC will be making a presentation tonight. The purpose is to provide you with some baseline information on the purpose, function, and responsibilities of each department. We plan on presenting for about 5 to 10 minutes. Each department head will present for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then the remainder of that 30-minute time will be spent asking questions of each department. So therefore, about 30 minutes is what we've slotted for each department. The first department, the county administrator, is an hour. You'll see that's an hour slot, and Heather gets an hour. So she could not be slided. So, but other than that, the rest of them will be 30 minutes. And the purpose of this is, like I say, we'll keep our questions. We can ask, you guys can ask what you want to, but I would ask you keep them high level, revolve around the purpose, function, and responsibilities of that department. And further in-depth questions, you want to dive into budget questions, or we got bigger questions you want to ask, like with Khalid, why you need to repair a pothole over here on somewhere that I suggest we get with that department head and go with that department head, and you can ask different questions of that department head. But I'd also ask that, especially with Public Works, that you line up, if you want to, line up a day with Cleve and myself, and we'll take you around to the wastewater treatment plant, the water plant, different functions that we've got going on within the county, so you can fully understand everything that's going on. Come on in, Commissioner Merritt. So anyway, with that, we'll get started. I was going to let Randy. You wanted to make a few opening comments, and then we'll. What's that?
Then I'm going to leave.
All right. So is Jerry. So,
guys, I just jotted down some random notes. Some of these may make sense, some may not. But like I said the other night, I'd like everybody to use the discussion item portion to vet any thoughts you may have, just to kind of feel out how the other board members feel on it. Even if they agree with you or not, at least you can get it out there and we can discuss it easily. I'd like us to speak to each other, not to the TV or the audience. That's very simple, but if we're trying to get a point across, we're really trying to convince each other of something. We're not trying to convince the television audience or the audience out here that we're right. We need to convince each other we're right, and that's how you get a vote. Let's see. Well, just a minor point, but we don't need to take ourselves so seriously. I mean, we did get elected, but we are a backwoods, Wakulla County, rural county. We're not state senators, and just random point. Like I said, the election's over. Politicking really doesn't have any place up here. We're supposed to do our jobs and make decisions and whatever. I encourage everyone to read the non-interference policy that was adopted not too long ago. It lays out some very simple guidelines. We're not 5 bosses. Individually, we don't really have any power. We let staff do their job, but as a board, we have the power, of course, but not individually. Like I said, we're not 5 mayors. We can't really do anything by ourselves. I'd like us to call each other by our first names. That's optional, but that's just my personal preference, obviously. It just kind of shows the citizens that we can get along with each other and don't. That's just, again, that's a minor thing. Just because someone doesn't agree with you, too, doesn't mean they're wrong. Somebody may not agree with your point of view. Lord knows it's happened to me plenty of times, but if you don't win a vote or if you don't get a second, say what you want to say and then move on and let it go. It's happened several times, and sometimes it's just not worth beating a dead horse. And from this day forward, you are the government. You can no longer say, well, the government this and the government that. You're the government. I know even like Jerry on some items he voted against, he got crowded in with the rest of us. Those stupid commissioners, they all did this. Even though he voted against it, you're the government now. So you're going to get the blame whether you agree with it or not. Like Ralph had said the other night, I'd like us to move on past blaming past commissions for this or that. Today's a new day, and it's just time to move on. It's okay if you change your mind. I've done it a few times too. One of the worst things that happens I've seen in boards is they'll dig their heels in. Well, I can't change my mind. I said this. I got to stick with it. Well, no, you don't have to stick with it. It's okay to change your mind if you research an item and you get a different point of view, or if another commissioner changes your mind while we're talking about it. Like I said, agreeing to disagree and move on, I think is very important. And don't immediately dismiss somebody else's point of view. You know, listen to what they got to say. You may agree with it, you may not. You may like some parts of it and may not other parts, but I encourage everyone not to dismiss it just because of who the person is. And that's all I had time to write down, so that's really all I wanted to say is let's all try to get along. I think it means a lot to the citizens to see their elected officials working towards common goals for the county. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, before you leave, Randy?
Yes.
Since it is an open meeting and we don't have an audience, I just want to speak to two things that you just mentioned. One is on the charter county, changing minds. I'm still in favor of looking at that nonpartisan elections, but I'm really concerned about the speed at which we're moving forward without giving
We got 2 years.
citizen input workshops and things like that.
That's why I wanted to bring it up under discussion items, because under discussion, I think you can, if you have a 5-0 vote, like if you have a discussion item, hey, I've been approached to close such and such road for a parade. You know, if we do a 5-0 vote, I have under discussion items, it passes, but discussion items is not somewhere to try to get a vote on something. It's just to say, hey, I'm thinking about this. Some point 5 months from now or whatever, I may want to bring this back. And just the main point in my mind is to see if you're wasting people's time and you're wasting taxpayers' dollars, because a lot of times the items will come forward, they'll get a second for discussion, it'll get a tentative third vote, then it goes to Heather to draft an ordinance or whatever, and then we start paying money if it takes over 9 or 10 hours, and then it comes back and people say, well, I thought about it, I want to vote against this now, and we just wasted a lot of money of attorney time and staff time. That's the main reason for that.
Yeah, good. And the other thing is on this, Randy, and I'm really uncomfortable with that.
Okay.
And so, out of respect for your position, I'd like to address you.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you.
But at least you just called me Randy just now. So.
That's right. And the people are not in the audience. The television's not rolling, and that's why I wanted to address it now.
Perfectly fine. And it's perfectly fine to call each other I'm going to call each other by their first names. I don't think the chairman has any more. Well, in fact, the chairman has less power than all the other commissioners, because the chairman can't make the motion, and the person that makes the motion is in charge of that motion. So I think the chairman has less power.
Okay.
That's really all I have to say. Now I got to do work.
Thanks, man.
You got to go to work too?
I go to work.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I don't get a speech out of you before you leave.
I agree with that.
Okay, well, we're going to get going here. First, we're going to talk about is administration. That's with basically within the initial administration would be everybody that's in our offices over there. And first I want to do is, if you pull in your book, pull to the org chart, the organizational chart. As you'll see on the organizational chart, the county attorney and the TDC director and the county administrator report up to the Board of County Commissioners. Therefore, the TDC director doesn't report to me. Neither does Heather. So those positions report to the Board of County Commissioners. The county under the county administrator, as you can see, there's a health department, public works, fire and EMS, the building department, planning and zoning, probation services, extension office, parks and facilities management, communications and public services, intergovernmental affairs, and human resources. If you'll notice, based upon prior years, we have done away with the Office of Management and Budget. That is no longer. We've turned over all of the finances to the clerk's office, like many other counties doing. There was considerable duplicative efforts that were going on there, and as part of our streamlining and getting things to where it made a little sense, we did away with the Office of Management and Budget, and we're really fortunate to have Greg and Brandy. They've stepped in and really have done a great job. We've also changed up our purchasing procedures to get. We're modernizing that. We're getting. We'll be going into electronic purchase orders this year, hopefully. Last year we instituted electronic timekeeping, time management, and that had made a big difference in the amount of time we were overflowing with paperwork, and we had to trim that down. That's one of the biggest things we've been working on, as well as in our signature levels for approvals for invoices. We had everybody and their brother had an approval level. We've cut that out. We don't have that. We've got one or two people that's going to approve stuff, the department manager, and then a person, and then if it's big for stuff, I approve it, and then the chairman does. But we no longer have 4 or 5 people in line doing that, because that was just, the problem is all that does is bog down. And I'm of the belief that I do not manage to the lowest common denominator, meaning I do not like to base my management based upon people not doing what they're supposed to do. Sometimes you have to do that. I would rather say I'm going to manage to the people that know what to do, and then I'm going to try to correct the people that don't do it right, like the purchasing policy. So, we've trimmed our staff down. Currently within the BOCC we have 77 employees, full-time employees, and much of those are in fire and EMS. The bulk of those are in fire and EMS. And we have some flex, and we normally run about 14 flex and OPS employees, which they're primarily, every one of those are in the flex or in the fire and EMS section. Anyway, any questions on the org chart?
I do.
Okay.
In the Office of Budget and Management, there's 2 positions. Are they coming out of the administrative salary or the clerk of the court salary? The budget.
Talking about the
Salaries.
finance?
Greg's and...
They're coming out of the budgets, the clerk's budget.
Clerks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the TDC.
Right.
Yeah, that's.
I'm not clear. I know that they answer to the board here, but I'm not clear on, are they going to be speaking to us separately, or
Yes,
would
sir.
you
Yes,
address
sir.
that?
They'll be speaking separately at the end of the day. Yes.
Okay, but maybe rather than, I've already contacted TDC and I've asked them to try to define what their obligations are to the board, which I'm still confused on. And do they, I read in one place where it's supposed to be a suggestive board. They make recommendations to the
Right.
board. But if I take grant money that comes in now, like the $500,000 that came in, does the Board of County Commissioners have any say on how that's spent?
The Board of County Commissioners approves all grants.
Yeah.
They approve all grants and the disbursement of those grants. Once that's approved, it's up to the TDC at that point in time to implement that spending. So she'll, like Pam will bring, or the TDC will bring a grant forward. They'll take a grant forward and they say, okay, here's the agreement, here's the grant agreement, here's how we're going to spend the money. And at that time, the board will sign off or not sign off on that, and then they have to. Then from there, they utilize our purchasing policies, the BOCC's purchasing policies to go out for ITBs or RFQs, whatever that may be. And then if it's at a certain level, it has to come back to the BOCC to award a contract. But it'll be vetted through the TDC and comes back to the board for approval of a contract as long as it's over a certain level.
I want to ask, because TDC is because she's technically a contract person, is that why she's on the same level and reports directly to the Board of County Commissioners?
No, that's
to come through the.
Many TDCs, some TDCs directors report to the county administrator, but the majority of them report such as the attorney, really to the Board of County Commissioners, and doesn't come through my position, and that has nothing to do whether she was part-time or full-time or whatever. So,
Okay.
but that's the way it was initially set up. It doesn't have to stay that way, but that's the way it was initially set up, and many of them are set up like that. But
Okay.
That's the way this one was set up, and I haven't changed that. I can't change it anyway. That's you guys that could change anything like that.
I was just wondering.
Yeah, that's outside of my authority.
So is there a certain dollar amount that they can approve?
Yeah, there's certain dollar amounts that
does
the
not
local
come back to
level.
the
That's
board?
right, and then there's dollar amounts I approve. Then anything over really basically $10,000.
TDC budget.
That's right, and anything $10,000 and over, it has to come to the chairman and to the board for approval at this point in time.
But other than that, just their board can make that decision.
Their board make decisions
Even
on
out of the
That's
500,000
right.
grant money.
They will. That's one of the things that we've got that. Speaking of the $500,000, we just got it yesterday afternoon on the email. Let me couch my words right. we want to see where those funds are going to be going. And we asked for it, and we finally got it yesterday afternoon. I haven't pulled it up, and I don't think Heather has either.
I printed it.
Yeah, so we're going to see where those funds are going and ask some very pointed questions. What we try to do, Heather and I, we try to, here lately, we have tried to help the board out by preempting a lot of things that have went on within the TDC. For instance, not be diving deep in details, for instance, the Big Bend Scenic Byway. We had a grant that we approved that was a $20,000 grant there and thereabouts the end of last year, the end of 2011, December of 2011. It was part of a larger grant that was going to be about a $900,000 grant, and it was phased. That was the first phase. We advised the TDC at that point in time that when you come back for your second phase, that Heather and I did, you need to have Franklin County and Leon County, because we were doing work in both of those counties. We need to have a joint partnership agreement with them, as we're going to be responsible for this grant, and everybody needs to have skin in the game. We don't want to be responsible for something in Leon and Franklin, and all of a sudden everything goes bad, and here we are stuck with a $900,000 grant. So we advised them of that in January of last year. They brought it up before the board, the second phase in October of this year, and we went, Heather and I, we cut it off. We said, where's your joint venture agreement with these other counties? And I told them I wouldn't put it on the agenda.
Is that for sign maintenance going forward?
Sign installation and maintenance going forward, and kiosk and stuff like that. And we're all for it, don't get me wrong, but we want to protect Wakulla County.
Right.
And if we're going to be responsible for all this, in Leon and Franklin, they said Leon and Franklin was all for it, and we're like, oh, that's great. If they want to go it along, I'll send the money up that way, because it doesn't make any difference. We're just not going to expose Wakulla County to that. That was our thoughts.
Right.
So that's kind of how we try to manage it now. But understand we don't get everything. But it's
Both Leon and Franklin bring in that much money in their TDC funds in a year.
Yeah. But anyway, that's we've done some things like that, but it's a challenge.
Just to clarify,
Yes, sir.
when TDC applies for a grant, whether it's $10,000 or $500,000, and in that grant, it spells out how that grant money is to be used. Okay? When the TDC applies for that grant, brings it to the Board of County Commissioners, it's at that time that the Board of County Commissioners is committing itself to the expenditure of funds in that way.
Right.
Okay?
When you accept the grant.
Right. When you accept the grant.
When you accept...
Not when they may bring something to you and says, okay, we're going to go after this grant, and you may say, okay, yeah, that's fine, go after the grant, but they have to, prior to awarding of the actual awarding of the grant, as far as, we've been awarded the grant, but now we got to go ahead and sign the agreement to spend it. That's when y'all will get another shot at that, to approve or not approve it, because a lot of things change between the application and the final document in a grant.
And with this $500,000, I'm sorry.
I can clarify one thing.
Yeah.
Your grant application or agreement typically will
we'll talk about types of expenditures. So like the $500,000 grant, it might be $400,000 of it is going to be spent on contractual services, and it may or may not have someone particularly named in the grant. And so you're approving the conceptual spending of $400,000 on contracted services, but you have no clue who you're going to contract with at that point. And so it's not until later that Dave was mentioning the purchasing policy. If it's going to be over $10,000, then they're going to have to bid it out or RFQ it or whatever. Then you get another shot at it and saying, okay, which vendor did you choose and why'd you choose them?
Okay.
So.
Thank you. No, that's right. Okay.
So at this point in this particular grant, and maybe these are better saved for the TDC, but have we accepted it and it's, okay, we've just been, we're eligible for it. Okay.
We're eligible
The contract
for
will
it.
come back to you in January. It'll say, these are the terms under which we're going to give you this money. This is the proposed scope of how the money is going to be spent. You will have an opportunity to approve or reject it at that time. If you approve it, as Greg said, as individual services, and I know there's going to be some construction, so construction jobs are awarded. You will be seeing bids coming back to you for acceptance and approval on individual implementation items.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on the org chart? Going through within our office over there, we have myself, Patty Taylor, who is our office assistant. She's an OPS employee currently. Debbie DeBose is our personnel director and risk management and purchasing. Jessica Welch, she's our communications and public services director. She manages all of our communications as well as many other things within the department. Cherie Keeler is our intergovernmental affairs coordinator. She does everything from grants. She's a primary grants coordinator, legislative coordinator, and other duties. She helps me a lot in many other duties. Katie Taft, she's our administrative coordinator. She's in charge of all of the agendas, getting the agendas out, collecting the data for the agendas. That's believe it or not, it's a fairly big job once you're having 2 meetings a month. She ends one agenda and immediately starts on the other agenda. So she has, and plus she has many other duties as well. Then working for the clerk's office is Brandy Price. She is, where are you, Brandy? There you are. Brandy, she works for finance at the clerk's office, but she works in our office. We felt like that was the best way to do it. Instead of having her disengaged, we need to have her engaged in what we're doing. It makes management flow is a lot easier. We're able to ask questions easier, walk down the hall and talk to her. I hate emails. I encourage my staff, quit emailing, because we'll email each other down the hall. That's stupid. To stop. I'm encouraging talking. I did it in private business. Let's talk, because you can solve problems a lot better and a lot quicker and a lot faster, and get normally better resolutions if you go ahead and talk. So that's what we're trying to do. That's sorry about it. I got on my soapbox. And then we have Susan Fleming. She is also works in our grants. She's a grants coordinator, and she helps us out tremendously. She's just really got started, and she's between her and Cherie, they've cleaned up the grant programs and etc. So anyway, that's our BOCC. Let's see. Cherie, would you like to, I'd like to start off with you, and if you just say a few little things and answer some questions, if you don't mind. She's sore. She has a new personal trainer. So.
Make sure I could get up here. Well, welcome and congratulations, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you. And like David said, my name is Cherie Keeler. I started with the county in February of this year. Just a little background, I've got about 25 years at the state and private sector at senior management level, dealing with budgets, contracts, grants, legislative, IT, and other things like that. When I initially started, I was the grants coordinator, and I came in and cleaned up a lot of things, closed out a lot of grants, and began working with the state and other partners to restore relationships and make relationships where we didn't have them, so that people would know who we are. That's that marketing background, get out there in front of everybody. And then as, we all went along and there were some changes and my job changed, and so then I now do the legislative, the Restore Act, some intergovernmental relationships, work closely with Jess on some ED things, and, because there's some parallel duties there. Then I was fortunate enough to have Susan Fleming join the staff, and she has a tremendous amount of experience with grants management at the state level and applying for grants. And with Susan, we've made a lot of inroads in that program, and we are working on our 2013 plan of action. We have identified grants that we are pretty sure are going to be available, because many of them are subject to legislative and federal funding. So if the grant doesn't get funded in the process, then that opportunity is not there for us. And that has been one of the challenges that all local governments and states and community organizations have had in the last year or two. As the economy went down, opportunities for grants have become less. And as the grant money becomes less, the requirements to have match and partnerships and regionalization have also increased. So those are some challenges that we're facing. But we are pushing through those. And hopefully in 2013, we will be actively pursuing every grant that comes across our desk if we're eligible for it and the board approves it.
We're one of the things that we're doing is Cherie and Susan there setting us up to get in the grant cycles for the year-over-year grants, like the FWC boating grants, etc. We're setting up the cycles for that. We haven't been taking those opportunities. We kind of got out of that for some reason. So they're setting that up to get into those cycles, so that year over year over year over year we're applying for those same grants, and that becomes our we're applying for those grants every year, and then on top of that we'll apply for others. But like I say, Miss Susan, she is known as the Florida CDBG lady. She was Miss CDBG of the year, so yeah, she knows CDBG upside down and one the other way. So
I had a question about that. Where are we at with the current CDBG housing grant that we applied for?
We had our site visit, and yeah, it went very well. So we should be awarded that here shortly.
And then I sat on the Citizens Advisory Committee for that this year, and I learned at the meeting that I think there were 4 different options that we could choose housing. One of them was economic development.
Infrastructure, economic development, etc.
And I'm wondering, this is just my personal impression. I got the feeling that we were pursuing housing because we were having, I think it was Meridian is the one, or Capital Area was Meridian. Mm-hmm. They were the ones that were kind of orchestrating it for us. I got the impression that we were choosing the housing because that's kind of their realm, and economic development, I don't know, is there some way that we could take a closer look at that and maybe look more at economic development?
That's one of the things we're looking at is this year we were a little late. By the time we had to get everything organized.
Right. And he did explain that. There just wasn't time.
There wasn't time to get into the cycle. That's right. So for anything else, because you got to pick your project. Right. You know what I mean? We got to assign dollars to, you got to, pre-engineer. We got to say we're going to spend $50,000 on engineering or whatever that is that we have to do. So we said, we don't have time. We'd have to rush something. It would I hate to rush things. Let's take our time. Go ahead and do it for housing. It's been done for the past 4 or 5 years, but let's go ahead and get the CDBG for the housing. Then this year we're looking at economic opportunities and where it fits. I mean, realize CDBG, as you know, has certain criteria, and we're looking at that and seeing how if we can fit that into something.
And I know some we may have a better chance of qualifying over another, but it's it'd just be good. Right. It seemed like we just didn't have time to look at the full.
No, we did not have time. That's right. And we just, instead of lose that money, we said let's go ahead and send it over there. That's right.
And on a CDBG grant, if I can add to that, it can take 4 to 8 months to put one of those applications together. And Susan, correct me if I'm wrong, because I know you know this better than I do. On an economic development grant, CDBG grant, you have to have partnerships with businesses who are committed to creating jobs and maintaining a certain wage for a certain amount of time. If those partnerships fail, the county can be on the hook to repay those dollars.
And you had one that,
Did
the
that.
last one you did not meet all of its objectives.
Is that the Buckhorn?
Buckhorn, yeah.
Yeah.
And you were able to get that, I think the state was able to waive it because of the national economy sort of tanked out at that point, but there are distinct risks.
Yeah.
I drive by that every day, and I think about that whenever I drive by.
Yeah.
That whole thing was built by grant dollars, but it went south.
One of the things we're looking at the CDBG is either a combination once we do something with the sewer plant and or any type of sewer infrastructure, as well as some of the things we looked at is within Crawfordville here. If you go a block off of Main 319, you automatically get into dirt roads. Very few places have any type of gravity sewer. Is start a program of really starting here. One of the places we're looking at is Magnolia Gardens, starting with the CDBG dollars, some redevelopment programs, putting sewer in, paving the roads, putting stormwater in, and just every year over year, working and trying to get, do a little bit every year. $750,000 doesn't get you real far in this economy, so, but still, it would get us started, and that's one of the areas that we're looking at starting. But like I said, there's a Crawfordville is just, it's a shame. This nice little place, go a block off, and all of a sudden you're in dirt roads and nice houses on those dirt roads.
Is there any way to, with all the problems they've had in Wakulla Gardens, to use these CBGD?
It's you got it with that. You got income levels, and last time we tried that, from what I understand, in Wakulla Gardens, it was just outside of the income level for CDBG, but that's something we would definitely want to try again. There's a couple other tactics that we can use there, and we're going to try that for Wakulla Gardens as well. But our first reaction is get Magnolia Gardens sewered. It's easy from the standpoint of infrastructure. It's a real close to get infrastructure there. We can get a lift station put in and gravity feed and collect a lot of houses fast with a big bang. The problem with Wakulla Gardens, we've got to run a big transmission main to it, and then then start the process, and that's an animal of itself. But we're working on that. But anything else, Sheree? Any other questions of Sheree?
If there are any questions, or if, today or later down the road, or you'd like to sit down, of course, one-on-one, and go over any individual grant that you have questions with, Susan and/or will be happy to sit down with you and go over the application and the requirements, and because they can be very challenging to complete, because I can tell you shovel-ready projects get more funded on a readily basis than projects that are not shovel-ready.
Okay. Thank you.
A couple of questions. Yep. You made a statement that Wakulla Gardens fell outside of the CDBG
What I understand.
income level.
What I understand.
Too much, too little?
I believe the income level was too high at the time at the way they did that, from what I understand. But like I say, that's one of the things we wanted to look at, is readdress that again, and it's a different day there.
And I guess the biggest reason I was asking, because I know that if people in Wakulla Gardens start seeing us doing thing in Magnolia, that's one of the first things they're going to ask. So I just want to know what answer I can.
We've got, next year we have, in our 5-year plan, we actually will be paying off a debt in our road department, and we'll actually be able to start paving some roads in the county, and that's top on the list, to pave a loop road in Wakulla Gardens, and then every year try to do a little something in Wakulla Gardens. So, yeah, we are going to start that process. So, with that, yes, sir.
And the funding for like the sewer infrastructure, Magnolia Gardens, is that coming, as you envision it, coming out of the CDBG grants, and that includes the transmission
Yes, sir.
line as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And yes, it'll be one of those things that realize, we'll first have to get a grant, and it'll won't affect that many houses initially because we're putting in the base infrastructure. But then the next grant cycle, would really affect a whole bunch of houses, because then all you're doing is putting collection lines in and paving roads, and that's when people will see the big pop, if you may, because the lift station is automatically almost $300,000 right there of a CDBG grant. So you really got very limited funds past that your first year. So the next year is when you would make a really big impact from seeing things. So, okay, any other questions? Thank you. Naturally, staff is going to kill me. Jessica's kills me on a regular basis. Employee support services, Debbie DeBose. I go out of order, and I could feel the barbs sticking in my back from Jessica. So.
Let me go. Well, I guess I'm not as my duties are not as exciting as Grant's. Mostly administrative, and I'm the paper pusher, I guess you could say. Like Cherie, I have a background in state government as well as county government, just for your information. I had 31 years with state government and now 5 years with the county. I've held this position since May of 2008, although I started with the county prior to in a different slot. I've got human resources, as you all know, we've all interacted, and I take human resources from the beginning to the end, A to Z, soup to nuts, recruitment, employee benefits, organizing the open enrollment fair, unemployment comp, workers' comp, affirmative action, EEO, all those things that go along with managing staff, personnel issues. I work closely with the clerk's office and the payroll staff to make sure that payroll gets rolled out and people are getting paid properly and accruing their proper leave, et cetera, et cetera. And then I change hats and I flip over to purchasing. And on the purchasing side, we've recently made a few changes, and I am now responsible for formal competitive bids. Anything over $10,000 per our purchasing policy that needs to be bid would come through me in the way of either an RFP, ITB, whatever the decision is that it needs to be. And I handle those from the beginning to the end, work with Heather's office and legal to make sure that, we've got our ducks in a row before we put it out on the street. Open the bids, get them posted, and things along those lines. Make sure that the contracts go the proper way, get signed and get filed with Evelyn and those folks that need to be in that role.
Excuse me, David, speaking of purchasing, one of the things we will be bringing back to you guys in January or February is we're redoing our purchasing policy to streamline it, to take out some things and also to make some things a little more efficient. So I just want to let you know you will be seeing that purchasing policy will be amended, and we'll be bringing that to you guys for approval or denial. So
it does need to be updated.
Yeah.
I also serve as the purchasing card administrator. We have a purchasing card program. If you don't have a card yet, just let me know. We can get together and talk about that. This is a program that we issue Visa cards to staff. They do have boundaries. There are restrictions on those cards, but charges are processed electronically. And we do try to hold them to small dollar purchases. And it helps as far as efficiency and, the cost of getting away from some of that paper and timeliness and getting our vendors paid, etc. And then I flip hats and once again, and I take care of the risk management responsibilities for the county, and that would include serving as a liaison with all of our insurance agencies, our property, liability, workers' comp, inland marine, all those policies. We also have an airport policy. We also, right now, I'm still managing the VFD policy. I don't know whether that will change in the future, but we've also got that. I process all the claims that are related to those, interact with all the agents, and take care of anything that needs to be processed along those lines. Workers' comp claims, make sure those get filed, etc. I also serve as liaison between legal and the insurance companies when it comes to any employment liability lawsuits that may have been filed. And then I do all the other miscellaneous things that come my way, and David says, can you handle this? Any questions that I can answer for you?
I fully understand the risk management part. That's what I do. At the present, I'm the facility safety officer, and I do everything with workers' comp, insurance, and risk management. And I fill out some of the same forms, so I know exactly what
how that goes.
know exactly what you're talking about with that.
Now I have some questions.
Okay.
Relating to this purchase cards,
Yes, sir.
like I imagine in staff, they have a budget, they have a defined thing that says you can use this card for A, B, C, D, up to a certain amount. How does that apply to the Board of County Commissioners?
To the commissioners themselves.
Yeah, when you're saying about, I thought the implication was if you don't have a card.
You can get a card right, I understand right now you're not doing any traveling and there may not be a travel budget. But should that change down the road, then
Okay.
we could issue a card and you could use your card.
Okay. Thank you.
That's a lot like I am. I have a P card, but I only use it for travel. And if there was ever an emergency, we're in an emergency situation, and had to buy something for the county, I would do that. But other than that, I don't even use my P card. So.
And it's a very flexible program. So,
Right.
if you needed to, something changed, then we could issue you a card.
Crab legs, lobster.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Debbie.
That's when you get a call tomorrow.
Believe me, Brandy, she watches that like a hawk. Greg, budget finance. I believe you've got a handout there we need to hand out to the commissioners. Am I right, or is that Brandy? Yeah, that would be Brandy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I get to be the one who talks, but Brandy's the one who did all the work. What she shared with you is just a summary of the budget for the current year. It can be broken down in a myriad of ways. And so we just try to categorize it by the departments because of your purpose today of going over those departments and just giving you a very high level 30,000-foot review of the current budget. If you have any detailed questions about whether it's the salaries or operational costs or whatever, then I don't have that documentation with me here. You can certainly call me or come to the office and we can talk about that at a more detailed level. But we did distinguish also the constitutional officers. You'll notice that on the first page, the sheriff is absent from that because of the change we made this year in moving his operations to a fine and forfeiture fund. It is still funded by ad valorem taxes, a transfer from the general fund, but you see the total general fund budget there of $8.89 million. Categorized by the various types of expenditures that we have. And then on the second page, again, you see the first line, the general fund, which is the same as the first page, but then you see all of the other funds, and this is a summary of those funds. We really have about 50 total funds because each grant is its own fund, but we take, let's say, for example, EMS. If EMS had 4 grants, EMS doesn't have any on here, so that's a bad example, but let's take tourist development, 188 there. There's 3 or 4 grants. We've summarized them all onto one line, so there's many more funds than what you see here, but you still see the total budget between operational type activities and grants and projects down below in the total budget. So just very high level, if you have any questions.
One of the things I'd like to just point out to you is that we broke this down. The county operational expenditures of 31.5. That's about the same level as it was in 05 and 06 and 07. Excuse me.
0506/0607,
That's right.
somewhere in there.
So, but understand the $42.6 million budget we passed this year. That could have been $40 million. It could have been $38. It could have been $52 million. but the core operation of the county didn't change.
Correct.
Okay, we actually lowered that. But what makes up, and the reason a budget for the public may say, wow, that budget went up, if you look at it, we got $11 million between grants, impact fees, things that we're going to be paying, so a budget could get inflated, but that's a good thing for the people. That means we're doing things. That $11 million means we're getting grants, we're getting, funding for things. You look at, we have $1.7 million in Oklahoma Bay Trail. That makes our budget look high, but at the end of the day, that's because we're doing stuff. That's because, really that's the reason we broke this down, so you understand that 42 is not the real budget. That's correct. The real budget is 31.5.
Right.
The balance is your construction, and that, I wish it was 60. That would be awesome, because then we're really doing some stuff in the county. But that's what I'm saying. Next year the budget could be 41, but then all of a sudden it could jump to 45 based upon how we're spending, because a lot of it also depends on fund balance. And say we don't finish a project, we have to flow it into next year. All of a sudden, that's going to jump next year's budget up from that line.
Looks like TDC grant's going to increase it another 500.
That's right, but it doesn't mean you're increasing your core cost. It means you're doing stuff, which is good.
When the restore funds hit eventually, potentially $16 million, you're going to have possibly a $70 million budget.
Yeah. When restore funds get here,
apples and oranges to the prior year.
Our budget will be up over $50 million on a regular basis, hopefully, once the restore funds get here. Really, the call, and that's what I'm saying. It's not that you're increasing your core size of government. You're just doing stuff. You're getting money in from the outside, and that's what's blowing that up. Okay, so just to understand that.
Totally understand that.
Yeah.
You comment on the county operating expenditures, and you made a reference to the years 05, 06, 06, 07. And that benchmark is an inflated benchmark. Back then, even though it's back in years.
Let me clarify his point. I don't know that he's referring to the $31 million number. I think he's referring to the general fund.
Right, the general fund, that's right.
Okay. Just to clarify, just to make sure.
Yeah, still, whatever we look to, when you go back to that 05, 06, 06, 07, that was basically the height of the bubble with the large property.
No, it was before.
I think it was before. It was actually 08, 09 was when it really shot up.
Hold on, I'll show you.
Actually, that's right before it started moving straight up.
So,
and I don't have one of these for each of you, but you can pass this around. Just to have a little text chart right there to show you where the bubble was. This is the revenue monitoring report.
Right.
I was trying to print one for everybody on my color printer, and about 10 till my printer started to give me problems. So I got one out of it.
Yeah, the actual bubble was...
Well, it wasn't the height of it, but it certainly was inflated. And, we come from 01, 02, in a period of 5 years, we've, basically doubled.
Well, that's your county growth.
Yeah, that's your county growth also.
If you look at your county population, which it would probably be a good thing for us to put our county population for those 10 years on there as well.
Because during the bubble, that's when the county really accelerated in population.
It's impossible to provide the same services to an increased population without increasing your services or your
cost. Well, your cost to do services go up with every person. That's right.
Correct. And by the way, each one of you will get one of those hopefully later today. Okay. All right. You also have in front of you in your packet a summary of the budget and finance operations, and we've already gone over what Brandy does. In a little bit, we introduced her. That's the first piece at the top, management and budget. As David said, we took over OMB. You don't have an OMB department, but you still have an OMB department, if that makes sense. We're just doing it. And so we're still managing the budget, we're still doing the budget, we're still analyzing things. And Brandy's responsibility, essentially between her and I, we are taking over the OMB responsibilities. She is the...
In the packet, which one did you say that was?
It's called Budget and Finance. I'm not sure what page it is.
Number 4, section 4.
she's the boots on the ground. She's the one that is dealing with every department on a day-to-day basis on purchase orders, whether their purchase has budget, whether it's an appropriate purchase, a legal purchase, from A to Z. She's the one making sure that by the time it gets to our office, everything's properly accounted for. She and I have not yet put together a budget. We took over October 1, so we inherited this one. We will manage it, obviously, and then coming March, it will be the first time we put one together. Now, the clerks put one together in the past, I guess, when Joe Blanchard was interim county administrator. We assisted him. So we've done it before. She and I will be responsible for putting the budget together, monitoring that from A to Z on a month-to-month basis, and working with your departments. She's also obviously integral in the purchasing side, and she's also going to take on, Debbie was mentioning her responsibility is risk management. We also have an aspect of risk management that we're responsible for, and that is maintaining our assets, keeping up with our assets. And although we don't have every asset under lock and key as it relates to Brandy and I, we're responsible for making sure that departments maintain their assets, maintain their cash that they have in their hands, internal controls, and so she'll be responsible for the fixed asset schedule and working with the departments on fixed assets. And by the way, hopefully sometime this year, we will be moving our fixed assets from paper and an old Excel spreadsheet to our software. And so we'll import all that data and have it in our accounting system.
And what that does is the reason naturally you buy software like that is it increases our efficiency. We're very short-staffed. Therefore, we must look for the best and the most latest technology to help us out. That way we can streamline what we're doing, and that way we got people doing multiple tasks, but we got to provide them with the latest and greatest tools to do their jobs so that they can do it efficiently and effectively.
And we're maintaining our assets like we were in the 1800s.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that. I'm serious. We have a metal sticker, and you've probably seen some of them on a piece of a desk or whatever it might be, and you've got to have a person physically go around and look at the number, match it up to a piece of paper, and then make sure that matches what's on the computer screen. Eventually, hopefully, we'll be able to buy a piece of software where you have the bar scan, the barcodes, and you streamline that process of inventory control.
Right. That's
down the road a little bit. We'll take it in baby steps, but hopefully that's on our wish list of helping us control our assets.
Right. That's just part of that. I tell you, I keep going back to it. We tore down this process in the government last year in creating a 5-year plan, and we ended up being an internal audit because we reworked a lot of what we were doing. But one of the things that's very obvious is we need to spend money to upgrade and get into the 20th century, because we had to have people to do work because we were doing it the old way versus technology, and we got to use technology, and that's what he's talking about there.
Think about the time it would take to cover every single department, and you're supposed to do an audit, a complete inventory every year. Mm-hmm. I don't know when the last time we did a complete inventory was. That's our task this year. All right, and so think about how long it would take one person, besides all of our other duties, to go around to every department and count every single asset that needs to be tracked. And the state statutes tell you everything that's over $1,000 should be tracked.
We would, so for an example of what we're
time involved in that, it needs to be streamlined. And
That's
so
right.
we're going to do it the old way this first time, or we're going to have the departments assist us, but you get the picture.
Yeah, one of the things that was time management. The time cards, we were filling those out by hand. It would go from the
kind of still are,
the employee. Well, it's still are, but still, they go from the employee. We streamline it. Go from the employee to the supervisor. Supervisor check it. They would come to Debbie. Debbie would send it on to the finance.
We would type it in.
Then they type it in, and it wouldn't be right. So it'd go back to Debbie, then it'd go back to the supervisor, then it'd go back to there, and then it would come back again. We're getting that under electronic so that everything's checked off on a screen. So if there's a problem, happens at the field level. And it saves so much time. Yeah, it costs money to do that, but guess what? We're going to save money. We'll save tremendous amounts of money by doing that.
The second piece there on the bulk of that first page is finance and accounting, obviously, and we summarize everything we do into 5 categories. We're either dealing with our day-to-day accounting of everything, that is, from cash to revenues to expenditures, making sure that our books are correct, and we obviously have a total, and you see at the bottom, our total staffing on the second page is 6.86 FTEs. Now, you can't have 0.86 people. I think you understand what an FTE is. We actually have 9 people that in some way, shape, or form have their hands in the finance, but they're also allocated to other departments that the court or clerk has work in. So we do accounting, obviously, and then we keep those books, and then treasury management, our cash, our bank accounts. I think that the chairman and vice chairman is now having we've got a new signature card for them to sign, so we can update our banks now on the new signatures. So investments, making sure that our investments are liquid.
See that?
What's that?
Everything is, we just got the one sheet for the budget finance.
You don't have? Yeah, there should be 2 pages.
No, we're not following.
I've got 2.
Yeah.
It's got the one, I'm fine. I'm listening.
All right, well, I will make sure you get a copy of this. You got another one?
I'm good, though. I understand what you're
Okay, treasury management, investments, bank accounts, making sure that our investments follow the state statute. The state statute is our policy on investments, making sure that first and foremost it's liquid. That means we can get to it to pay our bills. That there's very little risk involved. That is, we're not going to invest in hedge funds and derivatives and those kinds of things. And then finally, whether or not what our yield is. That's the least and most important, although it is important to make sure that our interest income is high. Right now, though, as you probably know in your personal accounts, you're paying the bank to hold your money, basically. So it's
We don't have it.
This is it right here. He just had this one. I already pulled it out.
Good. So when you're reading numbers, we're not supposed to have those numbers. You said.
I'm not reading numbers. I haven't.
Other than this.
Yeah. I'm just going over what we do very briefly. In the middle of the page there, obviously debt services. The county borrows money from time to time. We maintain those schedules, maintain the loan agreements, make sure that we're following those loan agreements, make sure that there's funds available to pay back the principal and interest, make sure that we don't over leverage ourselves. And we have a debt schedule. I don't know if you've seen it, but I think we have published it, and I can get that to you if you haven't seen it. Risk management side, that it's very broad. It goes so far as, of course, as Debbie said, she's responsible for insurance. We just make sure, for example, if you bought a new vehicle, and that's in your budget, and you bought a new vehicle, we want to make sure that it gets on the insurance list, and that's our aspect of it, make sure it's covered. Internal controls on cash, internal controls on assets, internal controls on all sorts of things. That's our risk management side, is limiting the risk or exposure that we could have from any number of areas. And then obviously the financial reporting of preparing monthly, quarterly, and annual reports of any number of things. The report that I handed out there before is just one example of dozens of reports we prepare. And then obviously maintaining compliance with federal agencies, state agencies on grants, on IRS, just 2 examples that I listed there. The other duties and responsibilities, we already talked about purchasing and fixed assets with Brandy. And then obviously Evelyn, you see her at every meeting. She does many things, wears many hats, and I've told her she's not allowed to retire until we download her brain. But the clerk to the board always has been traditionally buried within the finance function, simply because we could carve it out and you could have a third line in your budget where you have clerk to the board funding. We've just always included it as a part of that. And you have contact information of staffing. As we said, we have Brent's obviously involved day to day in the finance side. He and I talk daily, obviously. Suzanne is my assistant finance director, and she deals with the day-to-day workings of finance. Leah does all of our accounts payable, and then we have Layla, who does our payroll and benefits side of this. We have another lady named Rachel. She's sort of your go-to special projects, whatever needs to be done. We have one sort of roamer who's doing a little bit of everything to catch the overflow of the others. You can imagine having one person in accounts payable. If she's out, bills don't get paid. So we've got a lot of cross training. Everybody in our office is capable of doing somebody else's job, which helps with the risk management, by the way. All right, that's our summary dog and pony show.
Any questions for Greg?
I know. Thank you for explaining everything.
All right, thanks.
Next is Communications and Public Services, Miss Jessica Welch.
Good morning, Commissioners. Several different functions that are involved in this department, mainly the communications, policies, procedures, political position of the board, as well as news releases. I work closely with the public on trying to get them the information that they need to know. Work closely with all of the media groups, which we're trying to get who our new person is from WCTV. We still haven't been able to get them yet. Also maintain the county's website with trying to keep it current. All the departments' information. It's hard to look at them every day, but we try to let them know whenever they have old information on the website. We're in the process right now, Katie and I, looking at some content management software where we can improve how fast we get things on the website. Right now it's usually 24 hours. So we're trying to improve that and trying to save some costs there as well. Also oversee the agenda coordination, and which Katie handles at this time, as well as public records requests, office management, the administrative staff, which is Patty Taylor, and also the directors of Recreation, Library, and Veteran Services also report directly to me. I serve as the backup for economic development with Cherie. Work closely with Brandy on approving purchases that come through the administration office.
And I must add, between Brandy and Jessica, things are watched. They question everything, which is great. That's what we need.
And we're getting good. I mean, we're getting better at kicking purchases back and knowing where they come from and so forth.
Okay.
I also work with any kind of special projects that are board-directed projects. Some examples of special projects I would say probably would be the Wakulla Gardens roadway survey that we did earlier this year, fire and solid waste hardships, to name a few. The vacancies, solid waste vacancies. Is there any kind of those special projects that don't really fit under any other department will come to me?
Well, I was going to ask you, on some of those things about streamlining and all, like I work for the state, like particularly with DOC, we're right now just switching from a lot of older programs to a lot of newer programs, and a lot of those older programs may actually serve the county if we don't have anything. And then would there be a way, I wonder if could contact DOC and see some of those older programs that they're phasing out, they may share that technology with the county, being they're switching to the new thing. And they may have a pretty good workable system in place that doesn't serve their needs, but it may serve ours.
Is it, are you referring to like software programs?
Software programs for all kinds of things, for purchasing, for, like I use a system called Maximus that every piece of asset equipment we have, I can click on my computer and it goes right to it, tells me everything about it, and I can, with Greg, I was talking about that, but there's different programs that the state has that you can find a go-to person for them, and they may share that with us.
Okay. Definitely noted.
Anyway.
Any other questions?
Yeah, what were those, the veterans and what other departments?
The recreation services, veterans, and library.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, regarding administration?
Yeah.
Okay. On the non-interference, as it relates to the administrator, I think I have that. How does it relate to the board's interaction individually with Brandy and Greg?
It operates kind of the same way because you realize any one of y'all individuals go in and ask a question. But if it boils down to you want a big, long spreadsheet done, understand that bogs our organization down as well. So that needs to be vetted through my office and Greg as to whether we can realistically do that. So just understand that. I mean, understand we're not fat. we're to the bone here, and we've got to be efficient, and that's the reason we need to be that way. And we want to provide information, but at the end of the day, we got to do the people's business. We got to keep the business running of government. So that's the reason. But yeah, we'll be glad to work with you on any of that. But we just need to communicate on that. Okay. All right, no other questions. I'm going to turn it over to our attorney for public, all kinds of stuff.
Sorry. Before I start the formal presentation on Sunshine Law, public records, and ethics, I'm going to real briefly just tell you what we do. Obviously, a lot of it is self-explanatory. We're the county attorney for the board. We represent the board, we represent the county, handle your litigation, handle contracts, other legal documents, other legal questions that may come up. But an important part that is not so obvious is that we also, a large part of our role is to get in front of legal issues so they don't become litigation, so they don't become something that's bigger and more troublesome and more difficult to extricate yourself from. And in that role, although we represent the board and the county, we work closely with your county administrator and staff. We do provide legal advice to the county administrator and the staff as far as it goes in executing their official duties as determined by the board. However, if any of you at any time have confidential legal questions regarding county business, that of course is always honored and confidentiality is always maintained. So that said, I have a formal presentation. I think, do they have a handout as well, or is it just on the screen?
This one.
You got the handout as well? Okay. I'm also going to put on the screen for all the public that is here. And if at any time you have questions on this issue, I know a lot of you have been seeped in this kind of background on public records and Sunshine already from your previous positions or from recent training that you attended at FAC. So I will try to go through it fairly quickly, maybe get us back on schedule since David ate into my time. Just kidding. But obviously, it's important stuff, it's technical stuff, so if you have questions, just feel free. What I'm going to talk about quickly is government in the sunshine, public records, and then the code of ethics, which is found in state law. Wakulla County and you, as individual commissioners, have a legal obligation to comply with these state laws. Sunshine law. First one, the purpose of government in the sunshine is to protect the public from closed-door decision-making and provide a right of access to governmental meetings. It's provided and outlined in Section 286.011 Florida statutes and founded in Article 1, Section 24 of the Florida Constitution. Real generally, the Sunshine Law gives public access to meetings of any board or commission. This includes the county. All meetings in which official acts or public business is to be transacted are public meetings and must be open to the public at all times. This applies, however, as interpreted by the courts, it applies not just to final votes, but requires observation of each preliminary step leading to that decision. If you ever have the interest in reading some of the state court cases on Sunshine Law, you will see that a lot of them deal with situations where a highly controversial and technical decision took place, but what you see in the public meeting is basically a rubber stamp, which led people to become suspicious that perhaps there had been Sunshine Law violations because there was very little discussion. Everyone seemed to be on the same page coming in. So really, at any stage, the decision-making is open to the public. That does not mean that you as an individual commissioner sitting in your office, deliberating how you're going to, going through your agenda and deliberating how you're going to vote on something is open to the public, but at any time, if any two of you are getting together, that is open to the public. This also prevents the creation of closed-door committees that may serve to narrow the board's decision-making options. For example, you have a procurement that you are putting out on the street, and you appoint a staff committee to vet some of the applicants and to eliminate some of them, or to rank them. Those committees are potentially narrowing your decision-making process. As one step in the deliberation to a final decision, those committees are subject to the Sunshine Law. This is going to therefore apply to most of your board-appointed committees. For example, you just had a first meeting of the Restore Act Committee last night. It was noticed, it was in this room, open to the public, and minutes would be taken. One thing to keep in mind, the Sunshine Law may also apply to individual board members. If you are ever appointed to negotiate and given decision-making authority by this board, then those types of negotiations would be done in the Sunshine. Rest assured, if that occurred and you were delegated a decision-making authority, that would be done in a public meeting, and so I would get with you before any of those meetings took place to make sure that that was done properly. The Sunshine Law applies not only to any formal discussions that you may have as board members, but also casual discussions between two or more board members if it's about a matter which more foreseeably come to this board for vote. This does not mean that you cannot mingle at a Christmas party or a holiday function and talk about your family or what you're doing over the holidays. But it does mean that you're not going to meet up over the holidays and say, hey, what do you think we should use that $500,000 TDC grant for? That would be a violation of the Sunshine Law. You could also violate the Sunshine Law if you participated in communications among board members by telephone, by email, by text, or by any exchanges at social events or on social media. So what does compliance with the Sunshine Law require? It requires three things. First, reasonable notice of the meetings. Reasonable and timely notice is going to depend on the circumstances. If you have an emergency meeting, you may just have 24 or 48 hours notice. It does not always require a newspaper ad, but it does require that you attempt to get word out there that you're going to be having a meeting on a particular topic. The meeting must be open to the public. However, currently, public participation, meaning allowing the public to speak on items, is not required legally. You do have a public policy, a meeting policy that does outline where that is required. Meetings cannot be held at exclusive or inaccessible facilities, and you cannot engage in invasive actions such as circulating written communications amongst yourselves in order to formulate a decision, or using staff as an intermediary between board members to communicate knowledge and formulate decisions. None of these things would be allowed. Finally, in order to meet compliance with the Sunshine Law, you have to have minutes of these meetings. Written minutes must be kept, which contain a brief summary of the meeting's events and record any votes. Obviously, any of these minutes and any recordings that are made of meetings become public records, which we'll discuss next. So real briefly, Sunshine Law summary. Compliance is required whenever 2 or more members of the BOCC discuss a matter that may foreseeably become before that board. Compliance is also required anytime you move any part of your decision-making process to a committee or to a group, thereby appointing an alter ego. It does not generally apply to staff unless staff have been delegated some decision-making authority and therefore are serving as your alter ego. Keep in mind, the Sunshine Law is broadly construed by the courts, and any exemptions to the Sunshine Law are narrowly construed by those courts. Some of those exemptions include attorney-client executive sessions. These are the meetings that are properly noticed where I come to you or you suggest to me that you would like to discuss litigation strategies, expenditures, or settlement options. These are the meetings where we go into the back room. The only people that are allowed to be there are counsel, county manager, the board, and a court reporter. A verbatim transcript is kept of those meetings, and as soon as the litigation is finalized and resolved, those transcripts become public record. Another exemption from the Sunshine Law is labor negotiations. We do not encounter those here because these involve negotiations with unions, which you do not have any at this time. The final exemption is a new exemption that was just enacted this last legislative session. Certain competitive solicitations and meetings, interviewing for contractors or consultants, committee meetings where you may be doing other narrowing or ranking of competitive solicitations. Under certain circumstances, you can now keep these in a private setting. However, a recording must be made, and that does become a public record, similar to the way the attorney-client executive sessions function. Sunshine Law violations. Real importantly, a Sunshine Law violation would nullify that board's vote. You would then have to come back, have a full and frank and open public discussion about that item and re-vote as a sort of curative step. However, knowingly violating the Sunshine Law may be punishable as a second-degree misdemeanor. This incurs a fine of up to $500 and/or up to 60 days imprisonment. A knowing Sunshine Law violation may also subject you to possible removal from office and payment of civil fines and obviously declaratory and injunctive relief against the county if it came to that. Just so you know, there have been county commissioners in this state, not in this particular county, who have been subject to criminal sanctions for Sunshine Law violations. So under the Sunshine Law, do not circulate memos, emails, or other written communications among board members and solicit interaction outside of the Sunshine Law. This does not mean that you cannot put out a one-way communication. For example, your commissioner agenda items are going to be essentially a one-way communication to board members. But that board member cannot then interact with you about what you put in that communication outside of the Sunshine Law. They have to wait until a public meeting. We cannot poll the board to avoid sure.
And that one way, is that just limited to the agenda? I mean, it wouldn't be proper if I was going to bring something up to do a one-way email to each of the board members, would it?
I would discourage you from doing that. However, let me tell you that does happen because you may email with a constituent and constituents feel free to forward those emails to other board members. That does not mean that you have violated the Sunshine Law, but we do try to discourage reply alls and things like that to emails.
And the constituent is not subject to the sunshine. That wouldn't be a violation on their part by forwarding.
No, they are not subject to it, but they could inadvertently get you guys
Right.
in some hot water, so we try to discourage that.
Another question.
You may be having that conversation, answering some questions, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, applies to Richard. It shows your thing, that's
And
it's a little sticky then.
well, I ask you also, I'll give an example, like Facebook, okay? So I need to also be careful that I don't put something in my Facebook status that's going to indicate my view or my direction on a particular issue.
I would,
Because I've been careful about that too. I've been trying not to do that.
it's your Facebook status. It gets complicated because it depends on who your friends are. And I
It's hard to
wouldn't,
separate in this.
I wouldn't want you all to be friends on Facebook and then interact that way.
Yeah.
Like Richard posts something about what he thinks, Ralph comments, Howard comments on that. That would be a clear Sunshine Law problem.
Yeah.
And the law is a little bit behind social media. And so they are trying to...
I've been very careful about that too.
Yeah. One thing I do, and we can get into this, it's more of a public records issue than a Sunshine Law issue, is texting. And it's easier from my standpoint at this point in time because we do not have good technology to capture those texts as public records. Do not text on county business. Period.
It's off on our phones anyway.
Okay, it's completely off. Okay. We had different times when it was on versus off. So, and some commissioners have their own personal phones. They just get a stipend. So, but generally, it's just much easier if we don't text on county business. Period, because we are not able to maintain those consistently on our server.
Heather?
Yes.
With regard to this, citizens asking the commissioner a question, the commissioner responds with an email, and then that citizen sends it on to another commissioner and says, this is what Commissioner A says. We all know that shouldn't be done, but it happens.
It does happen all the time, and it doesn't mean you've broken the law.
Correct, but what is your recommendation of how to best address this? Do we to try to have the citizens understand that they should not be doing this? Individually, a commissioner can say to that, but it also I think might be helpful that at a board meeting or several times throughout the year, some kind of reminder to the general public could be done so that they may better understand that they're not supposed to be a conduit between the commissioners.
Yeah, I mean, we could do that. I mean, it is you're exactly right. What you're trying to prevent is anyone from being a conduit, whether it's staff, whether it's your wife, your child, or a citizen innocently doing that. And we've had situations like this, and we have taken the opportunity to have the commissioner whose email was forwarded reply back to them and say, listen, I know this was done innocently, but we try to maintain the highest levels of transparency in the county, and so it's problematic for me if you forward my thoughts on particular issues to other board members outside of the board. So when that happens, I do encourage you to respond directly to that citizen in a thoughtful and kind way. But we could also, trying to think of how it could best be conveyed in a public meeting.
Yeah, could you also possibly develop how you have in your legal email saying this is intended for blah, 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 that some kind
That's exactly what it says, blah, 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 if you read it carefully.
So if you could have a block for us to incorporate into our responses.
That's a good point.
That would say, this email is intended and not to be distributed to other
Do
commissioners.
not forward this to other,
Because this may be, because
I can
Whatever
draft
it
you
is.
something to put underneath your signature line if you have auto signature on. Hold on. If I don't write it down, I won't remember it.
I guess just a better safeguard, I mean, we can't control what we receive, but we can control what we respond to. So if we happen to receive something that somebody sent, that, somebody sent something that another commissioner, I can't control that I received it, but say if a public records was done and they see, oh, okay, well, you received it, but you also responded to it as well, so...
Well, I would encourage you to actually respond to that, and the response would be,
say...
I'm deleting this email because of sunshine law, and can give you,
Right.
just say, I'm sorry, I'm not going to read this. Any exchange of ideas between me and my fellow board members needs to be done in a public meeting so that we have transparency.
And two other things, Heather, in relationship to, if a commissioner from here goes to a FAC meeting sitting on a committee with another commissioner, or in a general assembly type thing, and views are being put out, we could have potentially 2 or more commissioners from our county discussing something that may impact our county in the future. And there's that dialogue going on, unfunded mandates or whatever. We should do this, that, the other thing.
Well, if it's limited to matters that may foreseeably come before the board. A policy discussion on unfunded mandates, general, whether you like them or hate them, may or may not implicate that. That's going to be a judgment call, and depending on the circumstances. But I would discourage having 2 of my commissioners on the same FAC committee at the same time because of that.
But in general, you could have a general assembly meeting.
True.
Where that same thing is happening.
If it's not a FAC committee, say if it's any civic committee, say if you got any civic committee or any organization where the 2 or 3 of you or happen to actually be involved in that same organization.
Well,
And you can talk about that organization's business,
Yeah.
but not county business.
You can all be in the same general session,
Just-
listening to what's going on.
Yeah, you can
just can't,
listen.
engage between each other saying, hey, I think here's how we ought to do that, you can't do that. But y'all can be in the same building. But also, like the Restore Act, Bay County and a couple of counties, they would send all their commissioners, but it was a publicly called meeting as well.
Yeah, you can always cure that, but then they also have to keep minutes.
That's right, and they would keep minutes at the Restore
So
Act.
as long as the meeting is subject to sunshine, you'd be okay, even if you're 100 miles from here.
Well, you can't make any decisions at those meetings, but it does cover you from at least
Because it's a publicly called meeting.
And with regard to the social media and websites, so I have a website. I put out on my website my views on taxes.
That's fine.
Which I've expressed here. It's fine.
That's one-way communication.
Is that considered the one-way?
That's a one-way communication,
Put it out
yeah.
there.
And so even if say if Howard puts out one-way communication, and then say another one, just happens to click on that website and they see the one-way communication, it wasn't directed, it was just...
That's okay. As long, you're not expected to go into a black hole. You're going to talk to the press. You're going to give your opinions that way. You're going to be putting out agenda items for action. That, all that occurs. But what we can't have is then interaction between board members on that topic. Also, as the second bullet up there, we cannot poll. What that basically means, it doesn't mean that I can't talk to each of you in private before a meeting about issues that may be coming up, and that you can't tell me what you're thinking about that issue. That's not what that means. What that means is that if I had a proposed legal settlement, I was thinking, we can get rid of this case. This are the terms. It's $15,000. Can I go ahead and settle that for you? I can't go to each of you individually and get a head nod and then execute that settlement on my own, because that is a matter that would have to come to this board for a vote.
But
That's
you
what
could use
pulling.
that as the basis of bringing it before the board?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can talk to you and see, I mean, we're free to put a finger up and see which way the wind is blowing. But we can't then take action that the board would otherwise have to take in a public meeting based upon individual discussions. That is illegal polling of the board.
And you couldn't say, I've already got two.
No, we don't.
So you
we
can
don't do
only-
that.
Yeah.
We don't do that. Cannot use the telephone, emails, text, Facebook. We've already talked about that. I'm going to move on to public records now, unless you have any more discussions about the Sunshine Law.
I have two quick ones.
Uh-huh.
I understand, this is a publicly noticed meeting in the Sunshine,
Yes.
correct? Now, does that mean that we're limited to the business at hand? Is there anything that we couldn't talk about?
Depends on the call of the meeting, and this was called as a special meeting for a limited purpose, so you are limited to that discussion.
That specific.
Mm-hmm.
Second question, if we talked about two commissioners being at the same meeting, what if the example of the Restore Act that you just had this week, we've got a commissioner there. Could another commissioner come sit in the back of the room and not say a word? But are we also tying the hands of the commissioner that is on the board? It's a publicly noticed meeting.
Yeah, it's public notice and meeting and minutes are being taken.
So we could feel free to come to that as long as we're not interacting, if we're not part of the committee.
And
Yes.
I'm going to kind of add to that, because just to give an example, the reason I was wondering about a while ago, it just so happens, I mean, even before we were ever elected or whatever, it just so happens that both myself, both Ralph and Jerry, each of us are precinct committee members on the Wakulla County Board of County Commission, the Wakulla County Republican Party Executive Committee. Okay, if the three of us are at a meeting, that's the Wakulla County Republican Executive Committee meeting, and then the others who aren't elected begin trying to focus on county issues that may come before the board, at what point are we at then? Do we need to leave?
But you
Do we
need to immediately stop that discussion.
So that
Step away.
Yeah.
That'd be the safest thing.
So that
Talk about politics, but when it comes to county business, they'll say, hey, we can't, you need to shut up.
It can be a fine line what may
That's
come
right.
before this
That's
board.
right. Exactly.
because you know how sometimes anyway, that's the reason I wanted to be sure that didn't ever come up, because that's a very real thing.
And the onus is on you guys when it comes to that.
Well, a good example, Commissioner Merritt just brought up the nonpartisan elections. We do not need to talk about that with that group.
No, you do not.
Right.
Yeah, so there could be several
Unless they
things
want to
that-
have open notice public meetings on it,
Right.
with minutes taken.
We could talk individually with different individuals, but not.
It's just something that the three of us were already in before we ever. Now that we're elected, it puts a new twist on things.
Yes. And you have to be vigilant. There are real consequences. Public records law. Real generally, what this does is create a right of access to records made or received in connection with official business of a public body. That includes the county. It's found in Chapter 119 Florida statutes, and it provides that every person has the right to inspect or copy any public record made or received in connection with official business of the county. What are public records? Public records basically is going to include any material, regardless of physical form, that serves to transmit any sort of information. It's documents, it's letters, it's papers, it's maps, books, tapes, software, films, sound recordings, anything you could think of. However, there are numerous exemptions that are in Florida statutes and in federal law. So if there's any questions, obviously you need to consult the county attorney.
Notes, if I take a note today on a blank piece of paper, I need to
Nope.
keep that.
Nope. Public, any personal notes made to remind yourself or ideas that you have are not public records. However, drafts, if you drafted up a memo for distribution intended to transmit or formalize knowledge, a draft document like that is a public record.
Okay.
A public records request. These can be made verbally or in writing. They can be made by any person. They do not even have to give their name. The county has a reasonable time to respond to them, and the county can charge for the cost of retrieving records if the amount or nature of the records requires extensive use of staff time, and can otherwise charge 15 cents per page or other statutory charges or the charges that you have outlined in your public records policy. If you receive a public records request, and you will, whether it's an informal email from a citizen wanting these kind of documents, or even a formal records request, what you need to do is forward that to the county administration, because they are the official custodian and they need to process all requests.
Katie and/or Jessica are those.
So send it directly to them.
Yes, even if it's just an informal request, somebody, friendly person wants some information, we need to have documentation about when and what they were provided, so that they do not come back later and level a lawsuit against you saying, I didn't get the public records that I wanted. However, you as a county official and us as employees are under a continuing obligation to ensure that we preserve and do not destroy any public records. The specific time periods for how long you have to maintain public records is covered under the state records retention policy.
Are we not allowed to delete any emails or anything like that?
If you delete an email, it's not deleted. It's retained on the county server.
Okay.
You can hit delete and it's still there.
Yeah, okay.
You won't see it in your mailbox, but a record of it exists. How long you have to keep records really depends on the type of the record and the information it contains. And it's I don't even know how many. The public records policy retention schedule is about this long from the state. So if you have questions, ask. The public records law, a few things it does not require. It does not require the county to create records. If a citizen wants certain information and there is no public record on that, we don't have to create a record to provide it to them. It does not require the county to produce records in specific formats if it is not already in that format. However, if a record exists in a certain format, we do have to provide it that way if requested. It also does not require the county to verbally answer questions or to explain any of the records. Public records violations. A violation may be fined up to $500. Unknowingly violating the public records law may result in being removed from your position and charged with a first-degree misdemeanor. If there are no questions on public records, I'll move on to ethics. The Florida Code of Ethics is found in Part 3 of Chapter 112, and it is intended to protect against conflicts of interest and establish basic standards for the conduct of elected officials and certain governmental employees in situations where conflicts may exist. The Code of Ethics addresses standards of conduct, it governs voting conflicts, and it requires financial disclosures. It applies to county commissioners, certain board-appointed committees, and certain board employees. In real general terms, it prohibits certain actions or conducts and requires certain disclosures to be made to the public in the interest of transparency. As county commissioners and as candidates, you're all familiar with some of those disclosures and your financial disclosures. Florida Code of Ethics. First, gifts. The Florida Code of Ethics prohibits public officials from soliciting gifts or honoraria. You may not solicit or accept anything of value that is based on any understanding, whether that be explicit or implicit, that your vote, your official action, or your judgment would be influenced by such gift. Not only may you not solicit gifts, you may not accept unsolicited gifts that are worth more than $100. You may not directly or indirectly accept a gift worth above this amount from any lobbyist, from any partner firm, employer, or principal of a lobbyist. And for these purposes, a lobbyist is a little bit more broadly defined than what you would expect in common parlance. It's any person who for compensation seeks or sought during the past year to influence the governmental decision-making of an elected official or the county, or who seeks or sought in the past year to encourage the passage, defeat, or modification of any proposal or recommendation. Basically, gifts include money, meals, services. They include price discounts.
I want to go back to that. So, under that description there, that person can fall up underneath classification of a lobbyist, even though they're not a recognized licensed lobbyist. Well, if they just, anybody comes at you and they try to encourage you in that way, then they fall up underneath the classification of a lobbyist.
Absolutely. It's very broadly, and the definition of gift is broad. It could include a price discount. It could include, a free game of golf. It could include, hey, I've got extra tickets to the FSU game. Those are all gifts and all subject to these requirements.
I don't know golf, but
Whatever. I don't golf.
So you could accept a round of golf if it's under $100 as long as there's not an expectation it's going to influence your vote? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Are you saying stay away from all gifts? In in the mortgage industry, our definition is nothing of value. I couldn't take a penny from a realtor as a referral or something. So that's the mindset I've been involved in. But you're saying $100 is safe as long as it's not tied.
You cannot solicit anything.
Mm-hmm.
Accepting, you can accept something that is less than $100, but there are reporting requirements that we'll get into after this. What you can accept, even without these limits, is gifts that you're going, if you transfer it to a charitable organization. Because sometimes you may get something, the holidays are coming up, in a couple weeks you'll actually get my official annual gift memo that I send out every year just to remind people. And you may get things, you may just find it in your box that you have no way to, you could call the person, I guess, if you knew who it was, and refuse it. But you can also say there's a gift there that's clearly worth more than $100. You can actually take it and donate it, and therefore be in compliance with the law.
If you wind up getting say you get a Christmas gift from an employee that just, does it fall up underneath the same thing?
Potentially, yes. So I wouldn't, if it's over $100, I wouldn't accept it.
All right.
And employees they know that.
Heather,
This,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
In giving it away of a gift do you have to document?
I
how
would.
it was done? Okay.
But if it's a sweet potato pie, I can eat it, right? Okay. All right.
Unless it's one heck of a sweet potato pie.
This is a gold bar in the bottom.
Certain staff.
I accept all of those.
Only certain.
Yeah.
This also gifts does not include certain items that they may receive from governmental agencies, which are given for a public purpose, like if the county gets a big plaque or something and you accept that, that's not covered under this. It also does not cover gifts from relatives. They allow you to get holiday gifts from your family that are more than $100. Nice of them, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
even though you bought it.
Right. Can use that to save some money. Can't take no more gifts.
Unauthorized compensation. Next, the Florida Code of Ethics prohibits public officials from accepting unauthorized compensation. As an elected official, you may not accept any compensation, payment, or thing of value that is given to influence a vote or other official action. Your immediate family, including your spouse and minor children, may also not accept any compensation or thing of value when you know or when you should know, with the exercise of any minimal reasonable judgment, that is given to influence a vote or your official actions. Kind of related to the gift law, but it's a separate statute, so we cover it separately. Misuse of public positions. The Florida Code of Ethics prohibits public officials from misusing their public positions. You may not corruptly use your official position to obtain any special privilege for yourself or for others. Additionally, you may not disclose or use any information that would not generally be available to the public and is obtained through your official public position for your personal benefit. For example, here, as a commissioner that there is potentially a road widening that's going to occur. You know, DOT's thinking about acquiring right-of-way, blah, blah, blah. You can't use that information, go out, buy that right-of-way, sell it back to DOT and make a killing. That'd be a potential problem here. Next, doing business with the county. The Code of Ethics prohibits you as a public official from doing business with your agency, which in this case would be the county. You may not do business with or your business entity in which you or your spouse or your child own more than a 5% interest. May not do business with the county. Doing business includes purchasing, renting, leasing, any realty, goods, or services with the county. You also need to avoid engaging in conflicting employment or contractual relationships. A public official may not be employed or contract with any business entity that is regulated by the county or doing business with the county. You're further prohibited from having employment or a contractual relationship that will pose a frequently recurring conflict between your private interests and public duties. For example, if you worked for an entity that routinely came before the county to get approvals, you could have a recurring conflict that would not only prevent you from or require you from abstaining from voting, but if it happens enough, there's a fine line, and the Florida Commission on Ethics is the entity that determines where that line falls in each particular factual circumstance. But if you went over that line, you either would have to get rid of your private interest relationship or resign your public position.
I wanted to ask you direction on one thing. You know, that's like, you know, I work for the prison, and the county heavily uses the inmate labor. Where do I fall in with that as far as that's so far below removed from where I'm at now? I'm not directly involved with either one.
You're fine. I don't think that would pose a problem. Just as a general rule, if you have specific anything dealing with ethics, you have a specific factual situation that you're unsure of. Obviously, come to me. We can discuss it. However, if it's in a gray area, and there's a lot of, I hate to use the cliche, there's a lot of gray area in ethics, but there is a lot of gray area in ethics because you could read the statutes and how it's been applied and interpreted by the Commission on Ethics. There's going to be a unique spin to it based upon the facts. So if there is clear gray area, I'm going to always refer you to the Commission on Ethics because they are the only opinion on these issues that is binding. Mine is not. And they will, you can call them on the phone. You don't even have to give your name. I'm a public official. I serve on the county commission. I have this issue that's coming up. Do you see any pitfalls for me here with regard to the ethics code? And they'll talk it through with you on the phone. Usually you can get somebody the first time you call. They're very open and accessible. They will also give you, if you desire it, a formal or an informal written opinion that you can use, you can have in your file, say, listen, I did the prudent, responsible thing. And if you have that from them and somebody later files an ethics complaint against you, that is going to protect you. That will protect you. My opinion in just telling you this is what the law says as I've read it will not protect you from an ethics charge. You can still get it. It can be helpful in defending that charge, but it's not going to be protection if you got a decision from the Commission on Ethics.
I have a real world scenario. It doesn't happen a lot, but it happens. I have clients that qualify for and receive SHIP funds. Is that simply a matter of me recusing myself, or do I need to not deal with clients who are going to apply with SHIP funds?
It really is going to depend on how often that comes up.
I haven't gotten a lot of money. It hasn't been too often. And also, I don't know that it matters that I'm a W-2 employee. I don't own the company. You know, if it's a easier matter, I could have my wife deal with that client if that makes a difference. I don't know. It's not going to, having your wife do it is not going to insulate because most of these things are going to apply to your spouse as well.
Okay. Maybe we want to talk a little bit more about this after the fact, and maybe we call the Commission on Ethics.
I've got a client right now that already has the SHIP approval letter, and so I definitely need to decide whether or not if I send it
Okay.
elsewhere or if I can do it and disclose it, I mean, whatever the best.
Well, I mean, I think bringing one forward is probably going to be fine, and if it those do come to the board for a vote. They're a little bit weird because we have form documents.
Work on that
Yeah.
and abstain.
Yeah.
And come to
Those
a
do-
discussion, and you could actually get out and get all this if you want.
Well, you
I would
know,
abstain. I work on this.
and we'll go through
think,
voting
Become
conflicts and the
more of a
procedures.
number, then at that point, we need to make a different
Right, yeah,
decision.
Just from personal experience, and I don't think you need to remove yourself from the board, abstaining I think would do it, but if you wanted to remove yourself from the board, going into the audience is not the way to do it.
Right.
You have to get outside the building, all right? So,
But abstaining should
Yeah.
be fine.
Yeah, there's a conflict. You have to fill out a form. And I talk about that in a little bit, voting conflicts, so we'll go through that there. But as far as ongoing, I would encourage you just to call the Commission on Ethics, and I can get you the phone number, and just explain it to them, and they'll be able to say, no, it's probably okay, but watch out for this, or don't do this. They're really good about that, and they'll be able to guide you through that potential
I think I
minefield.
had one in all of 2012 that
Yeah.
came before this board,
Yeah.
and one more right now.
Voting conflicts, well, that's very great segue. Voting conflicts of interest. No county official may vote in any official capacity on any measure which would inure to the special private gain or the loss of themselves, any principal or entity by whom they are retained, or to any relative or business associate. If there is no conflict or an appearance of conflict, the public official must vote. You cannot sit up here without a conflict and say, oh, this is way too politically hot for me, I'm not voting on it. You gotta vote. You got a responsibility. Examples. There is a present voting conflict if you are going to be voting on a matter which directly benefits you, a family member, or your business. There's an appearance of conflict if you're going to be voting on a matter that involves a former business partner who you're no longer associated with, but in the public's mind, you're kind of linked still. So that's the difference between a present conflict and an appearance of conflict. If there's a present conflict, you must abstain. If there's an appearance of conflict, it's optional, you may abstain. If there is a voting conflict of interest as a public official, you must announce the nature of that conflict in the public meeting before the vote. You must abstain from voting. If there is a conflict, you may abstain. If there's an appearance, you must file a memorandum of voting conflict. This is Commission on Ethics Form 8B, and you file that and give it to Evelyn. You're going to document the nature of your conflict in there, and you may not participate in the discussion without first disclosing the nature of your interest in this matter, either in writing prior to the meeting or orally as soon as you become aware of a conflict.
If a P&Z issue comes before the board and it's a family member that owns the property or involved, then that's an issue where we would be abstaining, right?
And it's going to depend on what family member that is, though.
Yeah, I mean, but if it was a family member that had a piece of property, they were going to go to land that they intended on ultimately selling or developing or whatever else, that would be something that I would have to abstain.
Yes.
Yeah, just double checking.
Financial disclosures. As an elected public official, and in fact, as a candidate, you were required, and you will be required so long as you hold office, to complete and file certain financial disclosure forms. Form 2, I don't think most of you will have to file. That's a quarterly client disclosure of clients represented before a county or any county agency. Form 6 you are all very familiar with. It is your annual financial disclosure. This is going to outline your assets, your liabilities, your sources of income, net worth, and certain other information. As a candidate, you filed this. As a elected commissioner, annually by July 1, you will be required to file this with the Commission on Ethics. You will get a reminder in the mail from them to do that. Form 9 is one I will be sending out to you in a couple weeks as a annual reminder, is a quarterly gift disclosure for gifts of more than $100 from private entities. If there's a gift of that amount from a governmental entity, there's an annual requirement, and that's filed on Form 10.
Now, does that mean total? Because you've already told us don't take any gifts over $100.
It's per gift.
Okay, so if you've taken one gift that's $90, it wouldn't be on this form?
No, but the lobbyist who provided that gift has to file a form to report it.
Okay.
So if an employee gives you a sweet potato pie, they're got to, not that I like sweet potato pie.
Well, under 25 does not have to report it at all. 25 to 100 is reported by the lobbyist. So,
So from what I'm hearing then, as long as I never take a gift over $100, I never have to fill out a form.
you know what, and I just tell you from my standpoint, because I'm subject to the same gift reporting, David's subject to them, code enforcement, P&Z people are subject to it, anyone who has certain purchasing authority is subject to it. I don't take any. When we were going through the process of trying to vet outside law firms who wanted to help the county with the not the restore, but the BP oil spill stuff. I mean, we had law firms, big tort firms flying in from all over, and I didn't even let them pay for my lunch. I'm like, I'll pay for my own. I just don't like that complication. I don't like the potential insinuation. I pay for everything.
Gotcha.
But that's just the way I handle it. That's going a little bit above and beyond. You don't have to be that careful, but to me, it's just easier to keep in my mind.
But if we do take a $50 sweet potato pie, we don't have to fill it out.
No.
That's what you're saying. Hard to pass that sweet potato pie.
I just tell you, when I was stationed in Okinawa, I had this one person sent me a sweet potato pie, and all I got was the box, and there was a note inside of it and said, "Thanks for the pie, send more."
And that. Look, I got you back on track.
Yeah.
5-minute break, I'm sure y'all need.
Okay.
Parks, and we're going to do parks and facilities now. In this year's budget, one of the things that we're doing is, before we had Parks and Recreation and a token facilities department. This year we put in the budget to break parks out of recreation. Recreation would primarily be Met-Art. What happens at the Met-Art Park, and anything for the kids and stuff like that. And then the parks naturally are just what it says. The parks, the boat ramps, the campgrounds, all Mash's Sands, all these things that we got. We're in the process of hiring a parks person, the parks director, that'll also be the facilities person, seeing that we don't have the money for both right now. We hire because we don't have anybody that's in charge of facilities. So we're in the process of going through that recruitment right now to hire a park/facilities person. But anyway, this is the first year that we're breaking it out. Really, what we're going to, we've got some serious maintenance issues moving forward. We haven't maintained our facilities. We're responsible for things like the jail. That's the BOCC facility. The courthouse is a BOCC facility. They have their own maintenance person, but still we're responsible for that. The supervisor of election, this facility. Yeah. Yes.
The jail being, and I know that I'm on the Historical Society, and we kind of have a lease of it. How?
That's I'm talking about the sheriff's.
Oh, the old. Okay, that one. Okay,
the new one. And so we're gonna be pulling together. We've got some baseline information we pulled together in a 5-year plan for maintenance of our facilities. We're going to further pull that together, and I put money in the 5-year plan over the next couple of years to ramp up our maintenance, because we've got to upgrade our air conditioning systems and our lighting to be able to save money. We need to spend money to save money, if that makes any sense. But we've got to upgrade, and because there hasn't been any upgrades here in 20 years, so to speak of. and that's something we've got to do, and we've got to get more efficient at that. But currently, parks, the parks, like I say, we have broken parks out, and I had my place here.
Well, look, I want to ask one more
Yeah,
question.
go ahead.
The person that had come here to the county commission meeting a couple months ago about the LED lights from Night Energy Management.
Right.
I contacted him, and I got him. I brought him to my prison, and now he's now working with DOC to that lighting program. My prison may be a pilot program for those lighting system. Now that I'm on the county commission, if he comes, what does that leave me with? Because he is an active registered lobbyist. What does that leave me now that I'm a county commissioner? Him coming back here if the county pursues with that same person? Do I need to just not?
Did you gain financially from it?
Oh, nothing. I didn't gain nothing.
Then I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay, all right.
He's not gonna.
I'm not gaining anything. Yeah, I'm not gaining nothing. No.
Yeah. Just a brief overview, we've got 11 parks throughout the county, and we've also got numerous boat ramps, including picnic pavilions, park lighting, restrooms, walkways, trail exercise facilities, jogging trails, overnight camping facilities, and that are overseen by this division. We collect fees at the majority of at all of our boat ramps. We collect fees at our at many of our beaches, as well as we collect fees for camping fees. Yes, I'm sorry, under parks. I'm sorry, it's on back in. It's a tab a little bit further back.
Number 12.
I'm sorry. This is.
Well, I wasn't leading you.
So, but anyway, just to let you know, a brief update on the parks is one of the things that we're in the process of doing. Is we've got it in the budget this year to redo Hudson and Azalea parks. Hudson or Azalea Park needs to be, the path is used there tremendously.
And it's busted all to pieces.
And we're going to look at going in and mixing that and putting a new path down, as well as a new playground, new bathrooms, parking with actual curb stops, and also extending the trail over to Hudson Park and trying to organize Hudson Park a little bit so that when we have these Saturday flea market sales, it's an orderly fashion that people can walk on concrete or asphalt, and everything seems to be in order. But also in the meantime, it can be used as a walking trail, extend our walking trail, as well as we're looking at a extension, letting that kind of be the backbone of our sidewalk system in Crawfordville, and extend sidewalks that would eventually tie over to over by CVS and Capital City Bank. We've got through the CRTPA. We want to extend a sidewalk from the senior center over to across 319 and also behind CVS, so the seniors can actually have you go through there any time of day, you see the little hover rounds there in the road, and that's just not safe. And that we've trying to push some of that funding up. I know that's not parks, but it would just all that would tie together. And one of the things we're doing, we've got our local landscape architect, Brett Hammond. He's going to be working with us on this, and we're going to be soliciting community input into this, and we'll be putting out signs. This will be paid for. This project will be paid for by 1 cent sales tax, and also we're going to be applying for grants so that even if it's 50% match grants, we can double our money. Mm-hmm. So we're going to be pursuing that as well. So, any question about parks?
So Brent Hammond, is he on contract with us? Or?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Has he been with us for a while?
It just got on. He's a local guy.
And he was on the planning commission. Same guy, right?
I don't know who's in it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so was that bid out?
The initially, he's part of our CCNA contract corps. Right. That's right.
September?
In September, yeah. Okay. Boat ramps, one of the things we're doing there is, we charge a ramp fee now. We've actually, ramp fees have been probably averaging, I'd say about $200 a week. We've already made some improvements to Rock Landing, and
Is that combined?
that's combined, yeah, that's all ramps. And what we're doing is that actually goes into a separate fund. It goes into the boating fund, and we're taking those funds that we get from there and working to improve those ramps, all the ramps. And we haven't done a good job, to be honest with you, right now. We've made some improvements, but we've got plans for bigger improvements. It's just I have not had the staff to actually take off and go do that, but we're building that fund up so that we can start, because what we want to have happen is every dime that's collected stays right back there and improves, constantly improves, so we're getting better. That's right. Well, not at that particular ramp, but we'll have projects at every ramp to bring every ramp up, because that, and then also maybe in the future, build new ramps where we can. But also that fund, also what the parks are in charge of is all of the day markers that you see out in Oclatney Bay and Shell Point and these areas. We have to maintain those as well. We'll be going in through boating grant. One of the things in boating grants and FWC grants for some dredging, and also to upgrade some of our facilities as well. We want to get aggressive in that standpoint. And the purpose of that fee, like I say, is to stay. It's to make effect. We don't put it anywhere else. It stays right there in that boating fund to make improvements.
That's good to know, because I've heard a lot of complaints about it.
It's there, and it will, over the next year to two, it will make a difference.
Have the collection boxes that were vandalized been replaced?
They were supposed to be. I'm not sure whether, last time I was down at, Levy Bay, that one had not been replaced. But
Bottoms Road as well?
Bottoms Road, I'm sorry, Bottoms Road, that's where I was.
Both of those, I think, were vandalized.
Has Bottoms? Okay.
A question going back to the sidewalks and things.
Yes, sir.
That's Hudson Park and Azalea Park?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this is coming from the 1 cent sales?
Yes, sir.
You said?
Yes, sir, 1 cent sales tax.
Which is that part of that dedicated money for Parks and Rec?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
5% is recreation.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And the ones
and this is realize it was we're also using some money that we had backlogged or in fund balance, so we're kind of making a big project now out of that.
That's got to be for voter renewal in 2014 too, as well, don't it?
Mm-hmm.
Is there? I know. Are we limited to what we can do to educate the public? To more, I guess more we can do to educate the public.
We can educate. We can't promote. We can educate, and that yes, we will, and it's vital to our operations. That's where we buy our fire, sheriff cars and ambulances, and do any park improvements. And I mean, it's really vital to keeping for capital purposes and also for roads. I mean, there was a lot of roads paved in this county with 1 cent sales tax.
A whole lot.
A lot of roads.
Could you go back to what you said about the backlog or the money that was accumulated in fund balance? What does that mean?
That was where 1 cent sales tax, when it wasn't spent the previous year, there was a fund balance moving forward, and this year we're utilizing much of that fund balance because we got we got projects that we want to get done. So we're using some of that fund balance from last year in 1 cent sales tax.
In the same category?
That's right, in the same category. That's right. That's right. So, any other questions on parks and facilities? Okay, very good. Recreation. Yep. Ms. Jess.
Is there a section in the book on?
Yes, sir. It's actually, you got to move back up on it. We kind of mistabbed that a little bit.
No, it's not.
It's not mistabbed.
Should be under communications and public services. Libraries.
Number 5.
Go to section 6.
Super. Thank you.
Thanks. No, I'm sorry, 5. I'm sorry, 5.
Okay. The Recreation Department is primarily responsible for recreational programs and youth programs. Let's see, there's 4, Peggy, correct me if I'm wrong, 2 full-time positions and 3 part-time positions?
Correct.
Okay. They handle scheduling all of the practices and games. There's a schedule in here, which I'm not sure if this is from this year or last year, of all of the sports activities that are held at the park. You've got flag football, cheerleading, tackle football, winter soccer, basketball, t-ball, girls softball, spring soccer, adult softball, and the list goes on. The recreation department also organizes duties for the inmate labor, state and local. I don't know if you want me to divvy into the David, you may want to touch on the facilities.
The same way that we have to, the same way that each district had to identify people for the rec board, that board, do we have to do the same thing for the rec board at a certain time, or?
Actually, the recreation board, the resolution that was done years back doesn't specify which members are serve how long of a term. So we decided to go ahead and, especially now that we have you new commissioners, give you the opportunity to either reappoint them with its current members or to replace them. So I plan on talking to each of the members to see which ones want to continue serving and which ones do not want to continue, and then give you the chance to either stay with the ones that are currently on there or pick new ones.
Okay.
And I think there's, I think you get two members per district, if I'm not mistaken.
They definitely should fill the vacancies.
Yes, there is vacancies on there now. But it all come to you at once.
Okay, just wonder.
Yes, that's on my to-do
I'm
list.
perfectly okay with who we got in my district, but, just wonder.
Right.
Recreation is one of the things that really has been underfunded, and it's too bad because our kids suffer from it. We should have, like other counties our size and smaller that they have, we should have good facilities. And right now we do not have good facilities. We don't necessarily even hold tournaments because we don't have tournament grade facilities, and we need to get to that. It's very unfortunate that we had a nice facility at one time, but understand it's old now. One of the things that we're looking at the possibility, and we're just looking at possibilities, is possibility of having a northern or Crawfordville area park and start it as a soccer park, because soccer countrywide and statewide and countrywide is booming. And currently we do not have a proper soccer facility, period, in the story. And so
we're using ball fields for soccer.
We're using ball fields for soccer, which is sometimes done, but also we need to improve our facilities as we've got more and more kids coming in this county. We have great participation, but it's sad that our kids are playing on and it's just we haven't funded it. That's all there is to it, and it takes money to run that stuff. It takes money to maintain it, and there's just no two ways about it. So one of the things we're looking at is that we're in a quandary here a little bit. Is we've got 1 cent sales tax money for recreation, which is dedicated to the rec park. Is do we go ahead and spend that money upgrading facilities like lighting? Our lighting is substandard there. We got kids playing t-ball and getting hit in the head because the lighting is not or baseball. But do we go ahead and upgrade that facility, or do we concentrate our efforts, go after some grant dollars, buy some land, start a soccer complex here, and start a park kind of more centrally located in the county, so that we can start from anew and have it organized, have it spaced properly, and do it right? Or do we stick money into something that's not, it was put there. They did a good job at the time, but at the end of the day, as funding came in, they just kind of had to hodgepodge everything together. No fault of anyone. That's just the way it is.
Right.
Do we keep that, or do we say, let's keep this as a baseball facility and let's start a new rec park over here, and so we can organize it correctly and it's concentrated to soccer. So those are some of the things that we're going to be bringing back to you guys that we're looking at. Is how, you know what I mean? How do you want us to put good money towards a substandard facility, or do you want to build a new facility? And because we don't have any expandability at all, unless we buy more land over there, which is very expensive land. We've looked at that as well. Or do we, we come back up in here, because we're getting a lot of complaints from citizens that live in the northern part of the county that their kids want to play, and they're like, I got to drive all the way to Medark, 30 minutes to go drop my kid off to play, and it's away from everything. It'd be nice if it was kind of centrally located up here. So those are things that we're looking at, and we got our share of issues in recreation that we've got to solve, and we're going to be working on those. But anyway, got any questions on recreation? It's probably a little more than y'all wasn't quite ready for that, but just to let you know, we're thinking about all these things and thinking outside of the box, and really thinking of making sure we're spending our monies properly, and do we spend that money there versus go ahead and starting a new facility. That's what it's going to boil down to. Okay? Any questions on?
No, I'm just all on board with recreation.
Okay. And we want to expand our recreation. We think lacrosse is catching on state and countrywide. We need to have a lacrosse program.
Well, I think it had been mentioned in the past too that if we upgraded our recreation facilities, we would be more of a site for bigger tournaments, and that's a direct feed to our economy whenever they come, because we got the hotels and everything else.
It's a direct feed for our economy. It's very good for our economy to hold tournaments, and it's. The biggest thing is this: if we can get our fields to tournament grade fields, number one is that we can help pay for them with tournaments, but also, you're right, that's seats in restaurants, that's heads in beds, but also the biggest thing is guess what our kids are playing on day after day? They're playing on good, top quality fields, and we owe it to our kids to do that. And that's really that's I grew up doing that, and and that's what we need to do. But part of that is, you're right, we got to ramp it up so that we can get those tournaments, and then all of a sudden things start generating revenue there, but also locally. But more we can generate there. So anyway, that's what we're looking at, and that's our goal. Is we really want to improve it for our kids, and to make it where it's more viable. We actually need to improve so that we can not make money, but help substitute. You know what I mean? It's like we need to improve, spend money to be able to make money. So,
Right.
All right. Any questions?
Just a comment on
Yes, sir.
just, as you talk about things like this, and I start getting nervous and I love sports. I've been involved personally in sports all my life. But, what's the role of government? What should we be doing? And, we're 30,000 people, and how do we spend our money?
That's right. All right. Moving right along. Let's see, where do we go now? We're done recreation services. Hey, we're 30 minutes ahead of time. Do y'all have any other comments on anything that we've talked about? And so we can rush this thing. That way we can go on and go to lunch, and then we can come back maybe at 12:30, and we'll move everyone up. That way we're not in here.
Yeah, because I do want to be at that right.
That's right. So okay.
Well, that's like TDC. TDC being the last thing. I spent 7 years on that, so I've got pretty good understanding on.
Okay.
Anyway,
Take a lunch break. Do you want to just adjourn us for right now?
We're going to go ahead.
Yes.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we got to do it that way.
Yeah.
So go ahead and call the meeting to order, and have Cleve begin the part for Public Works.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry y'all disappointed I don't have my Speedo on, but I'll do that. We'll save that for the next one. obviously we're a contract operations of your public work, and for your newer commissioners, I know Dr. Kessler's probably heard this before. It's a big difference between contract operations and privatization. We are contract operators, and we basically provide labor and some expertise and skill levels that wasn't here prior to us getting here. And if we ever decide to go our separate ways, with the exception of a few files and some computers, everything that we work with and deal with on a daily basis belongs to Wakulla County. So if it comes to that point, which we hope it never does, it's not like you're out of business, and so I always want to try to point that out. There's a huge difference between contract operations and privatization, because there is, if you ever want to make a change, it's an easier transition. But we're starting our 7th year here under this current contract, the 10-year contract, and over the course of the contract, we typically ask for a CPI increase if our contract would go up. But over the years, our contract has went up to do the scope changes, but we went from a high of $2,339,000 to when the budget, if you're following, I don't know if y'all have my handout?
Mm-hmm,
yeah. When the budget started having, or the county started having budgetary issues, we reduced our contract $679,000, and most of that was with, a lot of that was with labor. We went from over 42 people down, we got 29 people on staff right now, and we're able to keep up. I'm not telling you it's not a challenge from time to time, but we've able to keep up, and it creates a, what I'm trying to get here, it's a partnership. It's a give and take on both sides. You know, we can work on a reduced staff and a reduced level. I hope we haven't really reduced the level of service, but we're not able to respond to complaints or problems quite like we were before. Going from a fleet of 5 graders to 3 graders, obviously in the future you'll be getting complaints about roads. In the past, we could almost dedicate a road grader to troubleshooting, and we don't have that luxury now, because we're spread out all the way from Smith Creek to Old Magnolia to almost to Woodville, and so we can't. The graders have to stay on the routes, but every time a complaint is called in, we evaluate that complaint. We have a guy, that's what he's dedicated to do, and I'll kind of move into the road and bridge in just a minute, but every time we get a complaint, we actually go look at that complaint and see, is it something that is jeopardizing public safety, or is it really a nuisance to the public traffic, and we will go handle that situation. But if not, we'll get to it as we make our routes, and typically our routes right now are about 3 weeks, and we get around the entire county. If you look down at the contract breakdown, road and bridge makes up 75% of that, and that's your gas tax money. And all our contract is funded, I think probably Greg James has told you, is we're not in the ad valorem tax at all. This is the gas tax money. I want the revenue sharing with the state, then wastewater, solid waste, and water are all enterprise funds. In other words, we sell a service and get paid for that service, and that's how we're funded. To talk about the administration of ESG, I'm the project manager, and you see my assistant and financial person are right here behind me, Nanette and Brent. They are both in training today, and as we move forward, I would like to give each of you an opportunity to come meet with us at Trice Lane, and we'll go over our operations in a little more detail, including a tour of some of our major projects, and introduce you to key people. And one of the first things I want to do is hand out these cards. Thank you.
They don't fit in your wallet right, they're not credit card size. So you have to trim them down.
Believe me, my office staff is trimming new ones down that you will be getting. These are emergency contacts. The way our emergency call-out works, each of our departments, we walk through them, will have key personnel that I will introduce you to on a one-to-one orientation session. But the biggest thing and the most important part of that card, if you can always call 911, or not 911, but the sheriff's department. But some people call in 911. They have a list of emergency contacts. But you as commissioners, if you've got a problem, you need somebody to address, and you can't reach me, if you'll call anybody on this list, and you'll get somebody on this list, you're done with it. If you call the guy in wastewater, and it's a road problem, he will keep calling until he gets the right people in wastewater. We stress this to the staff. So the biggest thing is that you're welcome to call me, Brent and Annette, and some of these other people, Don Kemp.
I want to ask about that. I know where does that fall in line with the non-interference thing that got passed? I mean, as far as, what's the limits as far as a commissioner can,
I'm going to have to let David answer some of that question.
The non-interference we just recently did, what's the limits as far as the commissioner? Say if I got an issue with somebody, do I have to go through, or can I just, if I just call directly?
If you got a complaint from a citizen that
just
says, I need my
directly
road paved, or my road graded, call Cleve.
Okay, all right.
But, I mean, if you're going to call them to say, hey, I need you to grade my entire region or whatever, yeah, you need to talk to me about that. But if it's something small that you get a complaint that you're going to have from time to time from your citizenry that says, hey, I got a pothole, or I got a whatever needs to be patched,
I can
don't
just
call
Cleve, or I can call, okay, got it.
You know what I mean? It's just anything major.
Just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, and I would encourage you to let the citizens know to call us direct. I mean, lots of time they will call a county commissioner and won't try to.
So I can just give them your number and say call Cleve or call Brent or whoever.
And also, especially with Waste Pro, you need to direct the citizens to call Nanette at Waste Pro ESG, because that's part of their contract to handle.
Okay.
Let her take care of those problems. Don't bring it to us. Okay? Because they've got the system worked out. And that's who, if you want to know who can make the difference, she makes the difference. She makes it happen.
So if it's Waste Pro and the net.
Waste Pro, straight in the net.
And again, not just necessarily the net. You can let me know about it or Brent or something, but that's the key to it, that we and guys, most of the time, lots of the problems, by the time you hear about it, we know about it, and we may be trying to get to it. It's not. It's just not.
Somebody may feel like if they can expedite it if they call a commissioner or whatever.
We do have people that would respond to stuff on weekends. But lots of time when you talk about the non-interference, but I don't view that at all, because most of the time we already know about the problem. Problems. But the office is located, administration office where I'm at is located at Trice Lane. That's where we receive the bulk of the phone calls and generate work orders. We process invoices for payment, concurrency letters, driveway permits, requests for locate, and it's the main fueling areas. We do a monthly client report. I said I wasn't going to read this list off. Now I'm going here and reading it off. But anything administrative is handled over there, and that's where it filters down into the road and the bridge division. We've just recently promoted, as we go on the road and bridge, a gentleman named Donald Dempsey, but most of y'all know him as Bubba Dempsey, and that's what he prefers to be called. He lived in Wakulla County all his life. He now is over the road and bridge operations, and Don Kemp actually works for Bubba Dempsey, and this is not, Don has been the superintendent for the road department for years. He's in his early 70s, and we certainly haven't demoted him, but we've taken some of the strain, some of the pressure off of him. But he's still a person. If you got a problem on a road and can't reach somebody, don't hesitate to call Don Kemp. Don't hesitate to call Bubba Dempsey, because they're both very valuable in our organization. But we are preparing Mr. Dempsey for the future when Mr. Kemp will retire, because he.
And what I would say, and I think y'all all know this, is just say, here's the problem. Don't say, I need you to drop what you're doing and go there and do it. That's not your prerogative. That's him.
Just let them, just relay the problem to them, and then they'll handle them.
That's right.
And we do all roadside mowing, culverts, potholes, traffic lights. We don't have direct control over street lights, so the county doesn't maintain or pay for lots of street lights. But if you have somebody who's complaining about a street light, can't get nothing done, call us. We'll call the appropriate power company. But we really have to control that. We don't, our responsibility, and sometimes citizens don't understand, we don't do anything on 319, 98, or Woodville Highway. We do have some state roads in here. But we also work with the state on, conflicts, and we will help the state, and the state will help us from time to time. As you are now newly elected commissioners, we remove dead carcasses off the road. And it won't be very long till your citizens, your neighbors, will be trying to run you over. So if they succeed, we'll pick you up. But again, that's probably, I joke about that, but that's probably one of the biggest complaints I get on the weekend is from commissioners is a dog's been killed or a cat's been killed and it's laying out on the road, and we will dispatch somebody to pick it up. So, and we've also had a couple of calls for horses and one cow. And we also maintain the fleet. We got 99 vehicles and 74 pieces of equipment. We stay pretty busy, and we also maintain the property appraisers, tax collectors, building department, planning and zoning, and the non-emergency vehicles of the fire department. We do the general maintenance with those guys, and each of those departments are billed for their this is a tax collector. I don't know who thinks she has any vehicles. Really, the property appraiser has the most of them. We actually bill them not for the labor, for materials or parts that we buy. The labor is included in our contract, and it works out pretty good, and we're able to keep it all up. We are going into the solid waste division. We are the contract managers for Waste Pro, and like I said, this card, Nanette Watts, is really active with Waste Pro, but again, you can talk to me, you can talk to Brent Pell, but primarily myself and Nanette Watts are the ones that, and the two ladies in the offices. If somebody's garbage hadn't been picked up in a couple of days, just call our office. We'll make sure it happens. And but any of the more complex issues, we will handle Waste Pro. But we also we oversee the long-term care and closure of your landfill. You will own these landfills well after we're all retired, probably. Medark Landfills is 30 years and counting, and we're trying right now to quit and basically put it in final closure and quit having to monitor it, and it's not easy. So Laurel Bridge Landfill is a baby compared to Medark, so this county will own Medark Laurel Bridge Landfill forever. And there's been a question, why don't we call that Dr. Martin Luther King Landfill? Well, it was named Laurel Bridge Landfill years ago. We'd have to go in there and change permits, names of permits to rename that landfill. So, and I really didn't think it'd be appropriate to
open up a can of worms sometimes.
Yeah, and I don't think it's appropriate to name the landfill after Dr. King. And I think there's just some misunderstanding why the name of the landfill hasn't changed. But the biggest reason is it's a permitted. Actually, you have 3 permitted facilities out there, and they're all Lower Bridge landfill. We have a Class 3 cell, Class 1 cell, and a transfer station. And those, but right now the biggest issue, understanding, we do not have an active landfill in this county. They're all closed. We have no space available for landfills. But again, we part of that we help with the household amnesty day for household hazardous waste. We do that in conjunction with Jefferson County, and we're David Edwards and myself and Nanette we're in the process of working out a deal with Jefferson County where the cost of that program has gone through the roof, and we got some things that we can barter with them a little bit and make some deals, and we'll be bringing that back to the board. We skipped, this is first time in the fall we haven't had a household amnesty day, and people really want that. We have a big turnout for that, and it's a big event. We do it on Saturday morning up at Trice Lane, and we have lots of people come, and we collect, and we got all the statistics of what we collect, but it is a big event, and we're in the process of getting that reestablished. It's probably going to be early summer before we can do that, though. But so you may hear, that's another, believe it or not, that's a huge complaint that we have from citizens right now, is when we're going to have another amnesty day.
And there's no other place for them to take it locally, right? You can't go to Marpan or anything.
You can take some of it to Marpan, but and Veolia Environmental, which is in Tallahassee, but they're fee-based. If you take a TV up to Veolia, they're going to charge you. I'm not sure what the prices are. Same thing with Marpan. Some of the stuff they will take, but when you get down to the used flammables, like paint thinners and some of those solvents and stuff in cans, there is no place to take that unless we have an amnesty day that I'm aware of. But we'll be bringing an item back here pretty soon and part of the item will explain the hazardous waste amnesty day a little bit further. Another little issue you're going to have to deal with pretty fast is that your river sink water system. It's a neat little water system, but you only generate about $23,000 a year in revenues. And one of the biggest expenses we've got this year is we got $40,000 just to paint the tank. And so when it pays for itself, it really doesn't. I mean, any revenues any savings you have over a period of time will be eat up with the maintenance on your tower. Now, I just happened to be here when that river sink water system was put in years ago. It was a FEMA mitigation project from some tropical storms that flooded the wells in the river sink area, the personal wells. And that system was never meant to just sit there with the original 100 customers. All had ideas of expanding it. But due to the way our utilities are, especially our water utilities are in Wakulla County, we have 5 different water systems. And the river sink area actually competes with the city of Sopchoppy and Talquin. And there's really nowhere for us to expand. But it's just something that we're going to have to talk to the board about, and it's way deep, more detail than what we want to get into today. But it's not that it's a losing proposition. It just has never grown. And some of that is just, due to the decisions by previous boards, and it's just, and some of it's just the nature of the beast, how we kind of got boxed in by these other water systems. And this is, I put here just a real quick thing. This is a value-added thing that we did for the contract. The Newport Park was actually had a contractor servicing his water system, and about 18 months ago we took that over at no cost to the county, and I'm not real sure. That was one of the things that slipped through the cracks over the year, that I'm not sure why you have another operator operating your water system when we have the people and expertise and the licenses to do this. So, but this is actually, your little park here actually generates some revenue, and I think David might go into that, whoever's going to do your park, or maybe already done it.
We've already done parks. Yeah. But Newport Park is a revenue generator, that's for sure.
And the Camping Beach.
about $20,000 a year, believe it or not.
But there's
This
prob-
time, and this time of year, 'cause this time of year is when it picks, when the hunters come in, yeah.
Right. I'm seeing problems out there, though, as far as the management and the collection of fees.
Okay.
People leaving before people come out to collect the fees and things like that.
We had a change of people that were there, they left, and they were doing a great job of collecting fees, and I watched that on a spreadsheet. I get a weekly spreadsheet, and I've noticed we're collecting more than what we should on the budget right now, but it's not where we've been the previous year. So you're right. That's one of the things we're looking at.
But did someone live on site, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we had a trailer on site, and they lived there. I don't know how long. I think 3 or 4 years.
That was in 6 years.
Yeah, so it's been a while, and they left, and they actually wanted us to build them a house, which that'd been nice, but we just didn't have the funds to do that. But
Are you looking at staying with the same kind of, looking for another manager to live on site?
we got somebody there now. We just that's a hit and miss thing. You get good people like that, and then you get folks that don't pay attention.
It's like the sock shop at City Park. Whenever that one person left, we went through 5 or 6 people to get the one we got now.
Yeah, but you're right, and Commissioner Kessler, that's one of the things reason we're going. Also, we're breaking apart Parks and Recreation so we can focus on that. You're exactly right. Okay.
One of your other, we kind of blew past the wastewater treatment plant a little faster earlier, but this is one of the problems you have in Wakulla County with your wastewater system, is that everything has to be pumped. You got 75 lift stations, and gravity is the way to go, but we have very small pockets of gravity wastewater, and this is one of the reasons that your expenses on your wastewater is another subject, probably several workshops over in the next few years, but it's wastewater. Everybody thinks about roads as being your most expensive thing as far as a commission, as far as the infrastructure. But I can tell you, wastewater will rival it and solid waste. I mean, it is the transportation costs of solid waste, where basically you got to transport garbage 100 miles one way. Wastewater, there's nothing cheap about wastewater.
Absolutely not.
Power, I mean, you're depending on the power company because we pump so much water, and we watch the power bills. We got keys that every month we have somebody look at the power bills, and if we have a wastewater pump station with a spike in it, we go figure out why the spike's there. If we got a broken pipe and the pump's recirculating, where it'll pump water out and just recirculate itself, or a float's hung up. We check them every day, but the key thing we watch all the time is the power consumption, and we looked and we try to work real cautious about saving electricity, but still you consume a loss of electricity in the wastewater.
Well, and also with your wastewater plant and wastewater system, the state is continually adding parameters in for lab analysis and the frequency of those. So your lab, those testing, all that goes up almost every year, as well as chemicals go up every year, and they use a lot of chemicals, as well as, realize this, we got 75 lift stations. You know how much we had in the budget last year, they budgeted last year for lift station maintenance? You can't do it. We need to be budgeting around $250,000 to $300,000 every single year. We should be rotating, because right now we got, what's the life of a wastewater pump, lift station pump? Maybe
5 years on the
5 years
on the high side.
We got lift stations that, no joke, that you can see the rebar inside the lift stations. They've corroded that bad. They're waiting to collapse. We have got, this year we stuck 100,000?
I think it's 150.
150. We put 150 this year, and we update to about 175, I think, in the 5-year plan. Every year I'm planning to up that. We've got to start rotating through these lift stations. Some of them we're going to put fiberglass lift stations in to try to get away from that problem. But still, even if we do that, you got to go in every 5 years. You need to go in and replumb it, put new pumps in, and or rotate pumps out. We just got to get in that, because at the end of the day, it's going to be cheaper if we do that versus right now. It costs us, if lift station goes down right now, it would be, to replace this lift station that we're going to redo at 150, it would be $200,000 or $250,000. And that's the difference. If you cheapen up on the maintenance, you're going to get killed on the emergency side. It's going to kill you. And that's what we got to get out of. We got to get out of emergencies.
And one of the pumping water, it takes, when you start pumping water from Wakulla Springs Lodge down to Otter Creek, it takes days for that water to get down there. And it's turned septic. And when it turns septic, when it hits the lift station, it's one of the compounds that developed is sulfides. Very, very corrosive atmosphere. So that's what just eats away at your pump station. It'll actually erode, react with some of the chlorides in the concrete walls, and it'll start spalling off, and then expose the rebar. Then it starts eating into the rebar. So it's if you didn't have to pump, that's just a part of a pumping issue, because the water's turning septic and we're creating these sulfides, and that's also your odor issue that we have. This county has put in 2 odor control stations over the past couple of years, one at Hickory Park and one at Medark, and has made a world of difference to those 2 areas of people living in those 2 areas.
The Medark one, Dr. Cuss was saying earlier, he went by there last night and it was stinking.
Okay.
So you need to have somebody go look at the media.
That's just call a number. And we actually got a little it's a little flaw that the manufacturer's supposed to be trying to correct with the intake filter is clogging up, and it's actually clogging up due to we have so much grease coming from the Panacea area. The grease is actually getting suspended in the air as it's the turbulence, and we're getting grease into the intake filter. So that's what you've got to have that circulation of air to run through your filters. We got a charcoal filter in there, but we do know we got a little problem there, and the manufacturer's got to fix for us, and they're going to fix it for us at no cost. So, but we'll look at that.
Thank you.
And just we hit one thing I wanted to hit on. No, I'm out of time. At Hickory Park, well, I mentioned earlier that we reduced our budget and reduced our staff, but we also help a lot. We also do extra projects in the community. I think one of the biggest success projects that we got done over the last few years at Hickory Park, finishing the tennis courts, put the odor control system over there, the new bathrooms, the walking trail. We will assist with all those projects that we can. The equestrian center, that's a developing project. It's going to be very good one day. I mean, it's got lots of growing still to do. And we don't mind. In fact, our crews like doing those type projects because it gets them out of their routine operations. They can get to do other things, and they're proud of being able to build something for the community. But you got to realize when we're being asked to do a special project like that, something else isn't getting done. So when we take on a little extra project like that, you as a board got to help us emphasize patience, because maybe I can't get to mowing the road as often because I've got my mowing crew working in a park. And again, if you don't want me in a park, or you and David, just tell David, we won't be in the parks. Like I said, we don't take these projects on without board directions, but just emphasize to the newer commissioners that we don't mind doing them, but when we put our resources somewhere else, we're slower to get other things done in the county.
Is there a minimum width, like from the road that they're contracted to mow?
There's nothing specified, but due to the wildflower initiative that the state has, we as a county are only maintaining the front slope from the center of the ditch, the bottom of the ditch, out to the roadway.
That's what I was wondering.
The state of Florida on 319 and 98 is where we hear most of the complaints. They're only doing it at 5 foot.
Mm-hmm.
It's
6 foot.
but we don't have as many complaints going to the center of the ditch. Now, as we go on into the winter months, we will take and we will do both the front slope and back slopes.
That was the reason I was asking, which they recently did on 375, and a lot of people was glad, and they, a couple of them had wondered why we never went that way all the time. So that's what I can tell them, we're just maintaining the... I like to ask questions, that way I know what the answer to give somebody whenever they ask, and that...
Yeah, and I don't know whether Cleve explained this at first. They're a contract labor company. The county owns all the equipment. County buys all the fuel, county buys all the oil, county buys all the grease. They maintain it, they operate it, and they're a labor contract primarily.
And one other quick thing on the roadside mowing. Again, I know I'm out of time. We, thanks to Commissioner Arts, her last month on the board, and I never knew so much about wildflowers or most streets in my life till I met Commissioner Arts. We've come to a we're going to start doing a summer cut after the spring bloom of the wildflowers. Some of the experts and I take guidance from them because I don't know anything about it. But they said there is a period during the summer that we can make them come back in and cut both the front and back slope. But that's a program that we're probably going to start this spring. But it's we actually talked about 3 meetings ago. But but for that, like I said, we're a little over.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. We just recently had a thing come before the board. There was an opening up of a road that was a county road, but hadn't been opened up, or if it was opened up, it overgrown with trees and everything else. So it sounded like a fairly big project as far as opening it up. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when the board makes a decision that, okay, we're gonna go back and grade or open up or clear out this road, that sounds like a major project that takes away from the grading schedule. How does that fit into your schedule? How do you plan that?
Well, we have a grading crew and we have a construction crews, and we can take a project that little section of road wasn't very much, and actually the final agreement we made the individual who wanted the road. A previous board closed that road. It was a platted county road, and this was way before my time. I'm not sure. It may have been before you were on the board, but the board chose to close that. Was brought before the Board of County Commission that the road was closed, and now years later, this gentleman who's bought the property in there has asked for the road to be reopened, and as a concession, because he does build houses, and it's in the Griner's addition. It's a platted neighborhood. He agreed to do all the work as far as re-clearing the road and reestablishing the roadway there.
Okay.
But in the case what you're talking about, if we do have a Panacea Park is an area where we have got roads that have never been maintained. If we have just, we can take our construction crews and do that. Lots of that is we have the not necessarily the grader. There's lots of work we can do with our loaders and other equipment we have, and getting it to a place that we didn't grade the road. So we plan for it with our other crews. That crew that would be doing that work may be all next week installing culverts through paved roads, through dirt roads, or removing trees off the side of the roads, and we just put it in our schedule. We don't have a whole lot of that.
Also, this time of year with it dry, correct me if I'm wrong, dry weather means you're not as pressed on other issues, because wet weather you have more road issues. So he has more free time, available time when it's dry.
Over the next couple of months, the winter rains hit, we're able to go back and catch up some of these special projects. But anytime that we bring a road back to be reopened, we're involved, the county administrator involved, and planning and zoning involved, and let's say if it's a 2-mile road, I'd be the first one to say we can't do that right now. But the road you're talking about, particularly part of the deal was that the gentleman who requested the road be open again, he's going to open the.
Okay. I didn't even know where it was. I just was in the audience when they were talking about it.
but like I said, we do have this problem on Panacea Park, but since there's no development going on in the county, it's not as big a deal as it used to be.
Right. One other question on, with the coming in of Waste Pro, how did that affect the reduction of budget and employees with Waste Pro taking over the collection of the...
Well, all of our solid waste employees, obviously, every one of them were offered a job with Waste Pro. And so they, and there's several of them still with Waste Pro. We reduced the budget. I'd have to go back and look. Do you remember what half of $400,000 or? But we reduced our contract, our solid waste portion of the contract. We reduced that down with the exception of $100,000 that we still have to do work at the landfill. We have to routinely cut it. During storm events, we have to fix erosion. The ditches have to be maintained. The monitoring wells. We still deal with the solid waste, but yeah, we reduced our contract proportionally what we didn't have to do anymore when Waste Pro took over. And when I meet with you one-on-one, I can have those numbers in front of me. We'll just get that one.
Yeah, I don't have that worksheet, but we can track.
Yeah, we got a...
Movement of the contract.
Well, it's also contract and also the county costs, I think, is where he's getting to, as well as, because we got, you're not running the area, you're not having to maintain trucks and...
I mean, we had again, we'll talk more about this on the one-to-one, but your solid waste program, the transfer station, the compactor that was in use over there was, I was actually here years ago when we bought that first one from Waste Management. We actually bought that, and I think it was $11,000 purchase. During that time, the county's population had doubled, and we're using the same compactor we used back when the population was half of that. And there's years had gone by, so your equipment was wore out. I think every one of the trucks that we just auctioned off were well over 500,000 miles. That was the trucks that routinely had to make 3 to 4 trips a week, 200 miles round trip to dispose of the garbage. So you had to do something, and whether Waste Pro is the best answer or building a transfer station is the best answer. The previous board chose Waste Pro, so that's what we're living with right now.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, please.
Thank you.
Vance.
Very good. JD, Veteran Services.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Veteran Services. Who is a veteran and what service they deserve? A veteran is any person who has served any time in the military. From the time they go to the induction station, they raise their right hand and they get sworn in, solemn to swear to support the Constitution of the United States from domestic and foreign enemies. You are considered a veteran. Now I'm looking around the room and I see you three have already had that commitment. Now services are those things that we give the veteran. It's not a handout, neither is a hand up. It's things that they earn and deserve. And we are not a service organization. That means that we help with burials in a time of a need, but for us to burying a person or what the case may be, that is not one of the things that we will do. One of the biggest problems we have, and we try to get our folks to get registered, it is with the health care. There's a lot of folks that lost a lot of points in health care because they didn't know there was a veteran available. So veteran services then would be those services that we would normally offer to the vets. Rule number one is, why do we need a veteran service officer? And the answer to that question is simply that we do not live in a perfect society. After the Civil War, there was a lot of veterans, both sides was coming home. They had to get lawyers to take care of their compensation. And therefore, Abraham Lincoln came to the rescue, stated that we will have veteran service officers. We went through a period of time when this took place, but at the present time, we got veteran service officers, and we have two distinct veterans associations within our area. We're talking about the Florida area. We got the Federal Department of Veterans Affairs, and we got the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs. With the Federal Veterans Affairs, they were the ones make the rules and regulations, and naturally Florida going to carry them out. With here in Florida, we are the second largest veteran population, so therefore we got a little uphand from the rest. So now the services we would offer would be from the time a person get out of the military, and we'll talk about transition assistance program. We call that TAP. And we would give them services until they get that final bugle call, and that final bugle call is also called TAPS. So the time you will get out of the military till you go to great beyond, we will continue to give the veteran services. But guess what? That's not the end of the story. We provide services to their spouse and dependents until they too go forth. So my services then will be, what does it qualify to be a veteran service officer? How do you become a veteran service officer, and how do you qualify? One of the rules of war is, and we're talking about it is a war, is that we must maintain our credibility, certificate of eligibility, and therefore it is imperative that we have a chance to go to the both training. We have one in May and with one in October. The one in May, we have to be certified. We have to take the tests every May. And the test is not the same regurgitation of information, because we get daily updates. We get weekly interview with our fellow veteran services to make sure that all of the rules and regulations are well up to date. So when a person walks into the office, we would give them the best information possible. Now, if we went into a situation where we're not sure of it, we would have that person to come back. Here within our county, we have approximately 3,200 vets, active vets in the area. But see, we also have the dependents and spouses, which brings us pretty close to our 5,000 that we have actually taken care of with here in the county. So the person walking into the office, the first thing we would do is figure out what it is that they want, and we will work with them to make sure we get what they want. Sometimes some of the request is not within our scope of dealing with them, but then we must be able to get them into another position. Just a little bit about my qualification. For those of you who have been around a while, you see in March the 10th, 2013, that'll be my 5 years here within the county. And I spent over 12 years as a veteran services in the workforce. So therefore I can deal with both areas. I can do with the work side of the house, resume writing, and as well as getting them the benefits that they're needed. I am a one-man organization right now, correction. I do have a work study. She's been with me now for like about 2 weeks, and that was a long process just to get it organized and to the point that we can use. With she in the office now, we can be able to do a lot more of our outreach and make sure that the veterans are getting what they want. On an average, we have approximately 65 vets coming to the office monthly, 50 phone calls, 20% I have to call back. I will not complaining about the workload, because I prefer working with a vet than sitting around there just doing other things. Believe me, that is exactly what we do. And I'll say just an added plus as to where we stand with the number of claims we get approved. Right now, we approximately 32% of all claims filed, we get back some positive results. Understand, with that in mind, when a person comes in and he applied for veteran services, and he may get just 20% the first time out, we said, this not enough, and we will work with them until we are exhausted all possibilities. The possibility will be from the time we do an appeal to the time it goes to the civilian court. We will assist them throughout that process. Once we get back a final result from the civilian court, then we have exhausted all of their possibilities. So therefore, each vet that comes into the office, his file will remain open till he's satisfied with exactly what he thinks he should get and what his outcome would be. That is my program. That's what we do. We're not of services, but we're not of social services, but we will operate within those areas. When the veteran comes to the office, we will put him into the right chain if we can help him at our location.
Questions?
Question?
I just want to thank you. I've gotten to have this where you helped me get a copy of my 214 just recently.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I had that in 5 minutes, and I couldn't find it, and you were able to get it and help my dad and a bunch of other veterans, and I just thank you for know firsthand what you do. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I know some folks that have worked long and hard to get survivor benefits, and one person in particular that you got recently, and I know she spent years and years and years working on it, and I know she's appreciative of it.
Very good.
I would like to say also, hear really good things from the work you're doing. Thank you.
Okay. Well, naturally, we're running ahead of time, and have heard anything from Scott? Scott should be here in just a minute.
His cell phone number, because when I called, he was
Run to my car real quick. Why don't you run to your car?
Hell, you know.
He is in charge of probation. She does an excellente job.
Thank you, thank you. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
How are you?
My name is Nikisha Oliver, and I'm the Director of Wakulla County Probation. We serve the county by supervising all offenders released from the Wakulla County Jail placed on pretrial release. We handle all county probation offenders, and our job is to ensure that each offender placed on probation abides by the court order and completes the conditions instructed to him or her by our county and circuit judges. Those are both Judge Walker and Judge Dotson. Offenders placed on pretrial release generally report to our office once a week, and probationers report once a month. Our job is to ensure that each offender is completing the court-ordered condition or conditions that have been instructed to them by the judge or the state attorney's office. These conditions can vary from substance abuse counseling, random drug testing, anger management counseling, and even obtaining a GED. Our staff consists of 3 members, including myself. We have 1 additional probation officer and 1 staff assistant. We handle an estimated 1,200 cases or more per year. We provide GPS monitoring, house arrest, on-site alcohol testing, and spice testing in our office. We work closely with the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office, the county and circuit judge, state attorney, public defender, local counselors, the clerk's office, drug testing agencies, and our primary goal is to help our probationers become productive citizens and ensure that each offender is completing and complying with his or her court order.
Any questions?
I fully understand that aspect.
Well, no, if you do, truly, if you have any questions.
Well, I'm a correction officer in a prison.
Oh, then yes, you do.
Yeah. Yeah.
You worked at Wakulla?
Yes, in Wakulla and Franklin. I'm in Franklin now.
You are familiar with what we do?
Yeah.
You are in close contact with the sheriff's office in reference to pretrial.
Yes.
Now, is your department funded primarily through fees, or how does that break down?
Each offender, probationers are going to pay $55 a month for probation. They pay $10 a month, which is $65 if they have alcohol testing. You have pretrialers who are going to pay $45 a month, and theirs is also $10 a month for alcohol testing. This does not include any off-site drug testing or spice testing or counseling. So pretrial would pay $55 with alcohol, probation $65.
So does that, you collect enough fees that funds your budget? Or?
Last fiscal year, it did not. We were short by about $20,000. But this fiscal year, we did increase our probation and our pretrial fees, so it should be enough to support the staff.
Right now, we have budgeted about $40,000 out of the general fund, but like she said, last year we purposely went ahead and we increased the fees so that hopefully break it neutral. Let's get it neutral.
Thank you.
The use of bracelets or anklets or those monitoring devices?
We have two. You have a GPS monitoring, which we do, but you also have a scram bracelet, which we do not. Those are through Bill Bondsman, Mike Harrison. The scram is to measure for alcohol, and it does go around the ankle. You also have GPS, which is like house arrest, or usually for your sex offenders, they will be placed on the GPS. We do those if they are on pretrial or supervised by us for county probation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There's a fee for that as well. Active is $12 a day, and passive GPS is $8 per day. So the offender will be responsible for that cost. Back to your question though, if all offenders would pay their probation and pretrial fees, we would have enough money.
So we got a collections problem with them as well.
We do, because you're going to have some offenders who are indigent and can't afford to pay $55 a month. They keep getting in trouble, but they don't have the money to pay to be supervised.
The entire court system has that same problem.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Now, does that violate their probation, or is that something you just build in? I'm assuming it costs more to put them back in jail than to...
Yes, sir, it does, but you also have a Florida statute, too, where you cannot violate solely on cost of supervision fees.
Okay.
You run into a gray area. What we can do is submit a warrant, but usually they're going to have a bond stating that if they pay that cost of supervision fees, they will be released.
Okay.
You run into a gray area with that. That's why.
Okay.
Also, they go to jail and then they don't have a job, or they lose their job, and then they definitely go.
Right.
That's their balance.
Yeah.
And we met with Judge Walker last year to try to have her help us collect those fees as well during the sentencing or the release, when there's time to release them and all that stuff, to make sure try to put the squeeze on them.
Any numbers on success rate for repeat offenders, or does a lot of people rotate through?
Yes, sir. Our recidivism rate, you're probably going to be around 70%. But you have those few that keep going through the doors. You usually can tell the ones who get it, when they come through, they're shocked, they're crying, and they're actually listening and want to know, what has this judge or the state attorney asked me to do in order for me to get off of probation or to comply.
Those unfortunate parts of society that we'll probably never eliminate. Just
won't, but it's a blessing actually, because people who want to be helped, we're in that position to help them if they choose to.
And Nakisha helps a lot of folks outside of this. I mean, she really does. She's really goes above and beyond.
Any additional questions?
Yeah. Thank you for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nakisha.
Yeah, we could have passed them through this.
They were all here. Who else could come?
Tell you what I want to do. We got a little bit of time. Let's talk about TIF funding. The previous board passed a ordinance that allowed the county to collect like a CRA in the Crawfordville district. Instead of going with a CRA, we went with a taxing authority. What it did is it number one, it's a lot cheaper to implement. It doesn't cost taxpayers as much to implement as a CRA does, because CRA, you got to do a blight study, you got all of these studies, but in the TIF, you don't have to do all that, as well as you can adjust the amount of that you collect in a TIF. It frees you up to really do a lot of stuff and adjust the funding. At some point in time, as things to bring up to the board, we're going to need to discuss, probably getting closer to budget time, when and if do we want to crank up, or shelve it, or do we want to crank up some Crawfordville improvements and crank this TIF up? Because the idea is if we created the TIF, it wouldn't cost the taxpayers in Crawfordville any more money. This would be, you'd establish a baseline. We've established a baseline, and then as property values rise, that incremental difference is what would come to the TIF, or a percentage of that would. And the idea is that those monies, mistakes that a lot of CRAs and TIFs made was they actually took that money and they went to the bank and secured it with that. And all of a sudden the tax base dropped off, and next thing you know, they're sitting there. They're negative. So naturally we won't do that, but the idea is to have that to where that could be able to use that to apply for grant funding and do, in engineering and et cetera for the Crawfordville area, so that we could start adding that along with some CDBG money and other things to start redevelopment and start revitalizing some of these areas and doing some projects within the Crawfordville town plan, and in that way the folks in Crawfordville are paying for that. Now that would have one of the things we've got to look at is the tax implication for the rest of the county. As folks move in and services, things keep increasing, and you're carving out a percentage of your tax base, that increase. You're still getting a baseline, but you're carving that out. How does that affect the rest of the county? Is that fair to the other county citizens? And that's the real argument in this, is what is that effect? And
how do you define the boundary?
We've already defined the boundary. They've already passed that.
Town plan?
That's the town plan area. That's right. It's the big area.
Right.
It's a great way to raise money for an area. It's something we wanted to do for Wakulla Gardens, but we couldn't. We could probably do it. The problem is in Wakulla Gardens, the property values right now are so low that it's not worth setting up, to be honest with you. It will be. That's the reason we want to do it. If we'd have done those road improvements in there, then the property values would have increased, and we'd have been able to have a CRA or a TIF would have started collecting some money. But that's just one of those things that we're going to be approaching you guys, and just from an exploratory standpoint, and say, hey, we want to run some models and say, here's how this thing would work, here's how it affect the county, and see if we want to move forward with stuff like that. So, okay, Mr. Library Man of the Year, Scott Joyner.
I guess I'm getting right into it then.
Yeah. All right. Waiting on you, boss.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Those of you who don't know me, I'm Scott Joyner, the library director down here. And I just wanted to give you some general information about the library today. I'm here to answer any questions you all may have. I actually, a couple weeks ago, had the opportunity to finish our state stat report that we have to turn to the state library each year, so I can give you some up-to-date facts and figures about how much the library is used down here this year. We provide access to books, videos, DVDs, audiobooks. We just started ebooks down there about 4 weeks ago, which has become very popular. We provide a place for citizens of Wakulla County to use high-speed internet, public access computers for free. Many people down here, it being a rural area, either don't have a computer or don't have the high-speed internet capability that's needed today, so we're more than happy to provide that for free. We also provide a variety of programs for children, adults, and families. And we have a library advisory board, which I'm going to be in contact with you all probably after the turning of the year, because we need to fill some new seats since there's new commissioners on the board now. Yeah. Well, no, you're speaking of the Wild Board. This is the library advisory board that you each have a representative on the board, and there's also 2 at-large members, and some of those seats need to be filled, and I'll be in contact with you all about that. We are a member of the Wilderness Coast Public Library Cooperative. It's us, Franklin County, and Jefferson County. Commissioner Harden, it's my understanding, is going to be our representative on that board this year. And he's going to be joined by Marilyn Lewis. I don't know if you know Marilyn, but she's a citizen representative on the board as well. And you'll meet her Monday at the meeting. And what Wilderness Coast does is they provide technical support, help us with grants. They operate our automation system down there. They've, especially in the past year and a half, they've gotten a new administrator. Really help us out a lot, are really hands-on with getting us what we need down there, and saves us thousands of dollars a year by taking care of our IT. So if we get nothing else out of them, I'm happy with that. But as I said, the past year and a half, they've begun providing a lot more. They're the main reason why we got such a good rate on the e-books this year, as a matter of fact. And another program we take advantage of is called E-Rate. This is a program through the federal government that we get. I was actually told a couple weeks ago that this upcoming year we get 80% of what we pay for telecommunications back from the feds. And this is a process. I have to turn in certain information year-round, but we get that back in reimbursements at the end of the year, and I've been turning in checks as they come in to Greg at the clerk's office over the past few weeks. And if you have any questions, please stop me if I'm going too fast through this. We, as a few you may well know, we have 1,500 square feet of unfinished space that I've been working with David on. My understanding is we have a new engineering firm that's going to be looking into it, and that's that
architectural firm.
Architectural firm. And that's that open space that's right off the main meeting room where most of our meetings are held. And what we'd like to have done there is I'd like to have some study rooms put in there. We have impact fee money that needs to be used. And we also have the advantage of the state aid to libraries program, which makes up a third of our budget, is the money that isn't spent out of state aid each year can roll over. So I want to take advantage of some of those rollover funds to help pay for this expansion. I'm also looking into getting a smart board for the children's room this year as well. The smart board is that big touchscreen board that we have in the computer lab. And we're looking into doing that with state aid as well. And just some of those facts and figures I was telling you about, we have, as of December 1st, nearly 12,000 card holders. So basically, we can say over a third of the county has a library card. And over the past year, we were able to circulate over 83,000 items, and there was over 50,000 visits estimated throughout the year, and that's just through odd. I would keep track a few days a year how many people would come in the doors with a counter, and just kind of extrapolated that over the 250-ish days we're open a year. So that averages out to 250 people a day that come into the library, and that spikes big time during the summer as well.
250 a day?
A day, as opposed to what has been recently written.
That's what I was asking.
I probably shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
Hey, we need the truth.
Sometimes my tongue gets ahead of me. Hopefully I'm not going to get onto by David when I'm done here. We had 765 different programs up there, meetings, whatnot last year, with an estimated total attendance over 15,000 people. That counts for all the community meetings, the Historical Society, the Irish Garden Clubs, our summer programs, which fill up that room, our Friday movies. Mm-hmm. So it really shows you how many people are using the library. And we also had, last year, nearly 16,000 people sign on to use one of our public access computers. Again, showing that we're much more than just being a repository for books. People use us for the internet. They use us for the meeting space. They use us as a family-friendly place to bring their kids, to be entertained, to learn, to apply for government help. The AARP comes there and does taxes for free 2 days a week during tax season. We have a mortgage counseling officer who's down there every Thursday, providing this for free. And we're just going to strive to keep doing better, keep growing with the community. And if y'all have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you for all you do. I'm in the library a lot, so Like, I enjoy using it, contrary to what was recently written.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that.
Sorry, Alan.
You got to defend your position.
I know you said 250 people a day. Do you have any idea about unique visits? You know, because some people would have us believe those same 250 people are the ones that keep visiting.
You're trying to get
time
me in
and time.
trouble.
No, I mean just so
No,
we
it's-
get to the truth.
We have regular patrons, just like any business has regular, like Myra Jeans would have regular customers. There are people that come in there daily to use the computers, and there's people that you can check out books for 3 weeks. We won't see some people for hopefully it's no more than 3 weeks, because then they end up owing us money. But we see a wide range of people. Yes, we have our regulars, but it's not like we're seeing the exact same people every day, and that's it, by no means. Especially when we have programs down there and we have meetings. They have to walk through the main library in most cases because they don't know where the meeting rooms are at, and they see everything we have there. And we have had people sign up for cards. Just, I came here for a Historic Society meeting. You have these computers, you have these DVDs, and that has happened many times in the past. Yes, we have our regulars, but we get a wide range of people. And if you look at our, we keep track of the area of the county that our card holders are from. And I don't have that specific information right in front of me, but we have people sign up for cards from all over the county. It's not just people that live in Medart, and it's not just used by people that live in Medart and Point South either.
And Laura, my wife, she takes John Alex there for some of the children's programs, and she meets new people every time she goes, new mothers. So I know it's not just the same old people.
I think she was in there today. I think I saw her.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to know out of the 12,000 card holders, how many, have been there in the last year, or, if there's a way to track that.
When we switched to our new automated system earlier this year, we took out anybody who hadn't used their card in the previous 5 years. Mm-hmm. And so these 12,000 people at least have been in here in the previous 5 years. I can talk to our Wilderness Coast, our IT people, and I could probably get how many people have used it in the past year, or at least have checked something out.
It'd just be curious, because a lot of people, I shouldn't say a lot of people, some people never go in there, so they have the impression that no one ever goes in there, and so it'd be good to have real numbers that we can defend.
That shouldn't be a problem at all.
It's probably the most community-centered and activity place in our county. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's incredibly used, and the ages from the littlest child who can't read, who's being read to the elderly. Mm-hmm. So it encompasses everyone.
And just don't hesitate to come down there and see me if you have any questions at all. I'm more than happy to answer them at any time. I'm here to work with you and for you, so anything I can do, please ask.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Appreciate you. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it very much.
Good day.
You do a good job. Thank you. All right, it's time for Dr. Juarez.
Hey guys.
Hey, Pat.
How are you?
Be right there. Right there. All right. Still getting my belongings together here. Katie, I think is bringing up stuff. I promise my PowerPoint won't go on for days or any of those good things. It's a shorty.
The right one?
Yep, that's it.
Ed, you've never done anything quick.
I don't know. You said 5 minutes at the last meeting, and it was
Trust me, now you can take 10 minutes if you want to.
it was
Take
less
your
than
time.
5. I practiced that one.
Take your time. We're ahead of schedule.
Good. If you see a few of my staff members come in, please excuse the interruption there. We're a small operation, so they're providing services right now, but I did invite them, a few of the supervisors, to come over just so you could see their faces and recognize them if you see them. My name is Pat Juarez. For if I haven't met you, Dr. Kessler, of course, we know each other, but I'm Pat Juarez. I'm your administrator over at the Health Department. And Health Department, I'm going to give you a quick overview about it. I got my PowerPoint. Let's see if I can make sure I can work it. See, Katie fools me with that. Did I just turn it off? Oh, there's that one. Let's try that one. That one. Where'd that one? Hey, there I am. That's the team I have over there of our supervisors and administrator over there. On the far left is Dr. Mice. He's our dentist we have. We have him full-time, all the time. Keith Lahan, who you'll probably be dealing with, to be honest. We'll go over some of this. He's who probably you'll be dealing with the most with while you're in office. He's our environmental health director right now. And then myself with my crooked tie. Back behind us there is Lori Lahan. She is our supervisor of our school health aides. Again, very well known in the community for working there. In front of her is Charlotte Sorrell. She's our business manager. And on the far right is Sherry Bramlett, and she's our director of nursing. So that's your, it's about half the staff anyway. In case you've never been there, we're located over there at 48 Oak Street, which is right by the sheriff's office. You're welcome to come by any time. I would love to give you a tour of the place. The only thing I ever request of you, if you do want to come over and do a tour, or if you want to get pictures taken or something like that, if you just give us a heads up, because again, we do have privacy issues, and obviously we're not going to take you into an exam room when somebody's in there. But please feel free to come by any time. In case you're wondering who we are, I'm going to tell you a little bit about us. Yes, we are state employees. This is something I think sometimes gets lost in the shuffle a little bit. I am actually a state employee, not a county employee. Everybody that works over there is a state employee. We're not county employees. We have a great relationship with the county. I work very well with Mr. Edwards and everybody over here. You predecessors approved my coming to this position. By the same token, if you ever don't like me, you can write a good nasty gram to my boss and say, get rid of him. So I do work for you. I do work for you. There's 23 of us. That's the entire health department staff. Back in 2008, there was 53 of us. That gives you an idea of how small we've gotten. That's made up of health professionals and sports staff. Among us, that's health inspectors, nurses, health educators, that type of people. That's who works there. We're a whole variety pack. The majority of the staff that we have over there are natives of Wakulla County. I'm from Colorado. So at some point in some meeting when you're here, somebody's going to yell on the back, well, he's not from this county. Well, that's right. I'm not from this county. But I've been working in public health for over 30 years. I've had experience from California, all over the state here in Florida, and of course right here. So that's who we are. That's who we are. There we go. This is our mission. In case you ever wonder what the heck the health department's supposed to be doing for you, it's to protect and promote the health of all the people in Florida. A couple key terms there. Of course, I concentrate on Wakulla County, but at times you'll see that our concentration is the entire state. Visitors, everybody that comes to the state of Florida. But it's to protect and promote public health. So that's what we do. You're like, well, how do you do? If you ever come in, this is an unusual sight, by the way. I had to catch this morning. This is an empty lobby. That's what our lobby looks like. If you ever come in, you'll come in. That's right where you'll go to. We have our little play area there, and I got to give kudos to Scott that just left, by the way. He has done some great things for us with the library. One of those is on Wednesdays when we have WIC come in and we have a lot of our young mothers coming in with their children. The library comes in and they do readings for the children. They have a book reading, and they give away books to the children while they're there. Also, Scott, very nicely for us, when I first came to the health department 5 years ago, this health department, excuse me, we still had Lady Diane getting married. And 5 years later, we still had Lady Diane getting married in our magazines. They were up front. We didn't have anything new. I was joking, I mentioned something to Scott, and he says, we'll give you magazines. So right now, every 2 weeks, we're getting their old magazines, but at least we're now up to, I think, to the son getting married. I think we're up to that. But he gives us a lot of their old magazines, and that's fantastic. It's something for the people to look at. We've had a lot of cutbacks, as everybody has. Part of those are we no longer have television out there. We don't have lawn service. We don't water the lawn. We have a lot of those things. So you come in, my gosh, that's what we do. That's one of our operatories in there. We see a lot of young mothers coming in. And I'm going to hand you, if you don't mind. You should have, all three of you should have gotten in one of your inboxes something that kind of looks like that. It's kind of blue. It was a little welcome by me, and it kind of told you the services we do, but just to remind you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There you go. was going to run through a few of the services that we do, and throughout our clinics. And that is, we do a lot of immunizations. A lot of family planning goes on at the health department and around the county. By the way, when I said 48 Oak Street, I should have also mentioned that we do have clinics at each and every one of the public schools, and we have people stationed at each and one of the school health aides for all of them. We do communicable disease control, which is anytime there's an outbreak, we're doing an investigation, whether it's food or water or one of the communicable diseases, we're doing an investigation on it. Something I will touch on a little later on. You'll hear about, very sadly, we've had a death in our county that was complication from influenza. So that is very big news, very sad news. Prenatal care, breast and cervical cancer detection, we're doing all those kind of things. We do a variety pack of, we do STD testing. We do, for the county, we do pre-drug testing. That's something that in the future, by the way, David, we may or may not be able to do that for you in the future, only because the doctor we were using has moved on.
We actually got a very good price on that.
From Quest?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So are we no longer providing that for you?
Yeah, we're getting ready to implement that.
Fantastic. Good for you guys.
So,
Good for you guys. Yeah.
The testing, would you repeat that about the testing?
Sure. The pre-work drug testing. Previously, we had the contract with y'all. Probably the contract was a handshake, which is just fine with us. And that was any new employees that came to work for the county, we would do the drug testing on them. Where we've ran into some issues, and it's not issues per se, but we are very limited in what we can test for. And the county, because of some employees, they've said, well, geez, we want to have this, for example, maybe the employee tested for opium, or for alcohol, or something like that. Our test is very generic. And luckily, just in the county, Quest, which is a private lab, has just opened up, and so they can do some testing. So apparently that's worked out.
Yeah, we're going to actually start random drug testing, and also promotional drug testing, meaning you get promoted, you're going to get a drug test, and we're considering for promotions as well, physicals and new hires. And as a part of that program will be pre-work screening, drug screening. Actually, we were concerned the first couple of prices that we had gotten for drug, because like I said, he's very limited on the drugs that he can cover, or the compounds, I reckon. The first prices that we got it was not going to be practical. But Quest came in as very practical, so we can fit it in, so we're going to go ahead and start it. Because we've had our share of some issues, and it's stuff, that barbiturates and stuff like that. So
are you saying that physicals would be used to?
It wouldn't be used to score you, but it's just part of the program. Have a physical, make sure you're going to be promoted to a fire and supervisor fire lieutenant. You get a physical from the doctor, and as part of that is the drug screening. We're not sure about the physical part of it. We do know the drug screening. We're going to do that.
Right.
All right. Mm-hmm. Okay. You can also see we do the birth and death certificates for the county. This particular slide I kept from one that I did for the public in front of the Board of County Commission, just so people realize. Anymore, if you have to go for a new driver's license, which we all have to at some point, they require a birth certificate. Because of our limited staff, we have a 24-hour turnaround. If one of the complaints you may hear as a commissioner is, how come it takes 24 hours? Because I have very limited staff, and they have to be checking people in. There's options. They can go up to Leon County. Leon County, I understand, if you pay them a little extra money, they'll do it in 2 hours for you.
So is that only for Florida birth certificates?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's only for one time too, I think. Once you go and you get a star on your driver's license, and every time after that, you won't have to show your birth certificate.
Oh, really? Oh, that's good news.
That's what it is.
Oh, that'd be nice.
So say if you haven't had it done and you get it renewed, just one time only. Once you get all of that, then you have a little star in the corner. Then say if you lose your driver's license, then as long as you got that star, then you can get it reback without having to re-show your certificate.
That'd be nice. Again, as I mentioned, we do have school health aides at each and every one of the schools. We have over them is an RN, a registered nurse, and then we have several LPNs, but the rest are CNAs or other allied. Hey, how you doing, Les? Speaking of very next, is the next room you might go into. That's one of our dental operatories. We do a lot of dental service over there. Who we concentrate on are the children. Just in case you're wondering, who we're seeing. We're not competition for. At least we try very hard not to be competition for the private dentists in the area. But who we're seeing are Medicaid children, and we're the only people in the area that will see Medicaid children under the age of 5. We get them coming from Franklin, Gadsden. You're not paying for that. You're not paying for that. We're a state agency.
He's fast.
But we're the only people that will see them. We will see when we have slots available for adults, but that's the only thing covered right now is for children. And so again, we see a lot of those children going on. Dr. Mice does a great job. He has a great staff, and they're very well liked here. I will tell you at the very end of this too about some of the changes going on in government, and that in itself is changing, and we'll see what happens in the future. I cannot promise you that in 1 year from now that we will have a dental program. Our community health program, we have our Healthy Start program, something that's kind of lost in the shuffle. Some people think, well, that's only for poor people or for, this certain type of person or that's that. It's available to all residents, and we really encourage that because we can show a direct correlation between people being involved in Healthy Start and healthy babies, and babies being born with proper weights and surviving. So it is important. We offer all these classes. We have our WIC coming in on Wednesdays. That's always packed. Wednesdays is a packed day for our people coming in to get WIC services, women, infants, and children. We have our tobacco prevention program. Again, something you might have seen over the years, the SWAT stuff. You remember the kids doing a lot of that. We still have the SWAT program. It's still being very effective. We've shown that over the past, since I've been here, I'm not taking credit, I'm just saying since I've been here, I've seen our rates continue to go down among our children. Our biggest problem right now in tobacco is actually adults. Adult males in our county is tobacco use is very high. We do have if you ever know anybody that wants to quit, we're about to come up on January, the famous resolution time when everybody does their resolutions. We do offer the patches for free. They have to sign up for a class, and you can't just walk in the door and we're not going to hand them to you. But if you're involved in one of the quit smoking classes, you'll get the patches for free. So if you know anybody that wants to quit, we are glad to help them. In our health education, we do a lot of diabetes classes. We've been doing those all over, down at Olin or wherever they are now. Anyway, the powder plant. They like us a lot. They really do. We're down there giving diabetes classes and nutrition classes. They definitely appreciate Grace coming down there. Grace Keith is one of our health educators, is very well appreciated. She also is the one that puts on our CPR and first aid classes. Something I've offered to David throughout the years is that any county staff that want CPR, we'll give it to them for free, offer them the classes for free. We'll do CPR on anybody for free, but we'll teach them how to do CPR for free if they want to come to one of our classes. Otherwise, they're like $25. And we don't make money on it. It's just whatever it costs for us to get the certificates and give them out. I'm more interested in getting more people in our county CPR trained than I am about recovering any funds. That's not what it's about. But we offer those classes, and they are full all the time. Those of you who don't know about environmental health, you're going to get to, as commissioners, you will learn about them quite a bit. It is the one area where I can tell you where you get involved, or whether you like it or not, you will be involved with the health department. And the reason is because it's regulatory. These are the guys and the gals that have to say no. So these are septic tank inspections. These are going to we do all the commercial food places that are institutional. So all the schools, it's doing biomedical waste. It's going to what's left of our couple tanning salons, mobile home parks, and it's doing the regulation on them. So at times you as commissioners may be hearing from those people upset that they're being regulated. We try very hard to be fair in our regulation. The regulations we use are statewide. We don't come up with them locally. Both Keith and anybody who works for him, I am formally in that office. We're all certified. That means he's had to go through all the testing and licensure, and they have to maintain that, which means he has to have additional training, blah, 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 blah. He knows what he's doing, folks. He really does. All right. A program that we do that is a county program, is the next program I'm going to talk about, and this is totally under your control, is the health department here does mosquito control for you. And that's what's called a matching grant, and that is that the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services puts up some money, and the county puts up some money. They have to at least match what DAX is giving, and then you give that money to us, and we have the sprayers, we have the personnel, and we go out and do the spraying. Over the years, you've had to reduce your money to that program to the point now that what we can do for you, and why I have your attention and we don't have an audience, is we can come out to any home in the county. We don't spray the roads. We don't go up and down the roads, but we can go to any individual home twice a year, right, and do the spraying. We can go out and do larviciding anytime, and we have enough money for that. The spraying, just so you can put this in the back of your head, when it gets cold, we stop spraying. It's against the law for us to spray when it's less than 55 degrees. So typically, even though it's 80 degrees out today, typically by now we've completely stopped spraying, and we don't pick up again until April, May, somewhere in that time frame, that kind of thing. We pick up and do. Again, we have a great relationship with the county in this aspect, I think, but that the equipment's kept over there at Trice Lane. We have a couple trucks there, and that's where we keep the spray. We don't have enough money in the program now that there is no full-time employee in that program. There is one part-time sprayer, one part-time clerical, and I give my time gratis to the county for that, to be as your mosquito control director. There has been some discussion in the past, just so you know, about saying, well, maybe we want to give that to someone else, or that you want to farm it out to an outside agency. There's always, like, Clark Pest Control comes around and they'll talk to you and they'll put a bug in your ear saying, hey, we'll do this for you. You'll never find me to be the one that says don't do it, but I will give you an honest analysis of it. I can point you to the other counties where they have done that, and 99% of them come back and say it was a really bad idea. They'll do a great job, don't get me wrong, they'll do a great job, but anytime anything goes on, Hurricane Debbie, Tropical Storm Debbie I should say, comes through, they'll say, yes, we will spray, but now you got to pay this much over, and this much over, and this much over, and this much over. So be wary when you hear, of too good of a deal coming around the line. Also, if you decide you want to move to another department, you're not going to hear me balk, but also we do appreciate it because it does allow us to keep those employees, and it is a public health concern. So you are going to hear a lot of complaints about that program. I'm just telling you that right now. You will hear a lot of complaints. We have a lot of people that move to our community that come here from a city, or they came from another part of the state, and even some people that were born and raised here. They envision that we run up and down the street spraying continuously. We don't. We only come out to that house when we're requested. Another big change from when you were young and I was young, we don't use malathion anymore. You can, it's legal, it's just fine. I chose to quit using malathion and we use permethrin. The difference is when you used to run behind the fogging truck and it stunk really, really bad, well now it's still a fog, but it doesn't smell at all. So a lot of people believe we're not there. They're like, I'm here 24 hours a day, and I'm retired, and nobody came here. And we can point out 99% of the time, I was there on this date, your dog is brown, you had a plant on the front stoop, I remember seeing that. Well, how'd you do that? Well, because we're there at night. And surprisingly, a lot of us are asleep at night. So I'm not saying that some complaints are not valid, and please, we'd like to hear them, but I would like you as commissioners to remember that we are there to serve, and we're going to do anything we can to help the people. We have no reason not to come out and spray. People that don't want us to spray, we won't go to their place. We don't want to go to their place. We only will go to the places where people are requesting us. This is your program, by the way. We're just doing it. We're running the program for you. Hey, how you doing? Good. Somebody needs to. Again, we'll do larviciding anytime. Larvicide, by the way, is far more effective than spraying. Larviciding that we put out is good for 180 days. The spraying that we put out kills the mosquitoes on contact, and that's all they will kill. There's very little residual. So when a mosquito flies through it, it kills it. The mosquito that's over there, it's not going to touch it at all. So, but the public likes it. It's one of those programs, they like to see it, they want to do it. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. Now I'm going to go to the budget, the really boring stuff, but just so you see where we're at. This is our current budget, and the county gives us, this is you all up there, thank you very, very much. Board of County Commission gives about 5% of our budget. In case you ever wonder what you gave to us and where it came from. You can see the majority, it's probably hard to see. That word right there says general revenue. That means tax dollars. The majority of our money comes from tax dollars and Medicaid. It's actually split 50-50 right there between who gives us the most. So that's where our money comes from. We do get some from health fees. You can see environmental health gets 5%, and vital statistics, all those birth certificates, it's 1%. But again, the amount of money you give us is 5%, and we are very grateful for the money you give us. There's a breakdown of our budget. Our budget's about $1.6 million. I don't think there's too much to point out here again, other than you can see there's a whole lot of grants. We work to get a lot of grants, a lot of our federal grants and that type of thing. That's where our money comes from. A question, and you can also see under our expenditures, the largest expenditure is salary and benefits, which again you're going to expect from any of your service departments to come in here. You may not see, I'm not going to speak for Cleaver then, but theirs might be buying road base and stuff like that. But we're a service group, so it's personnel. That's where our money goes. Everybody always says, "Oh, you can save all kinds of money on expense." Well, we can only not buy so many tongue depressors, and it's not going to make any difference. In our budget, moving on to the next one, you can see a comparison over the years. The complaints that I get as your health officer for the county is that people can't get appointments. It's services. They want the service. They want appointments. As I mentioned, we were down to 23 people now. We only have one service provider in our clinic, in our medical clinic right now. We're about to hire another one, but that's the biggest complaint I get is because they can't. We still offer the same range of services, but getting an appointment, it's mighty tough right now. You can see again that our budget, what has done over the years, has gone down. Well, we're down to 1 point. Oh, they added on. Oh, that's last year. Sorry. But you can see in general that our budget has gone down. I'm going to tell you about a couple of projects we're working right now for the future, and we're almost there. We're working on getting an abstinence grant, and this will allow us to teach some abstinence. It's part of the puzzle. I'm a firm believer that you need to teach everything, and abstinence is part of that. And the great program that we picked out is called TOP, and it basically teaches children to make good choices, not just about sex, but good decisions about drinking and smoking and anything else to do with just making good decisions. It does have a component that teaches them that that they should abstain. They should hold off if at all possible. But that's in the works. It's not guaranteed, but if it does, it'll bring $75,000 into the county, which we're very excited for. That's over a couple-year period. We're also in the process right now of trying to examine whether we can hire another person to help us get people signed up for Medicaid. Right now, less than 5% of the people we're seeing in our medical clinic are on Medicaid. So we're seeing them for nothing. We do get that. You saw that this tax money. Well, we would rather have Medicaid pay for it than just having straight tax money. We're doing flu vaccines. Just in case you're wondering, yes, every month with the health department is another month of some cool health thing going on.
And when you say tax money, you mean state tax dollars?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What does the 5% represent on the total?
You guys give us? It's about $50,000.
54 to be exact.
Excuse me, $54,000. Boy, talk about a tough crowd over there.
And a chunk of that is for mosquito control, right?
No, the mosquito control's on top of that is another $18,500 on top of that.
Okay.
Plus the grant money, which is $18,500.
Yeah, I also realized last year, talking about unfunded mandates, last year there was, what was the legislator's name, or the senator?
Oh, that was from Fort Myers.
Fort Myers. Anyway, there was a very big push that really got a lot of traction to push health departments down to the county level, local level. In fact, we were already, he started calling me even more because Pat thought he was going to be my employee.
That's it.
It was that close, and we were looking at $1 million increase.
It was a big seller for some counties, because again, remember, I've always said, I'm very thankful for the money you give, but you get to Palm Beach or something like that, they're giving multi-million dollars to the CHD, to the county health department. So they were like, oh, this is great, then we can tell them exactly what we want them to do.
Yeah.
Where was the killer, I think truly is the killer for small counties. I'm going to go back if it's okay. When you look at that money right there, that would mean that part of the pot, if you just wanted us to keep doing the same thing we're doing today, not only would you have to come up with that another 24%, but because we are state employees, we have what's called, you don't have to pay insurance. You
have
sovereign immunity.
Sovereign immunity, and that was medical insurance, or not medical, but malpractice insurance was going to eat our lunch.
Yeah, because it is right now, we don't have to pay malpractice insurance, we are the state. But that was a push last year by one of the legislatures, and it did get a lot of traction at first. Luckily, the small county coalitions got together and said, this is a really bad idea. Again, I can see why the state government liked it, I got to be honest with you, is because then they could say, okay, look, we can push Medicaid then down onto the counties, because they have to pay for that. The state has to pay for their portion of Medicaid, and I'm sure they were thinking, oh, look at that.
According to some, that's not completely dead, so
that's true.
That it's still bubbling around.
Next thing I want to tell you about flu vaccinations. You can see that it's flu month, and a couple things to make you aware of. Again, remember that we did just put out a press release that we did have an individual in the county die from complications from the flu. That is very unusual. It's very sad. Because of that, we've put on a huge push for flu vaccine. If you've driven up and down the roads, you've probably seen our signs flashing saying we have these flu clinics. We are at the schools. Just today, we were over at River Springs, and we vaccinated 150 children and teachers. At the high school, we did over 200. Any one of those is more than we gave out last year altogether. At any clinic. We're going to be hitting all the public schools and offering it up. It's not required. A really nice thing, I believe, is that the superintendent of the school has offered that if the student does not have insurance, that we're not covering already, because we cover young kids that don't have insurance. We cover kids that have CHP. CHP will repay us the money, or if they have Medicaid, we'll pay. But if it's somebody that has another insurance and they want the shot, he's going to cover the cost of the vaccine, and we're going to cover the cost of having the people there and the needle and all that kind of stuff. So any of the students at the schools that want a shot can get, their parents want them to get vaccinated, they can. Next thing is we do have an RN position open. This is great news. That will help with some of our services, and it's going to help in those schools. We just had an audit from the school medical people that says, you're mighty shy of people. We said, yes, we know that, and we're trying to get an RN in there right now. So we will have somebody to be able to help there. The next thing I can tell you about this is a political thing you're going to be seeing more and more of. And by politics, I don't mean to get into anything other than just tell you what's happening out there in the environment. And that is that dental everywhere, in every state, in our state specifically, they've already moved across. It's going to managed care. Previously, what would happen, as of today, what happens if somebody comes in on Medicaid, we bill Medicaid directly. It actually goes to AHCA, Agency for Healthcare Administration, and they repay us the money. And they give us the money back. What's going on now is the state has said, we're tired. We're going to put a middleman in here. Put it in a weird way. We're going to put a middleman in here, and we're going to pay these insurance companies, and then you'll have to deal with these insurance companies. And so right now what's going on is DentaQuest is coming to the county. This is what may end up getting us out of the dental business. Right now we get reimbursed. It's about $105 for seeing a child and working on them. If it works out that we don't get that kind of money from them, I think that is our break even. If we don't get that kind of money, we will be out of that business. So,
how many citizens would that affect?
Family-wise, it's an enormous amount. I can get you a number for that, but
you said that's 1 to 20-year-olds that are on Medicare.
Right, Medicaid, not Medicare. Well, okay, if anybody's got the quick calculator, I'll ask my wife. Are you ready? We see approximately 16 people a day in our dental clinic, 5 days a week.
I'll say those statistics you had last year that we were keeping, it was 16 a day.
Yeah.
The average.
It's average. And again, we're about to go into the holidays, so of course, no, it's... and nobody wants to go to the dentist then.
Yeah, they were averaging 16 a day in the dental program.
4,000? 4160?
Okay, that sounds about, yeah, that does sound about right.
Yeah.
That sounds about right for what we're seeing on a daily basis in our dental clinic.
That's annual basis. That's annual, so that's
annual.
like one visit a year? Is that right?
There'd probably be 2, because they're going to come in for a cleaning, and then if there's any restorative work, yeah, so about half that.
Also, on the medical side, I believe you were seeing about averaging about 40 folks a day. Was it that much?
No, it's not that much, because again, I'm down to one practitioner.
Statistics in here, but I have to look them up.
And I'm sorry, I don't have that off the top of my head. It's a good one I should have had memorized. Sorry.
No, just curious.
Sorry.
Can't cover it all, I know.
Last thing to tell you about a project that we're working on right now, which is very thankful that we are to the county again. The building we're in is a county building.
I signed that today. You don't have to talk about it.
Well, I'm just saying how grateful we are. But because of that, we worked it out. Right now, we have an AC unit that's going out. It's hard to believe, but yes, December, we still need an AC unit. So just something to let you know about. Again, even though we are state employees, and the state did build the building, is that you guys do all the maintenance and that kind of stuff on it for us. We do all the minor stuff. I mean, we change light bulbs. We have the janitors, the mopping, cleaning, all that kind of stuff. But big stuff like this, Mr. Edwards and crew have been very helpful in helping us work on that. It is Influenza Month, just to make you aware of that. We do have our website up, and it's thankful to the county that they helped push us in that direction. You can find all of our good stuff there. If you know anybody who has anybody appointments, they want an appointment, that's the number they call. We're there Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. till 5. If you ever need to get a hold of me, again, you all should have gotten my business card. It has my cell phone number. Please feel free to give me a call. I'm glad to, anything we can to help the community out in light of our mission. I think that's it.
Question real quick.
Please.
How will the new healthcare law affect your operation?
The national one? National one. Great question. That's a common conversation at the health departments, as you can imagine. There's a couple different theories, obviously.
More Medicaid patients, probably.
Potentially, but there has been a push for many years. Again, if you take politics out of it, there's been a big push for the past 5 to 6 years to get health departments out of what's called primary care. Okay, they've really pushed. There's some of the county next door, Taylor County, they have their own physician, and a physician that sees just, like you would go see a doctor for anything, sees a family care practice. They're really pushing to get us out of that. Part of that, I believe, is because they've known for quite some time, okay, we're going to have a lot more Medicaid. We would then become competition for local doctors. By the same token, I don't think we're ever going to be competition for a local doctor. The reason I say that is if you go to your family physician or dentist or optometrist or any of those type of people, they work. If you're not to show up for an appointment, it's a $25 charge, and if you miss 2 of them, they'll fire you. You're out. You can never go see that doctor again. We have a 40% no-show at our health department. And we're calling them the night before, saying, "Are you coming? Are you coming? Are you coming?" It's nothing you can force people into, but they don't show up. And if at a regular doctor's office, if they're getting paid by Medicaid and they're getting paid what's called cost-based reimbursement, in other words, when you provide the service, you get the money. They're not there, they're not getting paid. There's not going to be a whole lot of doctors that want to see patients like that. Even if there's like, I'll see anybody. So the concept, they'll say, everybody will have insurance. Yeah, but are they going to have providers that will take that? I think that's more the challenge, is if they'll actually see them. On the good side, if you want to look on the good side of it, I think it's going to provide a lot more insurance that we will be able to see people, and we'll be able to provide a lot more help to people that currently aren't getting any help at all. I really do think it's going to help, that we are going to be able to help some young children and some elderly that right now don't have anything at all. But as it is right now, we don't do any Medicare. We only do Medicaid. That's where I think it's going. How about you gentlemen? Any questions? Anything you've ever wanted to know about the health department or afraid to ask?
Thank you for your time and everything.
You're very welcome. If you ever have anything, please call me.
Thank you for your time.
You guys are
I do have a question.
Yeah, what you got?
At the last board meeting, we touched on the topic of the standard septic system inspections, especially in the area of the Wakulla Springs Protection Zone.
Mm-hmm.
Are you looking into that?
Yeah, there's, Ron Pisecki sent me an email that I think that Keith is answering back. But just to let you know, what I believe, I'm going to rephrase just to make sure I'm answering the right question is, at the last board meeting, you voted to remove from your county ordinances the requirement that every septic tank get inspected every 3 years. And because of that, there's a state law in place that says that you were originally grandfathered under, that said as long as you had that, you could do it, they weren't going to get in your face. But the state law passed that said nobody else can put an ordinance in, and once you've deleted your ordinance, the only option you have is if you want to have a septic tank inspection program of existing septic tanks, you have to do the state program. State has a statute and a rule that says here's what it is, here's what the costs are. So, for example, if you said maybe in this county, we said, we think there's a real issue in Wakulla Gardens and Magnolia Gardens. It's countywide. There is no, we want to carve out a piece and only look over here or carve out over there, and we want the inspection to do this, or we want to charge this fee. It says, here's the program you can do, and this is the only program you can do. To answer a question you're not asking me, if I'm going down the right path, is no county has decided to do that yet. There's been no county that has decided to take that on. And I think for a couple of reasons. One of those is the cost. The inspection that the state's requiring is pretty extensive. It can only be done by a contractor, and it would require a lot of work to be done. If that should ever change, I would recommend to you as a board to taking on a program that has a limited time frame, which is to look at all the septic tanks in our county to see if any of them are failing, and then be done. Because what you're trying to find there is to find the failing systems. And then once you've found them, you either work on getting them corrected, or you get them onto sewer, or that kind of thing. But there's no sense in going back over and over and over again. So, does that kind of answer your question, sir?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. I think Keith is going to be sending to Ron. There he is. Hey, Keith. Hey, by the way, there's Keith Longhunt. He's your environmental health director. And there's Tanya. You remember her. She's going to be your tobacco prevention specialist. He's our health educator. And there's Charlotte back there, our business manager. She's Mrs. No. When we're buying a lot of vaccine right now, so she's having to say yes a lot, and it's really killing her. It's really, really killing her. But we're buying a lot. Any other questions, maybe? Again, if you have anything, please, just give me a ring. Really, or any of my supervisors, we can answer it for you. We'll find you the answer. We have a lot of great resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
PAD runs a very good organization. Thank you, PAD. Now, it's Les Nessman. WKRP.
Hey, how you doing, Shirley?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and congratulations on your election.
Thank you.
We want you to know that...
Sorry.
That's okay. That those of us at the Extension Office are proud to serve the citizens of Wakulla County and their needs for informal and formal educational courses. We do have a PowerPoint, I hope.
You always have a problem with it. Katie rigged the thing just for you.
Did you bring your PowerPoint?
She's doing the best she can to see if she can fluster me. Is there a clicker this time? Okay, good. I know which button to push this time.
Are you sure? Just say turn it on for me.
Thank you.
Okay, again, our mission is to extend the educational information developed at the university system to the citizens of Wakulla County. We do this in a number of different fashions. We have 3 agents full-time on staff. Myself, I work with agriculture and natural resources. We have Shelley Swenson, who is in family and consumer sciences, and we have Sherry Kraft, who does 4-H programs here. The extension program for family and consumer sciences, again, adult-centered programs involving nutrition and healthy family lifestyle, monthly programs. Sherry, would you like to talk a little bit about this?
You go
Okay. Okay, monthly programs, congregate meal sites, food preservation classes. She does quite a good job in preserving the food, and again, in doing that in a safe and efficient fashion is really important to families' nutritional health and from a food safety standpoint. Financial management, she is running the Money Masters program and doing quite a good job with that. How many folks do you have involved in that?
10 families as well.
Okay, 10 families.
5 mentors.
And 5 mentors. So, the youth center programs are 4-H. They focus on community clubs and school clubs. The community clubs meet after school, sometimes at home, sometimes at the extension office annex. And then we have the Ag and Natural Resources program. Okay, the marketing effort, pardon me. We're using all the latest technology to meet the needs of particularly the younger group who know what Facebook and Twitter and all that sort of internet stuff is. For those of us past 39 and a few, sometimes it gets a little lost. We're also doing quite a bit of marketing here in the Wakulla News and in the Wakulla Times. Okay, again, we've talked about the 4-H program. These are some of the statistics. 11 community clubs, 15 school clubs. The Tropicana Public Speaking Contest, which involves a number of the youth in the school system. And I will say that while I wasn't in Tropicana, I did do 4-H public speaking 100 years ago. And the day camps, the Jam for Camp, and then there's Camp Cherry Lake over in Madison County. Ag and Natural Resources, we are targeting small farms and specialty producers. I have talked with David Edwards about a grant to establish a community market here locally. Next time this comes up, we will be making an application for that to see if we can't get a community market here in the Hudson Park area. We do have a number of specialty classes, mushrooms, citrus, trees. We also have a demonstration garden and orchard at the Extension office for folks who want to see what, in fact, can be effectively grown here and how to do it. And this is also the basis for our small farms specialty crop and gardening class. We do field consultations. We visit folks, look at their pastures, analyze the weeds. We do have educational displays at local events, and then a number of stories and web-based education. We'll try to impress you, particularly at this late hour of the day, with some of those statistics in just a moment. People by the numbers. This is what we did last year, almost 1,600 at educational events there at the Extension office and in remote sites. Office visits, we do have folks that bring things to us still, over 2,100 people. I had somebody yesterday wanted to look at the demonstration garden, had a lady today wanting trees identified. Some of these walk-ins are even the basis for some of my newspaper features. Field visits, not as much. Again, we'll go visit people on the field, but given the resource limitations these days, and we're thankful for everything we get, by the way, but we're trying to maximize the use of those resources. Our big numbers come from our web visits. Now, these are visits, these are not hits. The difference is a web visit, somebody comes in, they stay, they look around, they may look at several different pages. Now, I appreciate that there's not 600,000 people approximately here in Wakulla County. Some of this, granted, could come from New Zealand or Australia, but it is the information specifically for Wakulla County. The information that we have on it says that people are utilizing this resource and revisiting our web pages on a regular basis to answer questions. The mass media contacts, again, Shelley, Sherry, and I all have frequent stories in the local newspaper. I have been very fortunate in the Wakulla News to get the back page of the front section on a regular basis. In writing on natural resources, we also write for the Wakulla Area Times on a monthly basis. I do lawn and garden there. Shelley does family and consumer science education there. And then there are a number of other individual situations where we reach out and contact folks. So total contacts over 1 million. So coming soon in 2013, Shelley will be doing a cooking school. We'll have more Wakulla County 4-H clubs. We'll be teaching a group tonight. We're working with preparing some of the students here for the upcoming swine show, which has been an annual event here for almost 50 years. I worked in the hog business in the Carolinas some years ago, and we'll be trying to teach the kids a little bit about hog production. We will have a Master Gardener program on a monthly basis this next year. There'll be, as it looks now, third Tuesday night, plus a Saturday work day to get a little dirt under fingernails. Demonstration garden we've talked about. We are pursuing natural resource education, which will include also water management issues. So, and web-based instruction will be continuing. Big Ben Bugs. We do have a cattleman's newsletter that answers specifically or tailors specifically to the needs of the local cattlemen. We're also initiating one first of the year concerning apiary interest. And so again, we are proud to serve Wakulla County, and if anyone has any questions, please.
The newsletter is an online newsletter or email?
Yes, sir.
And just go to your website and subscribe to it?
Yes, sir. Give them 50 cents an envelope these days. The numbers just don't work for mailing things out. We manage our budget very tightly. I come from a long line of real cheap people, and this is the least expensive, most effective way to reach out and touch folks these days. Mm-hmm. And granted, some of the those of us with an advanced vintage are not quite as familiar with the technical skills, but you would be surprised how many out there are in fact online.
Oh yeah, quite a few.
Well, thank you for your attention today, and please feel free to call me anytime I can help.
Thank you. Appreciate all you do.
And I hope to catch the next mullet canning class. I missed the last one. Yeah. I planned on being there, but it was just too tight. But
Shelley, that was the night I was there, right? The mullet cannon. Okay. Yeah, I got to try it. You said that was good.
Yeah.
Really? Okay, I want to go to that too.
Yeah.
See, there's a Wakulla girl there.
David had to step out, but I think he would say, if he were here, turn it over to Louis.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Louis Cerner, the Planning and Community Development Department. As you can imagine, our department has quite a lot of interaction with the public, and as a result, we are going to have quite a lot of interaction with the commissioners. So we welcome this opportunity to just give you a broad overview of what we do. And I appreciate that you all have had a long day, and I'll be brief. I'll just hit the highlights. But I welcome the opportunity to speak with you individually. Feel free to stop by our office, and I can explain to you a little bit more about what we do.
All
right.
When does that have to be read?
before the next
Which one do I hit?
I've been wanting to ask for a copy.
All right. Because we have quite a lot of interaction with the public, the focus of our department at Planning and Community Development is customer service. We deal with quite a range of customers. We deal with on a daily basis, professional developers, architects, engineers, But we also deal with individuals who just want a permit. They're only going to have one interaction with us in their lifetime. So we go quite a ways towards making their experience memorable, if not pleasurable. I think our department goes. I think we do quite good work as far as doing good customer service, but this is an area that we're constantly trying to make improvements on, and we would appreciate any input you can have or any ideas you can have on improving that, because that is our primary focus. Secondly, our department is focused on community engagement, and despite what you might think of the planning department, we don't make the plans for the community. We don't do planning for the community. What we do is we help the community plan. The best plans are going to be those that come from the public, not from a department. So our job is to help engage the public and to get them involved in planning their community, getting long-term input. So that's our second focus, the thing that we're trying to improve upon. What we do, I divided that up into 4 areas: long-range planning, short-range planning, housing, and sort of a catch-all called special projects. Long-range planning is what we call big-picture planning. First of all, it's the comprehensive plan, that very large book that you, or not the very large book, the second large book that you have in front of you. This is a long-range plan for the community, looking ahead 20 years. But it affects everybody, it affects development on a daily basis as well. So it's a very important document. This was a state-mandated document. It's mandated that we update it at various times, evaluate it and appraise it. As a state-mandated document, personally, I believe there needs to be more community input on this document to get buy-in. So one of the things that we're going to be focused on, hopefully in the next year or so, is getting more input in the comprehensive plan. We'll be bringing updates that reflect more of what the community wants in their comprehensive plan. We also deal with the future land use map, which is a part of the comprehensive plan. Again, affecting development on a daily basis. It's the long-term plan visually of what the community wants to be. We deal with citizen-initiated amendments, county-initiated amendments like you saw at your last meeting, and then, as I mentioned, evaluation and appraisal of this document. Under big picture planning, I also included special projects like the Crawfordville Town Plan and the bicycle pedestrian plans that were completed this year. These projects were completed by Kimberly Horn with the assistance of the planning department. They were very good documents, very good public input over the long term. So I think these are very good documents, and these are documents that we are going to try to get incorporated into the comprehensive plan. There are also plans that we're going to be bringing forward ordinances to try and implement what the community said they wanted to see in Crawfordville and as a part of the bicycle pedestrian plan. So these are exciting documents that I think you're going to see, hear a lot more from. More big picture planning. We also assist with the Capital Regional Transportation Planning Agency, which is Jefferson County, Leon County, Wakulla, and Gadsden County, looking at transportation on a regional level. So we assist on various committees and with input in that, planning effort. Emergency support functions. This is sort of a catch-all. I think we support emergency management and their emergency planning. We also deal with other county agencies in long-term planning, like Public Works and other agencies like that. But just sort of a long-range thing that we count as long-range planning. Short-range planning, these are the things that I've classified as our day-to-day operations. Site plans, subdivisions, conditional uses, temporary uses, variances, development plan approvals. You'll hear a lot about those. It's an approval that you need to go through our department before you can get a permit. We also assist with code enforcement. Code enforcement is under building, but when it comes to land use issues, we sort of assist with code enforcement. Short-range planning, daily calls, and walk-ins. This is, I think, takes a bulk of what we do as far as time-wise. Our latest estimates of what we do as far as daily calls and walk-ins. We track this over a period of time. I would estimate 100 to 200 calls per week, about 20 to 40 walk-ins per week. Some of those are short-term calls, some of those are follow-ups. But a lot of those are really long-term. People come in with on-demand questions that can take quite a bit of time. So that's what you'll see a lot about what our department does as far as on a daily basis, taking up time. Land Development Code updates. The Land Development Code is the very large book that you have in front of you. That's a very old document. It really needs to be updated. There's a lot of things in there that are inconsistent and are outdated. We will be bringing before you in the next year or so updates to zoning, sign, landscaping, subdivision and site plan, and other areas within the code. And then within the last year, we've updated the code to reflect process improvements in our review processes. And these are much needed improvements and a lot of things that you're going to see coming before you in the near future. I've also included under what we do in the short-range planning, community outreach, and this is sort of another catch-all. We deal with a lot of customers or potential developers or neighborhood interests that require more long-term time commitments. We've been dealing with TCC as they were evaluating different sites, helping them along. Melissa and some are here with me, have been working quite extensively with the Historical Society, trying to get their master plan underway. So that's a big part of what we do, a big service that we provide that I think is very important to point out.
And FEMA with the new flood maps, too.
Yeah, actually, we'll get to that. I classified that under special projects, but yeah, that is a huge thing, other special project, other thing that we do. Housing. The county no longer has a housing department. They are being operated by Meridian and Capital Area Community Action Agency, but they do fall under our department. Those deal with Section 8 housing, the SHIP program, weatherization assistance, and low-income home energy assistance programs. If you get any calls or complaints about any of these programs, which you probably will, feel free to direct them to our office, and we'll make sure they get handled and hopefully sent to the right agency, or we'll assist that as well. But housing is another thing that falls under our department. Special projects. This is sort of our catch-all for what we do. Last year we got grants for the Wakulla Gardens Challenge. I know a lot of you are familiar with that. This was a grant through the American Planning Association, the EPA Sustainable Community Grants, and these were just community efforts to try to get input to solve problems. As other grants come up, the planning department will be involved in those. We are bringing forth ordinances and code changes based on these efforts, so I think they're very worthwhile efforts, but they fall under what we do. FEMA map updates, which you will be hearing a lot about and have already heard a lot about. The planning department spent quite a lot of time on getting the community aware of what's going on, working with the Water Management District and with FEMA. Again, we don't have, as a department and as a county, we're very limited as far as what we can do about the maps, other than trying to make sure the public is aware of what's going on. But we have had some input on those maps. The community rating system, this is a very important program affecting flood insurance rates throughout the county. One of the things that Melissa's been keeping up with that over the years, and one of the things that we're going to look at to try and offset some of the impacts from the map updates is to try to make sure the community has a better rating and try to get better discounts on insurance. Our numbers, 2011 was considered a low year for development and for processes in our departments. I've included 2011, and then we have our 2012 numbers. Some of those have been estimated for what the rest of the year will bring. But if you look at the top two numbers, rezonings and comp plan amendments, we're up significantly in those areas. I'm not an expert, but I believe those are sort of leading indicators as to future development. People typically do a rezoning and a comp plan amendment before they actually do a development. On the site plan side, we're down slightly. Occupational licenses are up slightly. But these are just basically our numbers for the year. So I don't think things have gotten any worse than last year, but hopefully things will be picking up. Our staff, we have a staff of 5. Melissa and Summer, who you all probably know and will get to know very well, are with me today. They do a great job. They are experts in the code. Not only do they know the code very well, they can tell you why things are in there and why they're worded a certain way. If you call me with a question, I'll likely go to one of them for the right answer. Dina Jones of our office, our planning technician, she has recently been certified as a code enforcement officer, so we are sharing her a couple days a week with code enforcement. She does a good job, and I hate to lose that time, but it's good that we have getting her something that she's interested in and something that really needs to be done. And then Pamela, our administrative assistant, is a part-time person. Again, I'd be welcome to answer any of your questions. Feel free to stop in and talk with me in detail as far as my ideas of what we'll be bringing forward to you. Hopefully a lot of good things are on the horizon as far as development and changes in the code to better reflect what the community wants.
Well, thank you for your time.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank y'all for these books as well. I know it took a lot of time to put these together, and thank y'all. That'll help a lot.
Do the planning and zoning members, do they have these books?
I think we're getting those to them at their next meeting, which is next week.
Actually, the new planning commission members will receive them at their first meeting, and they're swearing in January. I believe that's on the 14th. But we are preparing those for them, and the existing commissioners do have those. Anytime we switch members on our commission, we do prepare these materials for them, as well as some materials on the sunshine laws and things like that, because they're subjected to those as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we your last presentation?
No.
Oh, no. We're just getting started.
Hey, the one is Jessica. Is Rod in?
Well, I'm Rod Revel. I'm your building official. I'm the one that stirs up all the trouble for you. Basically, you've probably got a little note right there in front of you, but our division forms permit intake, plan review of construction documents for code compliance with Florida building codes. We also do plan review and inspect for the Florida Fire Prevention Code, so to be sure that the buildings are in compliance with both the Florida Building Code and the Florida Fire Prevention Code. We also do fire safety inspections, and when businesses change hands and stuff like that through use inspections. We also we're the depository for the keeper of records for the building department. In other words, we keep all our applications, elevation certificates, plans, all the documents relating to the issuance of building permits and COs. We're also responsible for floodplain management. Not entirely floodplain management, because a lot of that is a lot of the criteria comes out of planning and zoning department, but we are the enforcement agency for that. In other words, we verify, and then we get elevation certificates, and it's our responsibility to retain those records for the public, or to have access, and if they come in and want them, or if public wants them, or for whatever. Over the years that I've been there, our staff has been reduced by greater than 50%. We now have 4 full-time employees, myself being your building official. I have 1 full-time inspector, Charles Engel. I have Tracy Chance, who is, she's my office manager. She is also fire inspector, fire plan review. All around, do a little bit of everything is her job. I mean, that's, she handles paying her bills. She
I mean, she's just a do-everything person for me. I have Luana Matthews. She is my front line for intake. She is my permit tech, and she intakes most of our paperwork that comes in through our office. Tracy does assist in that when necessary, and so do we. On the paper before you, it shows that we have 2 part-time employees. We have one part-time employee. His name is Raleigh Fuel. I have him working 2 to 3 days a week. Mr. Alan Harvey, I retained him, but he's more of a on standby in the event that Tracy's out, gone something, and we have to have a fire person. We still have him as our go-to person, but Mr. Allen has not worked for us part-time to any degree in several months. Of course, as most of you guys know, the building has been down for quite a little while. I'm not going to try to go through all the statistics or anything. I'm basically just going to give you some brief numbers. Our commercial projects in 10 and 11, I'm talking about anything of any substantial, was actually 0. I'm not saying that we didn't have a little bit of work that, constituted, like for change of uses where a little bit of work was done, but as far as actual commercial development, permits in 2010, 2011, there was none. 2011, 2012, we permitted 4. Our single-family dwelling output in 2010, 2011, we permitted 45 new residences, and 2011, 2012, we permitted 54 new residences, and pretty much that is what we do, and the gist of our operation. However, we do assist in code enforcement some, primarily with building code related issues that we get involved in. But if you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you for your time and all that you do. If there's anything I can do, just call me and let me know.
Appreciate it. So you said you're at about half of what the staff used to be?
Yes.
That was my primary question, because I keep hearing people say, well, building has fallen off. How come that department hasn't shrunk? But obviously it has, and so...
we were at 5 before I took over. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about 5 full-time staff. At one time, we were at, I want to say, trying to recollect here, I believe it was either 9. I think we had 9 full-time staff, plus we've had Mr. Raleigh in a part-time status for several years, almost since I've been with the department. Okay. So yes, we're down. Quite honestly, yes, building's down, but we're in a position where if someone's sick, we're kind of hampered, kind of crippled. I mean, you think, well, there's not that much going on, but everybody has a job to do, and if you're missing somebody, I mean, today, we ate lunch in our offices. I mean, that's because we had one in the doctor. So, I mean,
you can measure Rod. He has his own fund, which we don't subsidize him out of the general fund. He has his own fund, and that fund was built up, and during the bad years, they chewed into that fund. Last year, we almost broke even.
We were within probably $1,500, $2,000.
Yeah, that's all we had to go into a $600,000 fund. All he had to do is chew into it about $2,000. So that shows you that things are picking back up, because before we were chewing into it well, but his fees are up, and to date is already, I mean, he's doing good, and he really watches what he does, but at the end of the day, his fees have steadily increased. In fact, he's at right now, based on performance, they're about 02, 03 level as far as building permits are concerned. It's kind of where he's at. Okay. But he does a very good job.
That's the only department we have that has to self-support? Is that right?
To my,
well,
landfill, or I believe.
All the fund, if it's a fund, it's theoretically it's supposed to fund itself, but sometimes we have to, some of them we have to send general fund dollars to. The general fund is responsible for all of them.
Can't, right? You can't put.
That's the limit, that's
Yeah,
why it's a
that's
separate
right.
fund.
That's right.
And the others aren't, is because, and I'm not an attorney or a building historian here, but what I've been told is that statewide, you've got organizations, building organizations said, look, you can't take our money that we're paying and use it for other general fund services. So they've forced, maybe the bad word, but they've maneuvered themselves into a position where they have to be self-sufficient, but it also can't be used for anything else. So it works both ways.
Yeah, I pay part of a surplus tax that I pay on the minimum surplus tax, which is $4. It's actually it's 3% or $4 minimum. There's a part of that fund that goes into the state. Now we do get to retain a percentage of that for doing it and sending it in, and those funds, there's certain things they can be used for also. In other words, they go towards like paying for my guys to go to continuing education, or if we need some additional training in an area or something, those funds are set aside for such purposes as that.
Very good.
Bill?
Thank you.
Very good. Rod is a very good manager, I must say. He stays on his game. Very good. Thank you, Rod.
Y'all done, I'm headed back.
Okay.
Jamie Bays.
Hello.
Hey, Jamie.
Welcome. Welcome back. Welcome the new ones.
Thank you.
Just a brief summary about code enforcement. I'm responsible to enforce the county ordinances and codes that are adopted by the commissioners. Our most significant role is to identify and meet the needs of our county citizens and business owners. Our goal is to protect the property values, mainly protect your property rights and help our community be safe. We can accomplish this goal by investigating complaints that we receive and most importantly educating the citizens on what's out there, what our codes are, the do's and don'ts of our county ordinances. The code enforcement currently operates on a complaint-driven basis. It is important to know that we do receive anonymous complaints, but in the event that there is a complex issue, we encourage that they leave their information so we can ensure that we've gotten everything addressed that they're concerned about, as well as being able to contact them back in the event that there is an issue and they want to have a follow-up. Once they do provide their information, though, they will be subject to a public records request, so it's up to them to whether or not they want to leave their information. Our inspections are typically triggered by a complaint. Our goal in code enforcement is voluntary compliance. That is our number one goal. Once a complaint's filed, we start with an informal method of enforcement. We like to give the property owner a heads up, per se. We issue a pre-inspection notice, which is informal. It gives them 10 days to respond to the complaint that was filed. It lets them know that we did receive a complaint, and based on that information, that they may have a code violation. So typically that pre-inspection will sum up about 70% of our violations without taking formal process. A lot of times they're not aware that they've even had a violation on their property. Now we do have a formal method. Once we inspect and we confirm that there is a violation, we will issue a notice of violation, which is certified mail, and it provides the owner, or informing the owner, what the violation is, how to correct it, and it gives them a compliance date, which is typically 30 days out, depending on the nature of the violation. If it's a health hazard, we try to get it taken care of within that 15-day grace period. It just all depends on the nature of the violation. Once the violation compliance date has expired, we will follow back up with an inspection. If the inspection confirms that the violation is corrected, there's no need to proceed. However, if it's still in violation, our next enforcement process would be recommending that we have a code enforcement action through our code board, which is a 7-member quasi-judicial proceeding. It's civil, it's not criminal. The board consists of members that are appointed by the commission. They are there within 3-year staggered terms. And they're a group of citizens. Usually we try to have it where they're a contractor, a realtor, a business person, just another citizen. And I've been very, very happy and pleased with the code board that we've had since its creation. We've come a long way. I've been doing this for 7 years now, so we've heard over about 115 cases with the code board, and it's very successful. Now we do have a process where, say a case was heard by the code board and it's the same owner and the same violation and it occurs within a 5-year period, it's considered to be a repeat violation. At that time, we are not required to give them a reasonable time of notice. It can automatically be forwarded back to the code board. And at that time, at the board's discretion, they can impose $500 per day versus our standard $250 per day. Right now, our code board is appreciative to people's hardships, and they understand, and we try to be consistent, so we do like to impose a $50 per day fine, which is pretty standard. But again, depending on the nature of the violation, they can go up to as high as $250 per day. But our goal, again, is voluntary compliance. So this is the last source of enforcement. And that's pretty much code enforcement, but if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you for your time there.
Wow, you're letting me off easy.
One of the things that I do want you to discuss, because we were supposed to meet on Monday, we've still got the collection side of code enforcement is a problem.
And I wasn't sure if you wanted to go into...
I just want to give them a heads up because it's something that they're going to have to sort of chew on at some point.
Most certainly.
There's over $400,000, maybe over $450,000 owed to the county.
Actually, we do have a total. We've heard, what I have in front of me is a spreadsheet that basically sums up properties that are non-homestead that the county could move forward and foreclose on. And right now, with those properties, it totals $447,990. Now, the ones that are homestead, it's 20 years, or if they sell the property. And right now, we're at $155,780.
We file a lien against the property, so that if it's ever sold, we do collect.
So all of these are pretty much liened already?
These are liens. These are actually liens that are on file against properties.
What are some of the examples of things that liens have been placed on their property? And what are some of the examples of code violations that they led to the lien?
Well, initially when we get a complaint, it could be in reference to accumulation of rubbish, household garbage, dangerous structures. Some of these are ones that the county, actually, the board had directed the county to hire a vendor to clean up. So we've corrected the violation, and that lien goes against the property for the costs that we've incurred for cleaning it up, in addition to fines. The majority of them are rentals. They're not, these aren't occupied dwellings, they're actually rentals. And there's some that are vacant lots that just left abandoned and had accumulation of tires and old vessels, and people just put it on the back burner and didn't want to do anything about it, and it resulted in a lien against the property. And some of these are accruing a daily fine. Now, the daily fine will add up, and we'll eventually address it once that fine exceeds the property value. Then that might be something the county might want to look at in foreclosure. Some of these other ones we've already cleaned up. You know, that would be my first priority and recommendations for foreclosure. What, you're puzzled?
I guess I'm angry.
Okay.
Why are we waiting for the amount of fines to reach the value of the property to move to foreclosure?
Well, we're not in the business of really foreclosing on properties, so we try to get the property owner to correct the violation and remedy the...
Okay. So the way I understand it, and at least what I think I've experienced when I've been on the board, is that before even a letter goes out, most of the time, there's a verbal communication, there's trying to work with the person, and there's a long process before it gets to the code enforcement board. And there's multiple times where this person or entity can resolve the issue, but they choose not to, okay? And then it goes into the fines, and then the county still is pressed with this horrible situation that might be there and chooses we have to do something about it, whether it's disassemble a trailer that's half burnt or whatever it is, and we take care of it and we pay for it and we're out all this stuff. And when you say that we're not in the business of foreclosures, we should not be in the business of incurring fantastic debt that affects all of our citizens. And I think that we have to look at where the whole policy is of how to go.
That's why I wanted to broach the subject, because we were supposed to meet with code enforcement to begin this discussion of what we're going to do about this, and ultimately we know that it's a decision that y'all will have to set in policy.
You know, we just had an issue with the bridge, with the fence, and we said, oh, this is a code enforcement issue. Or with speeding, you hand out a few tickets and people learn the lesson. You know, and I hate when people say, when I was in so-and-so, this is what happened there. But when I was in Sarasota and I had rental properties, if one of my renters didn't mow the grass, okay, I got a letter, okay? And it wasn't like they discussed it with me. I got a letter. I had X number of days, 15 days, to get that grass cut, however I wanted to do it. And if I didn't do it, I was into the system of fines, which led immediately into the system of that lien and foreclosure. They weren't messing around with you. And I think that our county, and especially, you know, Jamie, I know that you've bent over backwards with these people. You've extended yourself. You really, I mean, were very generous with your time. And with all of that, still was this attitude of we're not going to do anything about it. I don't think we should be allowing ourselves to get into that position.
And I don't know the history on this, and Evelyn may be able to shed some light on this. Prior boards may not have had any palette of foreclosure whatsoever. And that's why we're bringing this back up of what is your taste for, you know, we need to do something.
If this is something that the board certainly wants to move forward on, I'm 100% behind you. I mean, it's something that we definitely need to bring to the commission.
There has not been a board in my history of doing a board meeting that were in favor of foreclosing on people's property.
And what I'm hearing with $400,000 in non-homesteaded property.
Yes, sir.
That's the issue that really upsets me. I mean, I'm not, you know, this person on a fixed income who maybe even be confused and doesn't even know how to deal with the system. That's one thing. But when you're dealing with people who are landlords, people who choose not to respond to the county, I'll say this and I'll go out in front of the issue, is I am not adverse to foreclosing on those situations, and early.
Well, just keep in mind, too, is some of these that are rentals are occupied, and so the county, in my opinion, would need to be prepared if it is foreclosed on. You know, we have people that may be homeless, or how the county wants to handle taking over a property that somebody's living in, whether it's through HUD or whatever the means might be.
I mean, it takes a 90-day notice to evict them if they're renters, but effectively, if we foreclose, we could become the landlords and leave them in there until the property sells.
Well,
I mean, I don't know, we don't really want to be in the landlord business. Do you have a breakdown of hard cost versus these $50 a day fines?
I've actually calculated through... Right now, my spreadsheet shows 1031. I had a little bit of a bond moment. I would like to do it through September 30th, which is the fiscal year, the end of the fiscal year, which will actually increase what I have totaled from another month. But I went ahead and added up the per-day fines that have accumulated on properties, and we have those dollar amounts as well as ones that are cleaned up or the county has cleaned up and they haven't satisfied the lien, and that's an actual total. There hasn't been a daily fine accruing, it's just a total amount that's due against for the lien.
And we can distinguish those two.
Yes, we can.
I mean, do you have just a ballpark? I mean, out of 400,000 is 100,000 hard costs that we physically spent the money, and the rest are just fines that, you know, yeah, the number's there, but it's not out of budget, out of pocket.
Let's see, that's 10, 20, 40, 50.
And you can get back later with that.
I can. I mean, this is just from what I see as a rough draft, just so I was prepared for numbers. But yes, I mean, my opinion would be move forward on the ones that the county has already cleaned and corrected, and the fines are no longer accruing, and we have a total amount. Those would be my ones that I would bring before the Code Enforcement Board first, just as far as a recommendation, but it does lie in the governing body, which is the commission.
And it's definitely an item that will have to come before the board.
I'd be interested to see the numbers too. For the ones that are continuing to accrue, that number is certainly getting a lot worse for the homeowner. Maybe we can offer them some sort of amnesty, saying, hey, well, here's our hard costs. This is what, well, I guess the county hasn't cleaned those up. You say once it cleans it up, the fines stop?
The fines will stop.
Okay. Well,
and we have a mixed variety here. We have ones that have flat refused, and they have renters, and the renters continue to live the way they're living, and the landowner doesn't really do anything about it, and those are accruing the daily fine, and the violation's still there. And then we have ones the county's cleaned up, it's no longer in violation, and there's a set amount that the county has paid to clean it up, and that's what's the lien's for. And then we have ones that they've actually voluntarily cleaned it up, had a daily fine, the fine stopped, but they still have what's accrued from the time they were supposed to have it cleaned up till the time it was actually cleaned up. So you have a couple thousand here on one property. It's no longer in violation, but they still have a lien.
We may want to consider some sort of settlement type arrangement on those.
Now,
that would be up to y'all.
I can tell you this. I've recently mailed out copies of these liens to every owner that has a lien, whether it's 3 years old, 4 years old, just as a friendly reminder. Some things happen, things are put on the back burner. Some people might not be aware at this point. They took over a father's inheritance or whatever the case might be, and I was hoping to get more calls about those liens, and I've only had 3 people come in, upset with me, but those 3 people were very much aware of what was going on, and they don't want to satisfy it. They have the option to apply for a reduction. It's a $25 application fee. It goes through our code board as a recommendation, and then it comes to the commission for, it would be up to you guys to either reduce it, waive it, it'll rest in your hands at that time. And I think the commission has seen one, and they went with the code board's recommendation, and that was actually reduced to 0. I have 2 more that are pending that might come before the board in January. I'm not sure how that's going to work just yet, but those are 2 that the board will have that decision to reduce it or not reduce it, and if they decide not to, then we can certainly move forward in foreclosure proceedings with the county attorney.
Do you know the house on Stop Drive that's just behind the city hall where I think we was working with that, but that person died and now the homes are for sale, so how would the county, what would happen in that situation?
I've been actually dealing with the ex-wife who is now the power of attorney and with that property. It's no longer in violation. They've corrected the junk part of it, but there is building code related issues. The fines have stopped as far as my end, and matter of fact, I have a total here of $22,475 that is a lien, and realistically, those structures would need to go. It'd be probably more of a value of raw land versus.
So, but if that property is sold, would the county?
They would have to satisfy the lien.
Okay.
I would think. I'm not an attorney. I don't know how that works with.
Is it that they're trying to sell the property
It has
now,
to be
so-
disclosed at closing.
Title company does, lien searches, and so
Yeah, we get them all the time.
they would find it, and they have the recourse.
But they're allowed to transfer ownership with the lien. Now, I've seen other counties in Florida.
Not if it's financed, but if it's a cash deal, if we were financing it, we would require it to be satisfied.
Yeah, see, I've seen other counties where, they've changed ownerships, and there's, whether it's by policy, but they cannot sell the property and change ownerships until the lien's satisfied.
Correct.
Now, I don't think we have that here. I'm under the impression they can change hands, but it does have to be disclosed to the buyer.
I think that the key is,
Yeah, I don't think so.
It
Yeah.
stays with the property and not the owner.
Right.
So whoever buys it goes in.
Have to satisfy that lien.
well,
Okay.
if it's a cash deal, anyone can sign a warranty deed and have it recorded in the courthouse. So if it's a cash deal, it's easy enough to do it if that person knows, or even if they don't know, they
Right.
didn't do a title search. It's possible that the property could change hands, and that lien is still attached to the property. But until a lender enforces that, it could happen.
Yeah. But there's all sorts of avenues that we can take, and I'm certainly open for suggestions or whatever the board so desires.
I wouldn't think any of us would want to foreclose, but when we have these kind of expenses, we're putting them on the back of the other citizens, and so we're making, if we allow it to continue, we're making a decision for other people to fund that bill. And
Well, you got to bear in mind, too, that the county attorney will do a title search on these properties, and as I've seen in the past, we've cleaned up a piece of property back in 2007, and taxes weren't paid, and the mortgage owned, by the time they satisfied everything else, the county didn't recoup anything. So we just have to also be careful on ones that we do want to move forward with that
can we do that
foreclosure.
selectively? If we put a policy in place, can we do the math and selectively decide it's cost effective in this case, but not in this case?
I can speak with the county attorney about it and see what
Or are we
what we
going
can
to be
do.
obligated to treat everyone the same and move forward regardless if
It's a good
gonna
question.
cost
I'm not sure, and I'll definitely check with our county attorney, and following this meeting, I got a little bit more of an insight on how you guys are feeling, so I'll definitely bring that before Lynn is our code enforcement attorney, so I'll check with her.
And for ones that are lower cost, is there a mechanism for putting it on the tax bill instead of a lien?
That was my first, I wasn't here maybe 2 years, and that was my first thing to do, is why can't we put this as an assessment on your taxes? And I think something with Florida statute doesn't allow us to do it. Yeah, we can't assess it as a special assessment.
Because that had to be done uniformly.
Yeah. I think it's Florida statute. So we're kind of stuck with it.
These folks, just general question, I guess, that aren't paying the lien, are they typically paying their property taxes? Or
No. These are ones that, most of them are ones that other people have tax certificates. I mean, we even have to do that research prior to going to the code board because we have to notify any interested parties. So anybody that has bought a tax certificate has to be notified, regardless if they can get it in 5 years or not. So they're made aware way in advance. But a lot of them are unpaid taxes, and they have either second mortgages or they owe too much to the first mortgage, and we're second. So there's definitely an extensive amount of research to go with them, but I will break it down to the ones that I would think could go forward now, that aren't making someone homeless just yet, and maybe they have clear titles and we can actually recoup something.
Just out of curiosity, is Robert Hill one of the other ones?
He's got two, actually.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, and again, my exposure to how Jamie has operated has been to give the person every conceivable opportunity, way beyond what you could even imagine, okay? And she's been overly gracious with not wanting to push the issue. But I think when you're dealing with these situations and they have declared who they are and that they're thumbing the nose at the county, okay? They don't want to even, it'd be one thing is, I don't have the money, but I will clean up this thing, okay? I will go out there on Saturdays and Sundays or whatever when I'm off work, and I will get my property cleaned up. They're not even willing to do that. So when the county is looking at this, the research that Jamie says she's doing, that cost us, all right? Because she's not doing other things when she's doing that. And when we're paying taxpayer dollars to clean up things, that's costing us more than the actual sum that we're paying, because that's no longer in an interest-bearing account or wherever it could possibly be. It's hurting us. And so I'm not in favor of, as a general principle, well, we got the thing fixed and they paid for the $1,000 that we had to pay and we'll make the fine zero. I think there has to be an expense that the county has to recoup that expense, from the citizen.
I agree.
Well, this was enlightening on my end too, so I know generally how the board feels.
We're talking about, from my perspective, I'm talking specifically right now on those non-homesteaded properties.
I would say start with that, and start with the ones where it's cost-effective to do so, and then maybe you can get enough money in the system that you can start looking at the others.
Yeah, because what's happening now, Commissioner Thomas, is that we're depleting the funds that we have to clean up other areas that we may want to clean up, because now we've had, how much did you say that was out there as far as money the county has spent on cleaning up these things?
I mean, just at face value, what I see, I mean, there's almost 60 grand just adding in my head.
Yeah, and it probably is more. And so
And if we did that and cleaned up other areas, we would stop the fine, so at least that...
And you also want to think, too, if it's something that might be beneficial for the county, whether it's a property that's vacant in Wakulla Gardens, it could be utilized for stormwater. I mean, there are properties out there that might be beneficial to us.
And there's properties, I bought 2 Wakulla Gardens lots from people that have never even stepped foot in the state of Florida. They inherited these lots. They didn't even know what they had. And so there could be some of that.
I had one lady that won a lot at the fair, and is not even from Florida. I've never even seen it. I mean, I guess a lot of them were auction or rallied off at the fair years ago.
There, that's how they was initially.
Yeah, and so a lot of mine that I was dealing with when the Wakulla Gardens started growing, I was dealing with a lot of people that had no idea what they even had. So,
Is there any way of knowing if these folks are qualifying for anything else, like the low-income exemption for solid waste or fire? I mean, can that be crossed? Are we giving them county benefits when they owe county money already? And
that's something that I don't know that we've ever looked at in that aspect, but that certainly needs to be looked at. Oh, yeah. That's a good idea.
And is there any way to, this exchange on these cash deals, and then change the name of the property, or essentially having a sale, is there any way before that's recorded in the court to have these properties on some kind of list of being flagged at the court?
Well, even if the answer is yes, and Evelyn, correct me if I'm wrong here, even if the answer is yes, whether or not we could flag it, there's nothing we could do.
Right.
The clerk can't refuse to record a legally completed document.
Or you could even have a pocket deed that never gets recorded, but the transfer still happened. There's just no legal record of it in the courthouse. No.
But too, the previous boards, what they were looking at is the cost of filing a foreclosure proceeding and attorney's fees in doing.
That's true.
So once you look at a filing fee that's huge now, you have to weigh that. How are you going to collect that?
Right.
And I have a very good...
And attorney's time, and title search.
Heath Stokely is the one that I think handles that end of it with NGN. And I have pretty detailed explanation on one specific case. Matter of fact, the one that in 2007, where he explained everything, and by the time it got to us, it just, there was nothing. It wasn't worth it. And I assume that has to do with the filing fees and other liens and other stuff. So this would have to be looked into for each individual property. And
that's a big question. If we can do that, if we can arbitrarily enforce it when it's cost effective to do so.
Certainly. We'll look into that for sure.
And, and would it make a difference if we were quicker to pull the trigger rather than waiting all this time and putting ourselves in a hole where the property owner absolutely is not going to respond? They're not even paying taxes anymore, and we're left at the last man in the line to collect nothing.
Well, typically we can foreclose after 90 days of filing. Now, there was apparently there was an issue with our certified recorded copies with the clerk's office. They have to be certified, stamped, and and previous legal, it was suffice what we had, and apparently it wasn't when we NGN came on board. So we had to look at over 40 different liens and actually amend them and have our person recertify them on our end. But there's this list
has to be certified. Has to be certified.
Well, the Donna or whoever at the clerk's office was not suffice according to.
No, it has to be. You have to take that original judgment and make a certified copy.
And stamp it certified and record that.
Copy recorded.
Correct.
To constitute a lien.
Correct. So, and that step apparently was missed on staff's end because we had to have somebody that could actually certify the order, and it couldn't be the clerk's office.
The clerk's office would be the only one that could certify the order.
Not anymore. There was
If it's a court case.
Yeah, that's civil. I don't know. I know that we got an opinion from NGN. They're the ones that actually brought it to our attention. So we went ahead and started that process over again. But there's this first page is ones that are already been amended, and we could move forward now. 90 days have expired. So we started that ball as soon as we received that notice. So there's a good chunk right here that we can go ahead and start on.
If we have a property with tax certificates sold and they predate our lien, do we have to satisfy those if we go through the foreclosure? So would that additional cost be added into it?
I have no idea on that one. I will,
And do we have
Make a
anyone who
check.
has applied for ownership of the property or taken the property as a result of the tax certificates? And I assume that if that happens, they will have to satisfy our lien.
well, I don't know if it's even safe to talk about.
Yeah, you need to be careful.
Carter,
Carter?
Fort. This is a prime example.
Hold on just a second.
He took ownership during,
We haven't gotten all the documentation back on that yet.
Yeah, I'd hold up.
I
We
would
don't,
leave it as
that's under
hypothetical
litigation right now.
discussions.
Yeah,
I'll be happy
hold
to.
up on that. Because I just saw where that's still fumbling around, so.
If you have time to look into that, that will probably answer a question or two in regards to that.
Right.
Tax certificate, bought and mix of things, so.
There's nothing easy in code enforcement, but y'all are right.
Yeah.
And
Y'all are right. We got to shorten that time.
I'll be happy to.
We've
and-
got to start holding the people's feet to the fire.
Yeah, and you're right, and you have to tiptoe to a certain degree. It's not an easy job going out there and dealing with some of the people that we have here that have accumulated this stuff over 30 years, and so, I've played more of a mediator and tried to meet in the middle with the complainant versus the violator, but times are different now. It's been quite some time where I do need to hunker down and not give the time that's needed that I've been giving them, as long as we meet that reasonable time frame per Florida statutes, and just be prepared for volume of calls.
Well, it
It's never
sounds like
easy.
we're primarily dealing with income-producing property. They're probably not producing a lot of income, but they're not owner-occupied properties for the most part. And those tenants are probably not living at the standards of where they should be based on, their relationship with their landlord. So, I don't know. It certainly would be hard to throw a tenant out, but I think it's also equally bad shifting that cost to other taxpayers who are...
Plus property values. People see an area that you have 3 houses in a row that are junk related, and then you have somebody that has a little section over here with 4 or 5 homes that are neatly, presentable, and I'd live over here, but if they'd get this cleaned up. So it's a no-win situation sometimes, but our goal is voluntary compliance. We try to get them to do it on their own. I'll just not let it go as long. Be happy to.
Okay. Thank you, Jeremy.
Appreciate it.
That's a good discussion, I think.
Right there.
Yeah.
Good deal. You still mad, Doc?
Yeah. Thank you, Jamie.
All right.
See you later.
All right. Chief, I believe it's your turn.
Can we get Chief to burn these houses down?
Wait till they get our bill. Call it a training session.
Good evening, gentlemen. I would like to make note that the county administrator recognized that the county departments, the best should go last.
TCC's going last, you realize that, right?
TDC.
Gracias.
Just a quick overview, and some of these are welcome to get into detail and ask questions about, but I'm not going to go into great amount of detail of it. But the first sheet will cover the table of organization for fire and EMS and animal control. You can see the amount of employees is 30 full-time slots and plus 3 in animal control area. On the second sheet, actually the third sheet, where the Wakulla County Animal Control, and believe it or not, the calls for service for that
equal fire and almost come close to many EMS calls we have per year. But they are handling 2,355 animals this past year, and that was up 10% over the year prior to that. About 18% of those get returned to the owner. 1,075 are released to rescue and adoption agencies, including CHAT, which would get the majority of them. And there's about 2,000 calls per year, up 11%, for the animal control officers to go out in the field for some type of complaint involving an animal. Many of those are after-hour calls. They get about 40 calls per day. That is well above what we in fire and EMS headquarters get. Our phone doesn't ring that much, fortunately, not counting the 911 calls. And about 20 people walk in per day looking for some type of animal control service. So they have 3 full-time employees to handle that, and we have just put on a flex employee to assist with the animal shelter cleaning, because the sheriff's office has been traditionally in charge of that, but they were unable to keep up that because of all the other situations that the sheriff is into as far as litter control and things like that with the prisoners. And for those, you probably are all familiar, but animal control used to be under the Wakulla sheriff and was transferred to the board control 3 or 4 years ago. The next area is for EMS. And the Wakulla County EMS billing matrix, that just shows you the procedures we go through for actually sending a user fee to the people that would actually call EMS. We are, in the past year, we have been able to streamline this process and make it more efficient, and I'll show you what the results of that are in just another page. But we have improved the software that we're using, and we actually use 2 different types of software. One to actually generate what we call the patient report. For every time we touch a patient, we fill out a report whether we transport them or not. And now that software actually talks to our software that sends that person the bill. And the way we are able to do it in this week, actually next week hopefully, we are going completely paperless. The upgrades we bought in the software, we finally got it to where we can have our tablets that are in the ambulance that were bought on grant several years ago, that the paramedic and the EMT can actually have the person sign that to give us their insurance information and permission to bill their insurance company on those situations. The next page goes into a graph of just 2 of the months of the year, simply because those are the latest 2 months in our revenue. And you can see in the 2013 budget year, which is our current budget year, just the last 2 months, that it has increased quite a bit over the past few years. And we feel a lot of this is to do with the efficiency increase that we are doing with the ambulance billing portion. There has been an increase in a number of calls, but not that great in relation to it. And without getting into a lot of detail, I would certainly welcome you to come visit, and we'll sit down and discuss it all. But there are different levels there's one level of billing. We create one bill with one amount. The average of that is about $1,190. But if it's a Medicaid patient, we get a very small portion of that. If it's a Medicare patient, we get about 50% of that. If it's a private pay patient, it really depends on their ability to pay, obviously. And if it's a private insurance, then those insurance pay a fee that's basically already designated before that. The next sheet shows you the total EMS calls that we've run. You can see where this past year we had an increase of almost 500 calls for service for EMS. The last 3 or 4 years, there hasn't been that great increase. I cannot tell you exactly why. It seems to run in cycles. We've done.
What page are you looking at now?
I'm sorry. It says the blue graph that says total EMS calls right after the revenue. And that gives you just the number of runs that we're generating each year. A lot of things in the EMS industry studies that, everything from economy to the healthcare changes and everything that has an effect on it. One of the things that we're challenged with
that if you call your private physician's office after hours, that the majority of them have a voice recording that says, if this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911, which is in truth actually what should happen, except the emergency might be that your medication has run out or that you need your prescription refilled. That's really nothing that EMS can do anything about, but they're going to call us, and we have to generate a response to see what we can do for that patient. The next the next page is multicolored. That just gives you per ambulance. We have 3 ambulances around the clock 24 hours, and we've just implemented a supervisor that's around the clock 24 hours. That is our 4th ALS, Advanced Life Support Response Unit, not a transport unit, but he would become the 4th crew. We will put a firefighter or an off-duty person with him to create our 4th call, and I'll show you in just a second why that is necessary. But that just gives you the relationship of the calls. Rescue 1, the blue one, is located here in Crawfordville. Rescue 2 is located in Medart, and Rescue 3 is located in Wakulla Station. Rescue 4 is the unit that we implement, that we put in when we have more than what we can handle, and also for special details such as the football game. The next page is entitled No EMS Units Available, and it gives you a comparison of 2011, where 127 times the Wakulla County was without an ambulance because of call load. In 2012, for the first 10 months, we've already exceeded last year's amount of times that we were without an ambulance. If you added all those up, that it would give you a full week for 12-hour days that we were without ambulance protection. Obviously, we don't, it doesn't always happen at once, but it does seem to come in spurts that up to 2 hours at a time we can be without an ambulance. Now, we don't just sit back and not do something. We bring in off-duty crews to make that coverage happen so that we can have coverage when something happens. Since I've been here, in 5 days it'll be 1 year, we have had situations more than once where we have had 5 and one time 6 simultaneous EMS calls. Doing that with only 3 units is very difficult to keep up with that. So when you bring the off-duty crews, they go to the call, but they don't have the ambulance? No, our system is that we know who lives near stations and available, and the supervisor will call them and he'll go get an ambulance. Okay. And right now, what is designed, that the fire unit that has 2 people on it, they're EMT certified. The supervisor is a paramedic, that he will have the engine go get the ambulance and meet him at the scene to become the 4th transport unit. The next page is just a visual to talk about what we are just implementing starting December the 17th, is a cross-trained incentive program for EMS. We have found out that out of our 21 shift employees on EMS side, they're already certified as Florida State firefighters. Offering them an incentive, we can realistically, or actually double our amount of firefighters that are on duty during a 24-hour period. Now, what that simply means is they will maintain their duties as a paramedic or EMT and still ride the ambulance, but carry with them their protective clothing for firefighting and be able to fight fire in addition to their EMS duties. We have written a procedure that's priority is EMS, that we don't pull them off of EMS calls, and we put them back into service as far as EMS as soon as we're able to. But what it will do, especially in Wakulla Station, that we will have at least one person on that ambulance that is trained as a firefighter, so that when a fire call does come in, they can take the ambulance and the fire truck to the fire. Volunteers and the engine from Crawfordville can come help fight that fire. So for less than the cost of a one-time employee, we have added 6 full-time firefighters. So the cost is less than $25,000 for that particular situation.
And that's where both fire and EMS is where it's personnel management is key here, because it can we were running away. We were not managing it 2 years ago. We managed it, did a better job last year, and we're doing a much better job this year, but we really had to think outside of the box, and the chief did really good with coming up this scheme. Yeah, we're paying some folks incentives, but yet at the end of the day, we're doubling, we're utilizing existing people. The more we can cross-train folks, the better we're going to be, because we're a rural county, and we're really hoping this program will monitor it, and hopefully this will work. And like I say, the biggest cost here is well, just about every department. It's a service department, so it's all about labor. And this is overtime. It's controlling, because there's automatic overtime built in. It's controlling that overtime. That's the key. And we think we've put enough steps in there to do that, and so far this year, our monitoring, we're doing very good, and we did good towards the end of last year, and we're doing really good this year with our managing our overtime.
Have we lost any employees because they've lost overtime? Is that what you're saying? You pulled back their overtime hours?
We pulled back their overtime out. We've controlled it. Mm-hmm. They're already a slot of overtime, and we're holding them to that. Okay. Versus, so what was happening before, we had basically the way it was working is you had instead of filling all 3 slots on an ambulance, they were going to fill 2 slots with full-time people, and they were going to make the third one a flex. Okay, what happens is you got a flex pool there, and 2 days out of the week you'll pull that flex pool. Then all of a sudden, you can't get a hold of anybody. So what does the supervisor do? He punts. He says, okay, I know you just come off shift, can you run another shift? Mm-hmm. That's what was happening.
Kicking that over.
That's what was happening. It was kicking that in, and that was one of those things. Boy, it sounds good, and we can save some money, but it's not practical, because at the end of the day, it costs us more money. We've actually filled it up the way it should be, and we're controlling that cost, and that's the biggest thing, is we're controlling the cost now.
Yes, we have reduced the amount of overtime. There are W-2s on several employees that have made themselves available or told me that they're getting less than they were in the past. But through programs like offering them more money to become cross-trained, they can make some of that up. But it's not just our service. Everybody's doing that. Many, I would say over 90% of our employees in fire and EMS work part-time somewhere, many of them at other services as their flex people, as most of our flex people are full-time employees in another service. So they go back and forth like that because they know the overtime is not going to be as readily available as it was.
We've really, this is one of the places that we were kind of spiraling out of control. We've really taken a lot of steps to fix it. We've still got we still got some more things to do, but we're collecting now. Our collection rates are up tremendously. We're doing a much better job there on the ambulance side. We're doing better controlling the cost. We're doing better at our maintenance cost. So we're really getting our hands around what's going on, because this is one of those departments that can get out of control fast.
So we've got some sort of internal collections going on now.
Yes.
As the billing, as the matrix shows you, we do it in-house. We have one person that's their full-time job, one full-time slot. We studied at the direction of previous board, looking at privatizing that. But every time we've checked with a service that did that, it takes somebody to coordinate, this is what we did, here's the information, you go send our bill. So we wouldn't be able to reduce the one person. Our billing is enough that we do enough billing that one person stays busy, but if we hired somebody else to do it, we'd still need somebody to coordinate that, so we couldn't reduce, it wouldn't be feasible to reduce the labor force. And because now the increase in revenue, that we're close to 50% of our budget for what we actually bring in from EMS.
How do we stand on volunteers? Do we have sufficient volunteers?
Well, I was going to mention that, because one of the other programs, if you don't mind, Commissioner, let me address that real quick for what we're doing with the MedArt Volunteer Stations 5 on 2 more sheets right after the fire department logo. Starting next Monday, we're going to man that station with 2 part-time employees, 10 hours a day, Monday through Friday. The reason we're doing that, our volunteers are very reliable. I don't see Wakulla County ever going away from the volunteer fire service. I wouldn't suggest that under, my tenure, and the county administrator feels the same way, that without the volunteer fire service, we wouldn't have adequate fire protection. However, the volunteerism in the state of Florida, and rightfully so, I can certainly justify it, is one of the few, or the only one I know about, that if you would like to volunteer as a firefighter, Commissioner, we'll welcome you and take your application and do the background search and send you for medical under our expense, but you have to spend 220 hours to be certified to do that. And it's difficult to look at somebody that wants to serve their community, but you need to get certified to do that. And and the state has worked with us, worked with all the volunteer fire departments, that they can do a lot of it online on their own time, but they still have to go raise those ladders, they still have to pull the hose, they still have to pass a test to get certified. And that's a challenge. In today's world, with the busy, fast-paced world we live in, people don't take 220 hours out of their schedule and say, hey, I'll go be trained so I can go in a burning building.
Mr. Thomas, I remember hearing that fact.
That's right, and they're trying to reduce those standards.
That's a big-time problem.
And we also heard that apparently FACT has a pool of funds that we can pay for firefighter 1 training, but it's still the hours, I guess, are the biggest concern.
Yeah, the hours, the expense of doing it is not little, but I mean, it's not a huge part of our budget. We pay for that. A lot of times we'll hire people overtime to teach those classes, but the last class we had 4 people finish it. Now, I'm not doubting the need for those 4 people, but monetarily, it's pretty hard to justify those overtime hours that we spent training them to only get 4 people from them.
And this cross-training, if we didn't have the cross-training, a lot of times, whenever a fire call comes out, say it's in Stop Shopping, fire call comes out, the EMS takes off. And Stop Shopping may have maybe one volunteer fireman show up. It's according to what time of day.
Right.
If we've got people cross-trained, automatically that EMS guy is cross-trained. We got 3 people then, and then we can go into a burning building. But other than that, I think you got to have 2 people to go into a burning building, right, Chief?
Yeah, actually 4, 2 in, 2 out. So.
2 in, 2 out. But still, all of a sudden we got an emergency, we could go in and we could do what we had to, and we're better. But the problem is we were having 2 volunteer firemen show up and 2 EMS guys sitting there, and they just. It's just too bad.
The cross-training is, and our people, I think, have accepted it. I met with 4 employees just an hour ago that are qualified to be cross-training, and we're having them sign an agreement. This is your bump in pay, but in order to receive that, you must do such and such and such. It's not just a paycheck. Because the way we have fires, I've been here, as I said, a year, and we've had maybe 8 building fires. Fortunately, we don't have a lot of building fires. EMS calls, we have 10 a day or more. So it's really the fire calls that we need to help on, because we can't afford to put 3 full-time firefighters in every fire station we have. It's just not practical. And with being able to use them for the training they already have and help them out if they want to go get trained, then we can use the dual certification for those people to assist with the firefighting. The last page just shows you some numbers as far as fire calls, how many runs we're making. We've got a lot of different statistics. I would urge you to come visit, especially starting with animal control. Animal control is something that Mr. Edwards blessed me with when I arrived here. Had no background in it at all. And as Debbie DeBoe says, she said she was going to report me because I don't even like dogs. But it's very interesting, and people are very passionate about their pets. And the things that come to my desk from the citizens of Wakulla are surprising. I get more, and I'll call them complaints, I get more citizen complaints about animal control than I do fire and EMS.
Right, and we're going to be, that's something we'll also be bringing up to you guys, hopefully in the next budget year as well. As in fact, I met with some folks with Chat on yesterday, had lunch with them, and what we're wanting to do is come together, and I think it's not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday, have a meeting with Chat and our animal control. There's some issues to work out internally. It's basically, about like everything else, it boils down to communication. Both sides quit talking. So we gotta talk. But also, we got to figure out this problem of animal control once and for all, because right now it's fragmented. It doesn't work for either side, and we can become more efficient. It's just we got to come together and work with Chat, and Chat work with us, and I think there's a couple of ways we can fix it, but we just got to come together. And I want to hear ideas from all of them so that we can come to you guys, hopefully next year and the next budget year, and say, here's how we can fix this thing. And so that's one of the things we're working on currently.
And the other thing is, if anytime you want to visit us on Trice Lane to go over these in more details or show you some other situations for numbers and programs that we're running, would welcome that. If you have an interest of riding on a fire unit or an EMS unit, you're welcome to do that. Just give us a heads up, because sometimes we have students riding that we need to make arrangements for. Always the thing is, one of my previous employments, the county administrator, we griped about we need, and he said, okay, I'm finally coming over there. And he spent 6 hours and they didn't have a call. So, he didn't think we needed any more help. There's always that chance that you could sit there for 2 hours, 3 hours, or 24 hours and not get real busy. But that's the hassle you have to do. But we are more than welcome you to ride along anytime you want to, or I would be more than happy to take you and tour the facilities anytime that you would like to do that as well.
Also, next month, hopefully next month of February, there'll be we'll be bringing to you plans or a program to build a fire and EMS facility at Trice Lane. So that will be, we've got that in the budget this year to be funded, and we'll be bringing that to you.
Okay, so Chief, this page here, which shows the calls for service, Wakulla County Animal Control, is that for what time period?
That's this past, the year that's just finished.
Last fiscal year?
Yes.
So you had 2,355 you had 2,355 calls for animals. How many calls did you have for pick up people?
Well, there's about 3,100 EMS calls last year. So compared to that, it's very close to it.
Wow.
Okay.
And those are the 2,355 that we actually touched hands on. They brought them to us, or we went and got the animals.
Okay, so with animal control, I think when the sheriff had it, I think there were problems when the sheriff had it. I think there are problems now. I think it's not just communication. I think there are actual problems that have to be fixed. The cross-training is something similar to what was brought up at least a couple of years ago on the hiring people that are certified in both areas.
Yes.
Are we looking into that?
Yes, we just hired 7 flex personnel, and all of them are already dual certified. And it's my goal that we were very careful with employee. If we have an employee that's been here a year or been here 18 years, as we have one example, we're not going to force them to get certification to keep their job. That's their choice. But the new hires that come in will be required to be cross-trained.
So the firefighters will be cross-trained EMS or certified EMS, and vice versa.
Right, and currently all our career firefighters, full-time firefighters, are EMT certified.
EMT, yeah.
And they are also able to, and they could get an incentive in pay if they became paramedics.
Okay, and then one other issue, and I've gone round and round with this with numerous people in the fire. The majority of your calls, and you said almost a 10-to-1 ratio, if not more, are medically related as opposed to a fire. Okay, so someone falls down or breaks their wrist or does something, and we roll out an ambulance and we roll out a fire truck. And the rolling out of that fire truck for me, and I know I get a lot of resistance and a lot of, I guess, this is why we should be doing it. I still don't have my arms wrapped around it well. When we take a big piece of equipment like that, for me, every time we roll that piece, there's a certain danger to rolling it. Okay, when they're going down the road and they have to stop all of a sudden, it's not that easy a thing. So I'm concerned about, on these clearly medical EMT type calls, is there any way to have something other than a fire truck roll, if it's another small SUV or something like that, rather than roll the big truck?
I addressed that. Mr. Edwards brought it to my attention when I first came here, and it's been a topic wherever I've been, but especially in Wakulla County as well. First of all, our career engine does not respond to non-life threatening emergencies. Shortness of breath, their key is if it's an unresponsive patient. The only exception is if the ambulance is coming from Wakulla Station and there's a broken leg right down the road, we'll go to see if we can render aid until the ambulance gets there. But they don't automatically go. Now, the other side of that is a volunteer station is dispatched for first responder coverage on most of our EMS calls. I want to, and I have talked to Scott Nelson, just like county departments, they are minimal staffed. There's programs for EMD, emergency medical dispatch, that leads to priority dispatching, what you're talking about, Commissioner, that if you have a person call in and said, my grandmother just fell and she broke her wrist, they have a set of guidelines to say that's going to get a single response. If they have, my grandmother fell and broke her hip and she's not breathing very well, then they get the next level of response. But Wakulla County Sheriff's Office used to have that program. They quit that program because of manning. Because what it does is when you call that dispatcher has to stay on the phone with that person until somebody arrives. And many times they have two people. And two people are handling Sheriff's Office, fire, and EMS, plus the other administrative phone calls that are coming in. So I hear what you're saying, and we have taken steps that as much as you see that fire truck go on an emergency, they're not going to very many emergencies compared to how many the EMS units are going to.
We really took it, and you're right, Dr. Kessler, we took a hard look at that last year to get that down, but but one of the problems as well is naturally if we thought, well, let's get a Suburban, a Suburban. The problem is inherently whenever we send that Suburban out, we're going to get a fire call. You know what I mean?
I know.
And then we got to come back and get the fire engine and go back. So, yes,
I've worked in and I've seen different systems, and a lot of people say get the smaller truck. It's just then you have to have two crews. To be efficient.
But the key is in the dispatch, and that's what we've been working on. That's the key, and not to dispatch out for a hangnail, an ambulance and a fire truck. That's the key. And
it is amazing, and we're not going to solve this in Wakulla, much less here in this meeting. But how many 911 calls are that people expect service now for not much more than a hangnail? And I could list and list and list and list, and then and when you call EMS, we have to go. We might be able to get there and say it's not an emergency. I want to go to the hospital. We have to take you to the hospital.
You'd also be surprised at the amount of folks from Franklin County that come across the bridge and stop there at Old Oaks and pick up the phone and call 911.
Well, we have. It's not nearly
to get a free trip to Tallahassee.
They just park their car there.
That's not nearly that's been cut back a lot with their new system over there. But any other questions, Commissioner?
That's an eye-opening thing once you dive into all his calls on EMS. Folks that just need a ride to Tallahassee.
Bulk of a lot of that comes from they don't want to go to Weems.
Yeah, and Tallahassee has the same problem. They got the same problem.
I mean, they just don't want to go to Weems, so they get up there, so they'll go to Tallahassee.
Yeah.
The one other thing, just to finish up with the animal control, and I realize the difference between what CHAT does and what Wakulla County Animal Control does. I've had to learn that, and I have learned it, and I have learned that our employees are very, very dedicated. CHAT is very, very passionate about what they do, and there are some situations that we can come together, and I think now, I don't know whether they have whoever met with Mr. Edwards, that we haven't ignored that. We're trying to make things much better than they are.
Well, I made a statement before, may have not been here for it, but one of the issues that seems like a big issue is to determine what government should be doing. what we should be paying for out of the taxpayers' dollars. When I think of animal control, I think of animal control. I don't think of adoptions. I don't think of, even though it's nice and all the rest of that stuff, I don't know that it's a government function to be in that business. So,
And we're not in that business, and we don't do that. And that's what on the other side, I've been a government employee for many years.
That's all
I do it because I like it, but it's my career. And the people that we have working for them, it's their career, and they choose to work in animal control because they are passionate about it. None of the 3 employees we have are there because they need a job. They're there because they love animals, and it's a paying job. And there seems to be some type of feeling that they're there for other reasons, and I don't see that. I just want to let you know that in there. But I tell you from my staff, and Mr. Edwards will shoot me for this, but we have our employees in a building that cost us $3,000, and the taxpayers of Wakulla built a brand new facility to chat us in. And
That's what I was going to comment. It's the Chat's the only nonprofit where we subsidize them with space.
brand new building, and we pay all the utilities.
One of the things
and
that
that's what
well,
we need to
can't
we
get
need
into
to
all
look at
that.
the duty.
Yeah, there's a lot more than that.
There's a lot more than
So
that.
we'll leave that alone.
Yeah.
There's a lot more.
One of the things that we're looking at a couple of alternatives there that I was talking to Chat yesterday about a couple of, and they're all for that, and I'll be bringing that to the board that'll make it work, make it easier for us, and us get out of that business altogether, and they get into the business bigger, and that way we quit this divide. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to go on there. So we'll come back to you guys.
Believe me, as one final example with that is what Ivanhoe Carroll says all the time. If I, meaning we in animal control, didn't have to worry about this segment, sheltering the animals, we could go out and educate the public about animal control issues such as spay and neutering programs and spend time there where they just don't have the time to do that right now. Anything else, gentlemen?
No, thank you, Chief. Thank you.
Pam, Cherie, guys, are y'all ready? Oh, I didn't see you sitting over there.
Let's talk about some happier things.
Did you bring us some mullet?
No.
That makes us happy.
I was talking about your canned mullet earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right, you made the workshop, didn't you?
Yeah.
All right, well, very good. Well, it's great to see all of you here this afternoon, and I think Commissioner Thomas here is the only one that really doesn't know probably as much about the Tourist Development Council, just because, I know Howard's been around the TDC for a while, and then Richard was on our board for a while. So anyway, just to refresh our minds, the Gulf Tourism and Seafood Promotional Fund grant just came through, the $500,000. Just a real quick, I had some questions and I want to clarify a couple of things about it. About $400,000 of that money is going to be used for digital and print advertising, where we've never had money to do that before. So that's where your 80% or the majority of that grant is going to be going. And then it'll also provide opportunity for cooperative advertising for local tourism industry businesses. And like all other county departments, we operate under the county's policies and procedures. So
you said $400K for advertising?
Yeah, that's roughly that's how much is going, and that's not advertising that you're going to see right here on your TV. It's going to be at our major cities around. It's going to be in publications. You may pick up Southern Living magazine, or there's all sorts of magazines you're going to see us in. If you get that publication. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because I think some folks were kind of wondering a little bit about the dynamics of that grant. So.
And that will be coming to you on the January 7th County Commission agenda because just like any other department, we have to come to you to get your approval to accept the grant award. So you'll be getting all of those details at the January 7th.
So, the $400,000 is electronic and print advertising, and then the other $100,000 you said was...
It's going to be broke out into just other things. I have the project narrative in front of me here, and that's public information. You can take a look at the difference in it.
We'll be doing a visitor guide, a Wakulla visitor guide. come up with something like the Fresh from Florida, only fresh from Wakulla. Some decals and some promotion that, we're a great place for local seafood, because that was another one of our industries that was hit hard, from the oil spill. So that's a component of it. Website enhancements, media tours. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. But like I said, in January you'll have, well, before your meeting, of course, you'll have all of the details that show specifically where, what the budget, how the budget was laid out, how the money was spent.
And I know I've been talking to a lot of the seafood producers. We definitely, blue crab production here in our county, from the foundation, from folks pulling traps to the steaming at the crab houses, all the way to the picking and the shipped out of here, is one of our major productions in Wakulla County. We're going to highlight that with some sort of branding. And then the retail markets, I've been talking with the retail markets around. I was at My Way Seafood today, and I think maybe some handbags with our logo on it, that every time they take 2 pounds of shrimp out with them, they're going to have our logo, fresh from Wakulla, on their bags. Those are just some good ideas that are coming to us. So we're excited about that. And I guess if there's no more questions on that, I'll move on into just generally the services we provide, and then the vision of the Tourist Development Council. I think you may have read it. It was in a handout I think all of you may have received, but just to reiterate it here, the mission of the TDC is to promote and facilitate travel to and within Wakulla County for the benefit of its economy, residents, and travel/tourism industry. And our vision is to be recognized as the county's official marketing and management organization to responsibly promote and protect the natural resources, recreational opportunities, and rich heritage of Wakulla County in coordination and collaboration with the Board of County Commissioners, the Economic Development Council, and tourism industry partners. And we're funded by the Tourist Development Tax, which is the percentages that come when you come stay at our housing in Wakulla County. It comes back to us as our operating budget. And you see also, I don't know if you have what I'm looking at, but here's how we're organized. I'm the chairman. I'm the arranger at the St. Mark's National Wildlife Refuge as a destination point in the county. Niraj Patel is the vice chairman, and of course he has the Best Western Hotel. And Jackie Youngstrand is our secretary. And as you know, she has T&T Hideaway Canoe Rentals. So tourism industry, people come and do a lot of tours on the rivers here. And the Sheree Miller is our treasurer, and she of course has Posey's Steam Room Restaurant. And then Peter Scalco is the manager of Wakulla Springs State Park. Another big driver to the economy or tourism here in Wakulla County. And I know we have Commissioner Thomas is now going to be representing on our board, is what I found out today. We're very happy about that. And then Tim Jordan is representing housing also with he's with Oklahoma Bay Realty. And then Commissioner Laura Edwards is also on our board too. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of give you a feel for kind of our representation on this board. So as you can see, we have a lot of the industry folks that support tourism, from the food they eat to the places they visit. We run the whole gamut as far as representation there. Our meeting times are the second Thursday of each month, which will be next Thursday at 8:30 a.m. at the Wakulla Welcome Center in Panacea. And the TDC guides the development and implementation of the county's tourism marketing strategies and acts as an advisor to the county commission on all tourism-related activities. So, and if you would love to invite everyone to come to some of our meetings and just hear kind of what comes up, what people bring to us, kind of how our meetings run, what we're discussing, the thought that goes into everything we're doing, and how we appropriate these funds that we have. So, are there questions, anything else about the TDC that you'd like to know or would like to ask about?
One, do you have a Facebook page? I looked and couldn't find it. So, okay, Visit Wakulla. All right.
I saw Luke Ellenberger's was it a redhead duck on there? It just came. It was a real nice article, and you'll be seeing more articles coming from the Tourist Development Council. We have some promotions coming up. We're having folks write articles.
Is that well used, and is there a lot of people that participate on it?
We have
Okay.
of the page. We don't get a whole lot of, like, comment, interaction, discussion that way, but we use it to get word out about what's going on in Wakulla and point people to our website and the events that are going on. So it's something that, you know, we just kind of started venturing into recently, the whole social media.
Yeah.
And we're putting more resources into it this year. We've got money in this year's budget to, you know, get some help with keeping, you know, active, doing some contests, with our fan base, that sort of thing.
Ways to engage people and, yeah, because there's over, a lot of people don't know, there's over 16,000 people in Wakulla County with a Facebook page that are over 18 years old. And most of us have, you know, hundreds of friends, and a lot of them are outside of the areas, and so, you know, it could be a good resource.
Have you seen the Go Wakulla app?
I have, that's just for the iPhone, right?
Right.
Yeah. Haven't moved into the Droid on that.
We're getting funding for that, though.
Okay. Which, I got an iPhone now, so I need to check it out. I was Droid before.
App School, man.
Yeah.
I never thought I would say I'd get a lot of my information before it even hits the newspapers, of course, through the social media outlets. You know that too, before it ever gets printed, we see, you know, Wakulla.com puts obituaries out, per se, and all the comments.
It's a big part of life
I never
now.
thought I would say that about 5 or 10 years ago, but it's pretty big. So we're going to continue to strive as a group to bring tourism in, and with this grant money and the other resources we have. Another thing I'll mention briefly is we're about to get signed off from DEP, maybe even as early as next week, on putting the entrance signs into Wakulla. Finally, we haven't approved. We had to remove our website off of the signs that are going to go on DOT right-of-ways, but that's been taken off now by the designer, and we'll hopefully be able to produce those and be putting them in the ground. They have to be adjacent to the Welcome to Wakulla.
At each of the major entrances?
That's correct. So we have staff at the refuge that are going to actually be doing a majority of that work. And so that's going to be, you'll be seeing some new signs coming out.
David, did y'all ever identify where to put the signs out the Stop Shopping on 319? Did y'all ever get with the park or
Where
anywhere
there's a
there?
bridge, we put it at the best available point. Where there is a green state sign, say in Wakulla County, on about 4 of our entrances, it has to go to replace that specific sign.
Okay.
And it has to be so far from the center line over, and we're going to have to get utility finding folks out, and we're going to put them in right there.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the?
Look forward to the meeting next week.
All of our meetings, of course, are in the sunshine, so and we're all getting ourselves available for questions.
Well, thank
Very
y'all
good.
much.
Thank you.
Thank y'all all.
Is that it?
Well, commissioners,
We're just going to break for dinner and come back.
Ready to dig in.
you can come right back.
Only if you're buying.
I'll leave you a key. But anyway, y'all have any final questions, comments, or anything?
Before we adjourn, I just want to thank you all for putting this together today and putting together the books, the orientation books, and real helpful, and just everything that y'all did to organize this. And thank the TDC for coming and giving their presentation. And it's really helped and enlightened them and enlightened a lot. Thank you.
I think this is the best orientation that I've
Good.
Yeah, just terrific.
Good. Well, I think you'll see, I think you've seen today, we have a professional staff. They know their business, which is good, and we've stressed that, and they're hardworking folks, and we're here for you guys, and we run at a high, we've got a lot of stuff to do, we run at a high pitch, but anyway, good folks, professionals, and I certainly appreciate it.
If that's it, we can just get a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
So moved.
Thank you, Miss Evelyn, for staying here all day. Thank you, Greg.